You are now tuned in to Live on Reloaded.
Welcome back, everybody, to the show where we bring you the latest and greatest, hottest new topics and trends in the industry, as well as we feature a new guest every week and answer your questions on the air. You are live on Reloaded.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man, you sounded good.
Good deal. I'm trying to let me get back in here. I about forgot how to use this program. What's going on, everybody? What's going on?
What's going on, everybody?
How you doing, Chris? It feels like it's been forever since it was last week, right?
I know it's been a little while. I'm doing pretty good though, man. I'm still tired, but I'll catch up on sleep later.
I hear you. I hear you. Well, tonight, y'all, we got a special guest appearance by the Backwoods Badass, the Huntsman. Some of y'all here are familiar with him. Some of you ain't. I hope y'all stick around and listen to what he has to say. I love this dude. He's straight to the point, no bullshitting. So y'all stick around. We're going to bring him up here in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and send him out the invite and have him in the basement waiting on us so we can have that out of the way.
So how'd your week go, man? Was it good?
I've been sick the past couple of days, so it ain't been that great, man. I've been trying to get back in the hunt, and I was about burnt out this past month. So I've been trying to take a break, let the deer get some pressure off of them. But same old, trying to kill this deer that I've been after for the past 4 weeks.
Now, did you do what I recommended? Did you go out in normal clothes on the tractor, and as you're plowing along, you know, right?
I did not, but I'm about tempted to. Actually, my tractor's out of commission right now. I had to order a new fan belt for it. The water pump, the fan, and all that ain't turning on it, so it's running hot. But I think I'm gonna strap that rifle on my back, get on that tractor, and go in there and mow his bed down and jump him up out of there and get him. That's the way I got to get him.
Just make sure you've got what's the limit on rounds in your state?
On rounds?
Yeah, like how many you're allowed to have in your rifle?
My round's 4. I can get 5 if I chamber one.
So I'd have all 5 ready to go.
Hopefully, I won't have to shoot that many times. But y'all seen the way I did on that public land hunt last year. I was so cold, boy, I was missing. So
if I go out there, I definitely need all 5. I can tell you that now.
Would you?
Y'all see me bird hunt.
Can't even hit them with a spread, huh?
Yeah.
Man, so y'all have heard of drama, and you hear of family drama, but you have never heard of family drama during hunting season. Is anybody in here familiar with the brothers up in Michigan that they was willed some land from their father who had passed away, and I guess the land butts right up to some public land. So one of the brothers wasn't letting the other brother hunt on the private land. So the brother went next door to the land that butts up, and he put stands up that's blocking the deer from coming over to their private land. And the other brother on the private had caught his brother on trail camera going around and spraying some kind of chemical with a backpack sprayer around his brother's stands. And so he called the game warden, and they came out there to investigate, and they went over there to ask the other brother about it. And he admitted to it, and he's actually facing jail time for hunter harassment. And but the brother who called to report his brother actually got caught with illegal baiting. He was hunting over illegal bait. But turns out the other brother was mad because his brother wouldn't let him hunt that land, so he went and sprayed liquid fence around his brother's stands to try to deter the deer from coming over to his property. And yeah, what a mess, man. It's crazy when 2 brothers can't get along on some land brother or their dad left them, and sad story.
That's gonna be an awkward Christmas. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Let me see here. I think I sent the invite out to Steve. Let me try one more time. Steve, if you're watching, check your email. I might have sent it to the other Steve, man. Hope I didn't send it to Kreiner. Be awkward, wouldn't it? Somebody pop up and have to be here.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people out over Thanksgiving. I saw a lot of people out there in the woods, and I've got to get back to it. I'm itching to get back to it, but it's going to be next year before I'm able to like really full on go out. So
you ain't gonna go hunting, man. You got the fish bug.
No,
I do next year. I'll come up there and drag you out into the deer woods, man. I don't know where we're going. You'll have to take me and show me where to go, but I'll drag you out there with me.
I'll take you out. Well, and so next week or this upcoming weekend, I guess I've got, I don't know, we're doing some early Christmas thing with my dad or something. I've got 3 Christmases I got to go to, but so I guess we're doing some early Christmas thing. But at some point, if it's not like frigid, I am definitely going to go out and try and get on some big fish.
Good deal. Good deal. I will not be getting out there till about March, April, February at the earliest because well, we got the Huntsman down here in the basement. I don't want to keep them waiting. Let me flip this thing over here for those who are not familiar. I Our next guest is a man who's immersed himself into the world of bushcraft, hiking, camping, hunting, and fishing, and all things outdoors. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Huntsman.
Hey guys, you hear me all right?
Steve, what's going on, brother?
How's it going?
All right, man. All right. How you doing?
I'm good. Y'all all right?
Yeah, doing good.
Got a little stomach bug, but I'm gonna make it through today.
I seen that going around. I had seen a couple other outdoorsmen getting the flu and shit. That's the time of year, though.
Man, I hope. Yeah, right here in Tennessee, I'm right below the Tennessee line, or right on the Tennessee line. There's a lot of flu going on up there, so it might be coming down here to me.
Yeah, I'm right on the edge of Canada, right on the edge of Lake Erie.
I got me some Maker's Mark just for you. Oh, I still got this playing in the background. You should have told me, Chris.
Hey, y'all tried this Midnight Moonshine?
I have not. I've seen it, and I've seen you drinking on it. How is it?
It's pretty good. We actually lit this up in my garage and made a moonshine lantern out of it.
Nice.
Burn the moonshine in the garage on one of my live streams.
Steve, I don't know if you can see the chat room or not. We got a couple people in here saying hey to you. Okay. Just for anybody who's new in the chat room, the way we run our live stream, and I'm sorry if I'm yelling because I got these in my ear and I can't tell how loud I'm being myself, but we usually take certain time intervals where we'll come back and we will talk with y'all in the chat room, but we're not trying to be rude. This is not a regular live stream where we're talking back and forth in the chat stream. This is more about our guests, so please don't be offended if we're not paying y'all attention. It's not intentionally that we're ignoring y'all. It's just that we're focused more on our guests. So keep that in mind, please. All right, Steve. So I think as all Huntsman fans can agree on one thing, and that's that we all love your no bullshit approach. But one of the main things that I enjoy is listening to your stories and just hanging out with you and listening to your point of view. And one that stands out to me in particular is the recap that you was doing where you was talking about emptiness. And for those new to him, here's a little philosophy, if you will, that I want to play in here. And I cut it down just for time restraints.
One of the things that we really don't talk about in the outdoors community, whenever they're going out hunting, and especially bow hunters, and you're sitting up in a tree stand all day long, they don't talk about how long they fucking sit there without seeing the damn thing and how boring it is. Some of them even fall asleep in their stands just waiting on a rustle to wake them up. And there's a lot of downtime. There's a lot of emptiness to this lifestyle. But I think the emptiness is the point. It's like this cup, just for a metaphorical example. This cup is only useful because it's empty, because I can put something in it. That's why we do the builds. That's why we build camps. It takes up that emptiness. And those experiences have taught me emptiness, that there's nothing and the value of nothing. And then I get the other side of that whenever I get into life and in family and bills and job and all of the emotional stuff. Social networking is cluttered with all kinds of negative, high energy, reactionary bullshit. And the only way to get away from that is to just shut it all off, to create your own empty, and find value in the downtime, find value in the nothingness. We go a little bit deeper into that topic, and as I mentioned, the only value that this cup has is that it's empty. And life has a way of filling our cup up. If this cup was your soul, it's filled to the brim with all kinds of stuff: work, bills, relationships, social media, running a YouTube channel. Everything that we do is a drop inside this cup. And eventually the cup gets full and it feels like one more drop, and all of that shit is just going to own you. It's just going to take over your soul. You can't hold no more. And I think that a lot of the mental health issues that we have, the emotional health issues that we have these days, is that our cups are overflowing. We're taking in too much too fast. We're trying to do too much too fast. We don't have enough emptiness. We don't have anything that empties that cup out. and lets us start fresh, gives us that value of having a little bit of nothingness inside us. You look at social media, especially Facebook. Facebook seems to be the gathering place of the weak, the wounded, the diseased, and the tormented. All of those people seem to be looking for something to relieve their misery, but they're so focused on putting another drop in that cup to get a like or get a sympathy play that they don't just try to empty it out, to dump all of that baggage and have a little bit of nothingness inside them, a little hole. Everybody out there seems to have this philosophy that there's something missing in their life that is the keystone to making them happy. And I think it's the exact opposite of that. It's not that they have something missing, it's that they have too much. And that too much is overwhelming the purpose of their soul, which is to hold good things, not bad things. They fill this cup up with negativity, with toxins, with poisons, with bad relationships, with bad jobs, with stress. And they celebrate those things and they focus on those things, and they want to one more drop, one more drop, one more drop. It gets one more like, one more heart, one more thumbs up. They're so focused on wanting that one thing that would make them complete, and the one thing that would make them complete is just dumping the cup. To have a little bit of emptiness, to have a little bit of downtime, to have a little bit of nothing.
Amen, man. I couldn't agree more. And I know that's a little bit longer than the clips that we usually show, but man, you're a man of many things. You consider yourself a little bit of a philosopher.
I don't know about that. I just, whenever you're spending when you spend a lot of time with without the outside surface bullshit, like I don't watch TV at all. I don't really listen to music or anything. I'm usually just sitting in the quiet, whether it's out in the woods or here at the house or out in the garage or something like that. So whenever you're kind of just shut off from the world, you think about shit that the world distracts you from. And you whenever you do go out into the world, or whenever you're on your YouTube channel on a live stream or social media, or you're watching the nightly news, you're like, why the fuck am I here? Because you're not getting anything but bad news. So why are you fucking it? Whether it's your friends on Facebook or the nightly news or some political bullshit, it's just all this toxic shit coming into you. And you're like, I was a lot happier just sitting out with my dogs in the garage shooting the bow. Why the fuck am I here?
Yeah.
I think people get wrapped up in the wrong kind of things, but we're also at this point where, probably last 15 years, really, everything's, you got to be plugged into something, and everybody got used to having a certain amount of sensory input. And that's, and without that sensory input, they struggle. It's just like you see these kids, if you unplug them from the damn video game, they honestly, and it's a legit fit of depression. Like, they can't handle the anxiety of being unplugged. So social media and whatever they're watching or whatever they're playing is doing all the thinking for them. They don't have to think. They don't have to be philosophical, or they don't even really have to know themselves. They just have to know what's expected of them out there on the social market.
Yeah.
How can I sell an Instagram photo, or how can I increase my YouTube channel? It's all this competition bullshit, and you really do have to create a false front in order to get over, so everybody's so worried about being artificial and fake so they can be accepted by the other people that are artificial and fake, that they don't really take time to think about what really matters. They don't have no downtime to figure out who the fuck they are or what the fuck they're trying to do, so they get all messed up. I'm not trying to be like everybody else, because if you look at everybody else, they're fucked.
And speaking of that, you got this quote here. I pulled off one of your social media platforms. You can't stand out and fit in at the same time. I love that. What does that mean to you?
I came up with that line, fit in at the same time, because I seen bullshit going on in the outdoors community. Everybody was doing the same, and everybody's just, it's a carbon copy. You watch one bushcraft channel, you've seen them all. You watch one outdoors channel, you've seen them all. If I see one more fucking breakfast bagel fixed out in the woods, and it's minimal effort shit, they're not thinking, they're just going out there doing what's expected of them. Like, look at Joe Robinette, his latest video. All he did was go to his camp one morning, makes himself breakfast, and that's what got him over. That's all he has to do. Minimal effort shit. He's already gone out and proven himself. He does do those extended stays, and he looks like a bag of fuck by the end of it. He's beat up, you know. He's tested himself out there. I mean, he's passed his test, but at the same, he can put up a fucking video of a 5-minute video of him just fixing bacon on his kitchen stove, and he gets 100,000 views and 500,000 likes. Like, expectations out there are pretty fucking low.
It's mad,
as far as the crowd goes. They really don't need you to do anything or think about anything. They just want you to give them this sense of living vicariously through you. And I think the other part of that is why these guys get over so much is because they're so happy-go-lucky all the damn time. They have that sickly sweet thing to them that anybody can kind of get attracted to, I guess. Because whenever you're looking at YouTube live streams, whenever you're looking at social media, it's all about being accepted. And you can be accepted, or you can kind of stand out from the crowd. Because if you want to be accepted, you got to be another Joe Robinette. You got to be another Drop Forge Survival. You got to be a carbon copy of all these little beta male pussies out there. And if you try to be anything different, then you're a bad guy. It's kind of like professional wrestling, where you got the baby face and the heel. The baby face can go out there and fix a breakfast babe, but go and get over. He doesn't have to do anything extreme. But then you got the heel who doesn't have to follow that rule. He doesn't have to fit into that pretty boy category, So I get away with a lot more than other outdoorsmen get away with because I just came out the gate. No, I didn't have this carbon copy feel about me.
Good analogy.
Now, is there something that you did formally that drew you to this, or is it just something that's always been like inside of you and you've always been drawn to, like an instinctual thing? Or do you think that there's something out there that draws people, whether it be, like the preppers or something of that nature that draws people to it? Or do you think it's more, it's just instinctual?
Well, I think there's a metaphysical aspect that. Let me turn that down a little bit. I think there's a metaphysical part to it. There's a instinctual need to connect with the wilderness. There's like I was saying, or like I alluded to earlier, everybody's plugged in, and whenever you get plugged in, everything's based on what's happening online, so it fucks up your natural biorhythms. Like, it has a biological impact on you because you're not following day and night anymore. You're following what's happening online. It's all so whenever you get out in the woods, and you have that integrated into your life, you're regulating your biorhythms. So you feel happier, you feel healthier, you can handle more stress. You really don't understand why. But because you don't have that, you don't have anybody pointing out that's the effect nature has on you. All these bushcrafters and outdoorsmen out there aren't saying there is a biological impact on you for being out in the woods and having the fresh air and the quiet, and not being plugged in. And you're starting to pay attention to daylight you have to do in this amount of time. So you have that time management thing going on, which applies to life in general. So there's a lot that you can get from the outdoors that applies to everyday life, whether you live in the city or no matter where you live at. So I think there's advantages to it. As far as the attraction to it, I think that all started with the kind of like neo-hippie movement, really. It was the tree huggers and everybody going vegan and this healthier lifestyle. Now, granted, the majority of people out there are having this healthier lifestyle because it's trending on Instagram right now.
Yeah.
So they're going to go out to the woods and take an Instagram photo and told them to do. But at the same point in time, I don't give a shit what motivated them to get out there and do it. They went out there and did it. So hopefully it changed, kind of hooks them into that world a little bit.
Now, Steve, I'm familiar with your background, but for those who might not be, can you give us a little backstory about you and your upbringing and what got you to where you are within this lifestyle?
Well, I was I was born in the blizzard of '78. Mom and dad lived in this tiny ass little village. I don't even think that it had a store in it. It just a church and a bar maybe. Uh, and then all my life I lived out in the middle of nowhere. We lived miles and miles away from the nearest town, a proper town anyway. So being in the outdoors and having that sort of outdoors kind of always ingrained into me. Uh, Grew up on a produce farm, raising animals, going to 4-H, and all of that shit. Got my first shotgun whenever I was 7. I got the shotgun on my 7th birthday. Shot my first deer when I was 8 years old. So, I don't know. It's like Christmas comes around, you getting shotgun shells for Christmas, kid. My dad sent me knives and guns and shells and shit like that, camo packs. And my mom she was a stay-at-home mom. She was kind of like that she's country girl. And like the highlight of my mom's day is sitting on the porch watching the sunset in the evening, which is something that is kind of like a stereotype for country folks, I guess, sitting on a porch drinking tea, but that's my mom, and she's still doing that. She couldn't stand the idea of living inside a town or, hell, Jesus Christ, I live just, in the suburbs of Cleveland, and she comes up here once a year because this is like fucking Mars to her. The first time she came to Cleveland, she saw an airplane and she flipped the fuck out over seeing this airplane because it was so damn low. That's just the world I came from. So it's always country life.
Steve, let me ask you. I hear the feedback coming through. Do you have YouTube and StreamYards open? If you have YouTube open, mute that in the player, and then you won't have that feedback. It'll probably help with your buffering too.
Open accounts. Let me see if I can. Hold on a sec.
Got to put me a dip in. Y'all pack them. Pack one if you got them.
I've got one in right now.
The first damn stream I started with that one.
I'm having some.
I know on his streams he usually don't buffer like this or have the feedback. I'm trying to help him out to get him in a little bit more clear.
Having some issues with my phone. It says it's not charging.
Chris, Courtney Freeman says, "Yank, you're crank. Sup with the name, LOL."
So my name is because I paint custom crankbaits. It's not anything dirty, I promise. It's Yank your crankbait. Is this something I came up with? The yuck, the YUC, yank your crank. Yeah. Everybody always asks though.
Steve, just mute the volume on the YouTube player. It should get you all you need. I think we got. We lost him. He'll be back.
That's another there. That's it. It's nothing dirty, I promise.
He's got a dirty mind. Don't let him lie to you.
Well, maybe. Yeah, I'm hoping my battery on this phone, it's that new phone, and I don't know, it should be able to charge while I'm still going, but it said 10% battery. And I don't know what's going on. It's not buzzing though, like it normally would.
Did you get it figured out there, Steve?
Yeah, I think so. We had a little technical difficulty there.
All right. It wouldn't be a strung out show if we didn't. So
Oh, that
worry about
happens
it.
on my live streams all the time too, man. I'm live stream for like 5-6
Okay,
hours at a time.
I've lost audio on him, Josh.
Chris, come back. Leave and come back.
A little bit better.
I don't know what's going on. I think something happened with StreamYard with their last update because it wasn't no audio issues till then.
Are we good now?
Yeah, we gotta.
I'm seeing it. We got a micromanage.
Forward just a little bit. In one of your videos, you talk about the perception of wildlife and their ability to smell emotional pheromones. And I totally agree with you, but there's going to be some people out there calling bullshit. So I'm going to help you back that claim right after I play this clip.
Perception of wildlife is based on instinct. It's based on sense of smell. It's based on your body language. Your emotions sort of change your scent. If your blood is full of adrenaline, you smell a certain way. If you're full of fear, you smell a certain way. If you're full of excitement, you smell a certain way.
Oh, I thought it was going to roll a little bit longer. But to back your claim on that, I'm going to pull this up. Hopefully everybody can see that. I'm not going to read this whole article, but I'm going to read the highlighted part. It says deer have up to 297 million olfactory scent receptors in their nose. In comparison, dogs have 220 million and humans have just 5 million olfactory receptors. Not only do deer have a huge number of olfactory receptors in their nose, they also have a secondary scent gland called the vomeronasal, I can't even pronounce that organ, that is located in their mouth. Deer have 2 large scent processing areas in their brains. These processing areas are 9 times larger than a human scent processing area. So a sniff test of yourself or your clothing is nothing compared to what a deer can smell. Dogs can smell fear, anxiety, and excitement, and all these emotions cause you to emit pheromones from your glands. So if the wind is wrong, a deer will smell you from it being excited and seeing him in your sights.
Know that.
Yeah, so I wanted to back that claim on there for you because there's a lot of people going to call bullshit on that. So I wanted to back your claim, and I think that's interesting because that's something that a lot of people don't consider. They don't think about.
Right, and if you look at my a lot of my videos where I'm interacting with the herd, it's because I know all that shit. You know, I think I've read that same article. I know what they see. I know they can see in colors. They just see a different color spectrum than we do. So if they're looking at orange, they see yellow, that type of shit. And whenever it comes to interacting with them, their body language and how they interact with the scents in the air. Whenever if you can get close enough to a whitetail, they're going to do that foot stomp, which does 2 things. It releases hormones into the ground that other deer can smell. There's a gland on their hoof, and they're releasing a scent with that stomp. Every time they stomp, it's sending out a puff of pheromones that's warning other deer. But it also sends that shockwave through the ground, and other deer can pick up on that vibration through their hooves, so they're actually hearing through their feet. The other thing they'll do is they'll start doing this chewing motion with their mouth. Now that's 2 things. Whenever a wild horse, like a Mustang or anything like that out west, or a white-tailed deer does that chewing motion, they're telling you, I'm a herbivore. I'm not a predator. They're doing that chewing motion like chewing grass. Wild horses do the same thing. A horse whisperer will tell you that. And you can have a horse whisperer take what they know about the body language and the signals from horses and apply that to white-tailed deer. It's almost the same damn language. It's just a different dialect. So whenever the deer are doing that chewing motion, they're telling you that they're not a predator, that they're not here to hurt you. They're a herbivore. At the same point in time, they're massaging that gland inside their mouth, and they're increasing their ability to smell with their tongue. So you'll see them do that chewing motion, and then you'll see them lick their lips. And when it's just like a snake sent in the air. They're using that gland to pick up on more information because that's what they really want. If they're stopping and looking at you, they're curious. So they're trying to get all the sensory information that they can. They'll stomp on the ground to get signals from other deer. Hey, what do you see over there? Stomp back if you see this son of a bitch. Then they'll do that chewing motion where they're sending a signal out saying, don't hurt me and I won't hurt you. But they're also using that mouth gland to pick up more scent. They want more information. You'll see their ears going all different directions. One will face towards you, keeping an ear on you, and the other one will be looking around other places. So they're multitasking while they're checking your ass out. All of this stuff comes into play, and I have to consider all of these things whenever I'm running the camera, because I can't run the damn camera and pay attention to what HB or any of the other herd is saying to me. And if they tell me something, if they send me a signal and I don't listen to it because I'm fucking with the camera, they'll flag and run. And that's just me breaking the rules. You didn't listen to me, so I'm leaving. And I have that interaction with the wildlife. I really tried to capture that with the series, and it's got to the point now where HB and his herd, the 3 bucks that run with him and all the does, and we got one little straggler doe that stays off by herself. We call her Millie. They're all characters in the story. Everybody wants to, hey, how's HB doing? You know, let's go back and see him, or the shed hunt's coming around, and we're going to go up there and try to get his rack that way. That way we can keep that deer in the story, the main story arc, still get a piece of his rack. We got a rack right here that's from the herd. So, you know, we're getting pieces of them without actually harming them. And we're not hunting that herd. We get to talk about how they communicate, how to build trust with them. They smell, how they're interpreting you. You don't have to hurt them to get a rack if you go out on the shed hunt. So we're learning from them. When we go up to HB, that's the classroom. It's not about bushcrafting or survival or anything like that. It's about, this is nature, and this is what nature is going to teach us today. And it's the deer that are the professors. It's the deer that telling me what to tell the audience.
Now, Steve, I know why you don't hunt them. It's because they're a part of your story, characters, as you call them, so to speak. But as a hunter, I got to tell you, it's okay to kill off characters in stories sometimes.
You know, the best way to look at hunting season, you know why we hunt in the fall, right? Because most of the population ain't going to make it through the winter. They're going to starve to death, or they're going to become more susceptible to disease. So we hunt in the fall to take the excess, to take the ones that may not otherwise survive. We might take some of the strongest of the herd. We're not going to take the weakest looking deer or anything like that. Now, granted, that weakest looking deer might not make it, so you can put up that argument. But whenever you look at your population and supply versus demand on their food sources in the wintertime, we hunt in the fall to give the others a chance to survive the winter. So there's that. So yeah, taking a character out of the story might happen in the future. You never know. But I mean, HB are actually big.
He is a nice deer. And I got footage right here of him. Let me see. I believe it's him.
Yeah, that's my boy right there. Now I started tracking him. I came up on him down on the creek bottom, and I've been following him for 2 years. That's my buddy.
I done killed that character off, man.
Now I'll tell you what, though, if you get a buck like that to walk up to you in the rut, and you can get that kind of footage, that's something special. And I think hunters, from a hunter mindset, you take that for granted. You take that moment where they're really connecting with you for granted, for, you know, the prospect of meat. But man, I've killed a lot of my time too. You know,
Josh,
thanks for the connection.
like The Walking Dead.
Yeah, I'd be in the Walking Dead. Now, while we're on this, I knew you was going to go into this. I had three questions that were kind of similar that you kind of may have already touched on, but for all the hunters out there, we are familiar with the close encounters of the wildlife, but the difference is we try to stay concealed. We don't want the animals to see us, whereas on the other hand, you want them to see you, and you actually talk to them, and you're trying to gain their trust, right?
Right. Well, and it's whenever I go into that area, I come in like I'm entering somebody else's house. So you have to have respect. You have to listen to what they're telling you. And that's earning their trust. And the only reason I'm earning the trust of this herd is because of what they can, the value that they can bring to the series, and what that they can teach to people who don't otherwise get to see kind of interactions. And I'm actually trying with this herd to bridge that gap between a wild animal and a human. There's a great wall of fucking China between modern humans and wildlife. That's why hunters have to use all the tactics that they do to have a successful hunt. Uh, but if you can forge a connection with a wild animal, and I'm not saying desensitize them to the presence of humans. I'm saying that if you're in that area for a month and go back in there, and that buck walks up to you because he's that familiar with you, he remembers your scent, then that's proven something about the wildlife, and it's proven something about the ability to connect with nature, to connect with the wilderness on a deeper level than just going out hobby camping or fixing a fucking bagel, you know.
Right. Now, let me ask you, with these deer gaining your trust and getting familiar with you like that, on a hunting level, to me, I would not be interested in hunting that animal because of that. It'd be more like a pet, so to speak. You know what I mean? Does that take away from it for you hunting these animals too?
Well, see, it's kind of like the scorpion and the frog, scorpion and the turtle, however, whatever story you want to, I'm a hunter first and foremost. So, uh, I think the overall message is that hunters do have respect for the wildlife that they're taking, and I'm a different manner than conservationist. We're some of the world's top conservationists, because whenever it comes to the hunt statistics, that gives the state all the information that they need on deer population, on their health. If you get a deer that has any kind of disease, that gets reported, so we know that disease is in the area. If our hunters weren't out there scouting those deer the way that we do, that information wouldn't be so readily available. So we're kind of like subcontractors for the state in conservation efforts. And I think I'm putting that conservation effort out there in a very different way. That I'm not going out there to kill an animal to post a photo on Instagram, which is what a lot of
Right.
the other anti-hunters have against hunters. They think that we're all just trophy hunting. It's not about survival. It's not about. They just think that we're brutalizing them. So here you got a hunter, a lifelong hunter, who's going out there, and I'm supporting a herd through the winter. I take them out corn, I take them out apples, I make sure that they're healthy through the winter months whenever some of them would die. So how do you argue that? Here you got a guy who, and look on my Instagram, I got a picture of me cleaning deer up there. And at the same point in time, I got pictures of me taking corn out for them in the winter. So there's that balance. So it's about being a steward of nature. Sometimes the herd has to be cold, but if the herd's happy and healthy, and it's not hunting season, what are you going to do? Sit at home and plot to kill them, or go out there and try to learn from them? So I just go out and try to learn
Right.
from them.
I totally understand that.
And what I picked up,
Ooh.
and you look at,
All right, go ahead.
if I go to HB and teach me lessons about whitetail, I could take those lessons and apply them anywhere else in the country, because a whitetail is a whitetail. They all think and act the same. So if I learn from one herd, I can use that information to hunt another herd better. So whenever I go out hunting, I'm not using scent control. I don't have to, because HB told me how to walk into the woods and control manage my scent enough to where I'm not going to spook the deer. I know their body language, where I can bring them in closer based on what I'm seeing. And like with HB and those whitetail, if they give me certain signals, there's times you don't get to see it on camera, but there's times I'm laying down on the ground with my head down, like bowing to them, like a subservient pose, which makes them more curious and brings them in closer. Now the camera captures, okay, you're subservient to this deer. You're saying, I'm not here to hurt you. I'm not a hunter. This respect each other, lower their head to each other. You'll see bucks and rut. If a buck who's not willing to fight comes up to a buck who is, he'll lower his head, he'll bow in submission. Shit. That's the only way they know how to interpret it, because they're interpreting off of instinct. They don't care if you're a deer or not. You're still speaking their language. That's how I get the damn footage that I get. It's paying attention to them and not your instinctual need or your instinctual want to just shoot the arrow.
Yeah. That makes sense. And dogs, you'll see dogs do it too. They'll put their head down and their butt up, and means they want to play or they're submitting to you.
Sorry, guys, my phone.
Right.
It's charging.
Chris, I haven't let you get any questions in. You got anything you want to ask Steve?
One thing that I wanted to ask Steve is there something out there that's a natural, I guess, scent or a natural cover, like a cover-up scent versus something you'd buy in the store? I used to have a buddy of mine one time, and he made some like cedar. He boiled down some cedar and some other stuff, and it smelled really good. And I was just wondering, from your perspective, is there something that helps you when hunting that's more of a natural thing than something you're going to get out of the store?
I know what he's going to say. Yes. Oh, I wasn't expecting.
Like if I want to really just stand and smoke, and you'll see people like Hannah Barron doing that too. Hannah's the one that taught me that. She'll smoke her clothes before she goes out, because then you just smell like wood. That once the acidity of the smoke, all that acrid smell of the smoke burns down, you just smell like wood. So you want your clothes dirty. You take a Ziploc bag, and you can take dirt from the forest floor dirt, which has all the organic material in it and stuff like that in it, and rub it on the inside of your clothes. So as your body heats up your clothes, all of those organics are heating up too, and you smell like mulch basically. And then you have the smoke on top of that. Once the acrid smell gets out of that smoke in your clothes, and you just smell like wood and dirt. So you can treat your clothes with natural stuff too. You don't have to go out into the market and buy it. Of course, there's a market. You don't think like that. If I'm going out to the woods and I just want to mask my scent, especially your chest area, because that's where your core temperature's at. You get your core temperature up as you're tracking them or something like that. You put some dirt on your clothes. Once your clothes heat up from your core temperature coming up, so you're actually using the advantage in that and getting your body temperature up to your advantage to get those organic compounds in the dirt to break down, and then you just smell like dirt. Don't wear deodorant. Take it. Don't wear deodorant on some dirt.
Yeah. There's also people who think that the carbon in the smoke or the burnt wood or whatever, it kind of eliminates the human odors on you too. And there's people who use different types of wood or different kind of smoke just to get a different scent out of the smoke. But yeah, I leave my hunting stuff hanging outside on the porch. We live in the middle of the woods, so that's the most natural smell, I could have. And I put it in the sit-free container when I store it away. But yeah,
that's interesting. I've never heard the smoke. I've never heard the smoke part. I've heard of dirt and different things like that. I just never heard of the smoke.
Yeah, they have scent spray you can buy. It smells just like dirt.
Yeah.
I was talking to Hannah on a live stream, and she was standing by this little ass camp, yay big, and she had her orange hat, suspended over the fire, and she's just standing in the smoke. I'm like, the hell are you doing? And she's like, these things. So, and that's all she was doing, just standing in the smoke. And then she picked up some dirt right there out of the field, rubbed it on her coat, and she was ready to go. And she had a good hunt. I think her dad got a damn nice 10 point that round too. That was on the Kansas hunt. They just got back from. That's why she hasn't been on YouTube. That's why she hasn't really been active on social media too much, because they take the state to try to get the damn hunt season. They have time to post nothing. But they're having successful hunts, and they're putting out some tips whenever they can. It's just, but they're kind of like me from the approach that social media and YouTube and stuff like that's just a side effect of what we're doing. They're a hunter first, and if they can film it, they'll film it. If not, I'm sorry, guys, but they didn't get it on film, So
that's why I've been telling
myself.
Coming
to YouTube from that perspective is totally.
Now, I thought what you was going to say, and a lot of people, you'll hear farmers talk about it, using their tractors as advantages to hunt deer, because I can be out here mowing my food plot, and the deer, their heads go up. They'll watch me as the tractor's coming. And then as soon as I make that turn, their heads go back down. So I know in some of your videos I've heard you talking about where you're doing your build at, that you will take your worn clothes and hang them out in the woods and allow them to get accustomed to your scent to where they're not spooked by you.
Yeah. So I come into that approach. I always do the opposite of what everybody else is doing. So whenever I set up my new camp, I'm like, I'm working all the time. It's summer. I'm hot as hell. Work shirt on, and rather than taking that work shirt home, I mean, it's full of sweat and stink. If I put this potent ass thing out here and the deer come up to it, then I'm kind of using as far the workload to take advantage of the deer. I'm desensitizing them to my scent. And go one step further, start hanging that black shirt up in the tree with food underneath. So they associated my scent with food. So whenever they smell me in the woods, they think they get apples, corn, or something like that. So they come running. So now on my live streams, I did that for a few months. It takes time. But now on my live streams, those sons that smell me in the woods, they're all up at the top of the ridge, more in tune with what I'm doing than the people in the live chat, because they think they're going to get something out of the deal. So I manipulated them a little bit, but it was greater good, because I'm still coming into their house, and I want them to know that I'm not, at the camp. This camp's not a danger to you. You can still come down to the water. You can still come to the meadow that's right there and bed down or get food. I blackberry bushes out there for them and stuff like that. So it's about bringing nature into the camp rather than pushing it away. And hanging that black shirt out there, that was just the complete opposite of what every hunter will tell you to do. Don't put your scent anywhere near your tree stand. I'm like, why the fuck not? Hang your stinking ass work shirt out there on your tree stand and see what happens. You hang that out there for a couple of months. You think that deer's going to put an apple underneath it? That deer smells you in that woods. He's going to come running for that apple, and then you just pick him up. Like, think about it. You try to manipulate them. You're basically pulling a con job. Like, okay, we just got fooled. Now you got an arrow in your ass because you came within 10 yards of me thinking I was a fucking apple. You're just mixing sense. It's the wrong message to send them to tell you the truth. Sending them the wrong. But you're saying I'm not a threat, but if you come any closer, I'm like, there ain't gonna be nothing but cooking.
Right. We went on a hunt earlier this year. Me and my YouTube partner, buddy, and my brother, we went down to South Georgia, and my brother, he works. I won't say where he works at, but he works in the area where there's deer at. And once a year, during hunting season, they'll have special hunts. They'll do quota hunts that you got to put bid. Well, not a bid, but you'll get drawn for, and they do wheelchair hunts and stuff like that. But he's out there in them woods every day, cutting trees, doing irrigation systems and stuff, because it's a waste treatment place. But anyway, he's wearing deodorant out there and stuff, and he's like, we're down there at the public land hunt, and he's got on right guard. You can smell it, that right guard smell. I was like, man, you can't. He's like, well, the deer won't. They're not worried about it. He said they don't bother the deer. I'm like, it's because you're out there in them deer woods around that same herd every day. Them deer are used to seeing you, and they're used to smelling you. But when you come out here to this other property, they're not going to tolerate that. So, like you said, you have to. It takes time, and you have to desensitize them over time.
I'm absolutely.
Yeah, I've seen hunters go out there. I follow a lot of pro hunters, and they're all going out there with scent control and shit like that. I'm like, just go the opposite way. It'll save you a shit ton of money, and you'll have better success, because I've shown it. I'm not trying to put anything out there that I can't prove. It's just not going to be on my channel. I'm not going to go out there and try to blow smoke up anybody's ass. It's just like the telling everybody how I approach a deer. This is how I fucking do it. You don't have to believe. Watch the fucking video. You don't have to believe me. I mean, even though I captured it on video. So, doing just the opposite of what everybody else is doing. They're like, what are you doing, son? That's not going to work. Watch me do it. It's wildlife psychology. You're just taking psychology and how does a wild animal think? And we're not talking about food. We're talking about how do they interact with perceived threats. So as a hunter, you don't mask the fact that you're a fucking threat. That's psychology. So you're going out there, and if you go out there with a hunter psychology, you get that adrenaline in you. You smell different than you did last time. Something's funny. They're going to pick up.
I'm going to do that and give me a pet 14 point and then send pictures to Josh.
I'll call it a high fence there, man.
No, but that is a really good idea. Like, you don't think about it that way, but it's conditioning is essentially what you're doing. You're conditioning those deer for human interaction more or less with you, which is that's really really brilliant. I mean, it's something that most people wouldn't
But
do.
see,
They
you're
do the
interacting with
opposite
me.
way, like you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. It's a like I go out there. It's just like I was saying. I'll go out there and interact with the deer on a certain level with a certain herd. But like the lessons I learned from that herd apply it to others. So if I take that same approach to another herd that I'm not biased against, they're not interacting with me with my bow. I'm using the same route to get to the same end, which is to bring them in close. As soon as I get them in close, it's just a different story. So it's a different way. I'm going to get some rack in the sack and meat in my freezer. It's learning from them, on how to approach them. Not another hunter. I'm not taking lessons from another hunter.
Yeah, it's strictly
You're breaking up,
Taking
Steve. I can't hardly hear you at all right now. Might have lost him again for a second.
Yeah, that is great though. I mean, because it does condition those deer to be used to you, whether it's like one herd or whatever,
Yeah, and you are starting to hear about that more. It's slowly coming out. People don't want to accept it because it's the opposite of what everybody's heard their whole life. 10, 15 years ago, you ask people, people thought deer could only see in black and white. It turns out that they can see in colors. They just see the colors differently, and they see mornings and in the evening, sunrise and sunset. Yeah. There's a lot of information coming out.
There.
No problem, man. No problem. I'm glad you're back. I hate if you're going to drop out and don't come back. Now, Steve, you're not shy at all when it comes to calling out other creators. Who are some of the channels out there that you're not in agreement with, or you feel like is faking it to make it, or maybe selling out, so to speak?
I think it's a bit of both. I think there's you have a couple channels, and I think everybody took those channels as the roadmap to success. And if you're looking at instant gratification type deal, they're going to try to copy those channels. So now you got an overwhelming amount of channels that has copied that original guy who went thinking it's going to get them over to work that way. So I'm not. I really don't give a damn what everybody else is doing. I don't watch a lot of. Of course, I will. Watch you guys. Yank, I earlier to was checking out your stuff. Whenever I came onto the scene, I actually developed my channel for like 6 months before I premiered my first episode. The channel was there, but I didn't content. I was working social media and building, so I had like 120, 130 subscribers before I launched my first fucking video, because everybody wants to know what the hell I'm from a different angle. And what really set me apart was, Joe Robinette was the one who really set from the crowd, because he exposed me to the business aspect of YouTube before YouTuber. He said, I'm already in bed with the companies. I'm in bed with overpriced companies and pitching overpriced gear, and I'm going to change because I'm making too much money doing it. And I'm like, all right. So that was my angle. And I've used that angle ever since for the first 2 years of the channel. Simultaneously, here comes a guy who's not going to sell out, who's not going to pitch all this fucking bullshit, who act opposite of what everybody else is doing. And everybody was saying, oh, you're not following the program, you're never going to go over. And I shouldn't have. The things that I was saying and doing against the most popular guys on the platform, I shouldn't have went over at all. But come to find out, there's a whole fucking crew of guys out there that think just like I did. They just got tired of this sickly sweet bullshit. Like, you're just you're just a snake oil salesman. It's like that wagon that pulled up in the old days, and the guy, there's all these colors, and he's all dressed up in his fancy little fucking shirt with a little dog on it, and he's trying to sell you titanium cups and titanium canteens and that, and hey, download this video game, and I like to thank our sponsors, and everybody come in, I'll give you the cure, I'll show you how to. I'm like, man, I don't know what disturbed me more, whether the snake oil salesman went over on YouTube and every amount of fucking people that fell for it. And I'm more distressed about the sheer amount of people that fucking fell for it. Like their subscribers, like, I don't want you dumbasses around me because you're fucking stupid. I can't help you. Like, I'll stay a small. Like, if you think that this guy's fucking great, you're gonna die. Like, if she's a fan, you're dead. Like, I can't help you. No matter how good I am or what I say, or what I do, you're fucked. Like,
I've heard you talking about him.
Not everybody's gonna make it at the end, and these are the people that aren't gonna make it because they were dumb enough to fall for this dumb son of a bitch over here saying, "Hey, if you buy this thing, go be a successful outdoorsman." Shut the fuck up, Joe.
And that's kind of what got me started in me and my partner who started this YouTube channel is I did not know nothing about YouTube. My son used to watch these gaming channels. I'm like, why are you watching these idiots? I was like, well, maybe it's a thing. I used to watch Beavis and Butthead. That was stupid. Whenever I was a kid, maybe that's just the thing or whatever. But I was still watching TV back then, and you would watch a hunting program, and you would get 5 minutes of a hunt and 25 minutes of sponsors and ads, and you just get tired of it. And I was like, man, I want to bring something, and YouTube would be my platform to do that. I had no idea that YouTube was this saturated when I started out, and it's crazy, and it's just getting worse, man.
Right. Yeah, it's getting worse because now it's you got this. I see Megan McLean there in the chat. Megan McLean there in the chat is my oldest friend. She's from Australia. I love her to death. There ain't nobody in the world knows more than Megan. Anyway, I want to say hi. Sorry about that, guys. There's an overwhelming amount of cookie everybody trying to be the fucking pretty boy, baby face beta male. They're leading people to buying overpriced gear and using techniques that don't work. It's just like the fire reflector. The fire reflector of bushcraft, which is bushcraft 101, and the goddamn thing don't work. It don't work. Physics says it don't work, and I pointed that out on one of my live streams. Why do they keep doing it? Because everybody else is doing it. It's this lemming syndrome. Lemmings are, little critters from like a rodent from Australia, and they follow the leader right off the fucking edge of a cliff. And that's what you see on these mega channels. You got this pretty boy son of a bitch who is, something that Ray Mears did television production, which was fake as shit anyway. And then they're just leading everybody right off of the edge of the cliff, and they're dumb enough to do it. Like, I love you. You are my fucking hero. Let's jump. How do you help those people?
Yeah.
And then I come on the scene like, you don't need a heavy cover fucking canteen that costs you $350. I'm going out there with a fucking recycled glass bottle wrapped in leather. You don't need a fucking Survival Lily's fucking cheap ass knife from Taiwan on a contest. You don't need all of this shit that all these guys. The last thing you fucking need is a fucking another game download for your iPhone to play while you're out. Why are you out in the fucking woods? Just keep your ass at home on your Xbox. I mean, so I come on and
we came from
hate
Dicks and Aaron.
They've already pulled out.
Yeah.
They hate my message. I'm saying, I did that all my life, and my dad ran a farm. We didn't have fucking money. Yeah. If I would have went to my dad and said, "Hey, Daddy, Joe Robinette says I need a $350 titanium canteen," my dad would have slapped the fuck out of me. And that's what I'm trying to do to everybody.
Really have them a $300 canteen?
I'm pairing them a little bit. Fuck is a
titanium
canteen? Here's a fucking.
Are you exaggerating, or is there really a $300 canteen out there? Oh, I think we lost him again.
Man.
Oh, there he is.
Are we okay?
Yeah,
Alright.
you're there. It's kind of like when you're about at the end of the night when you're drunk and you're just blacking out and you're saying bits and pieces. I'm seeing you here and there, but
I
No.
already started hitting the moonshine there, buddy. So I'm gonna drink one more glass of moonshine with you. I don't know what's gonna happen. So I want to warn everybody in the crowd. Hey, you guys, everybody in the chat, share this out, tweet it, tell them tell everybody Huntsman's drinking out outdoors. And you ought to get in here.
I'm gonna tell you, Steve, you're doing
Hit
pretty
that
good.
thumbs
The
up,
people,
you anti-social.
the majority of them is hanging around pretty good. So that's good.
Yeah, I can't imagine paying.
See, you get me started.
That's why I told Chris. I said, don't worry about not having enough questions for him. He's not your typical guy. You get him going, and he'll just keep rolling.
I thought, those Yetis. Everybody's been crazy about those Yetis. So there was an outdoor.
Man.
There's an outdoor bag that it's basically a waterproof bag, and it's Yeti makes it. And I thought that'd be great to haul my gear in, especially when I'm in a kayak. So I went to look at it, and it's like $300 for this bag. And I'm like, there's no way I'm paying $300 to haul around my gear in a bag. That just makes no sense. So I bought an Ozark Trail from Walmart, and it leaked a little bit, but I mean, in a heavy downpour, it would work. Now, if it goes under the water, that's it. Your gear's smoked. But in a heavy downpour, it'd work, and it was $48, I think, or something like that. So it wasn't.
Is that the review you did a while back where you took that bag and put it in the bathtub?
Yeah, it's right here. This is the bag. This is it right here. And I think I know how to fix it so it won't leak at all.
Was it leaking at the zipper?
Like Steve.
He's back in now.
Okay.
Your mic is muted, Steve.
I think I know how to fix it now so that it won't leak at all. I think I can use some like shoe goo on there or something like that and get it fixed so that it doesn't leak at all.
Yeah, every once in a while, StreamYard just keeps shutting down on me. It might be from my thing getting too hot, but sorry about that, guys. I'm
telling StreamYards has always been smooth. They updated about 2 or 3 weeks ago. They changed some things, and it's been kind of shitty ever since then. So it's unfortunate for us right now, but it's usually smooth as butter, except for me. I have my own personal issues.
Yeah, me too. It's probably good to have my drunk ass cut out every once in a while.
Now, what's your thoughts on the current state of YouTube and where you think that YouTube is possibly going? I know you stay in tune with all that stuff. Just give us your thoughts on that, maybe.
I think like I'm on a platform because YouTube's always been unstable. Like there's and we live in a reactionary culture, so anything that changes, everybody's like all up in arms about it. It's the end of the fucking world. YouTube ain't going anywhere. It's environment, so you kind of got to evolve, be able to evolve your channel. You can't stick with the same shit. You got to respect the house that you're in. So YouTube's not going anywhere anytime soon, but at the same point in time, guys like me, maybe I'm in danger, maybe I'm not, because I'm not family friendly. So demographic for kids, so I don't have to get worried about demonetized for kids content because I'm an adult channel. But at the same point in time, if I see a dumb motherfucker, I just instinctively call him a dumb motherfucker right on a live stream, and that's apparently not good to me. So I got to find this gray area, like. I just did, my season finale on Friday. A couple of guys right there on my show. And there was some backlash to it. Guys were going live as soon as they seen that show and say, oh, we're going to call Huntsman out. Of course they talk, because I was right there in that fucking chat. I'm like, oh, you going to talk about me? All right, little mealy-mouthed bastard, you better bring your A game. Nope. No, and they were on the phone with each other while they were live streaming, like, oh, we're going to get him. We're going, never mind. That's exactly what I'm saying. You fucking puss. Yeah. I'm like, what am I gonna do? You're all the way down there in fucking Georgia, and you want to piss yourself a little bit on your live stream just because I showed up in the chat room? Like, that's some basic bullshit. Like, what am I gonna do across YouTube? You know, I ain't gonna threaten you. I want to see what you have to say. I said this. I want to see what you have to say in response. They didn't say shit. That's the world we live in now. So, I don't give a shit what anybody says on their YouTube channel. It's not like they're actually going to follow through with it. But Macintosh, not too long ago, whenever somebody fucking called the cops and pulled that stunt on Grant, that was some bullshit. I seen that, and I was like, and I ain't said nothing to Grant about it because I got people in his ear, and he don't need me in his ear too about how much bullshit. I mean, he knows it was bullshit, but he's live streaming. And somebody fucking called the cops and said he was his girlfriend, and that's some bullshit. But that's the only thing they do too. So, and of course, I mean, if the cops wanted to, they could trace it back to the source. It's not like you can actually get away with that. It's 911. They're tracing every fucking. They can triangulate that call. Dumb motherfucker.
And what's scary about that, man, is somebody like me or you. Somebody like me or you, for instance, I live out in the middle of nowhere. I got a gun in my nightstand. I keep my pistol right there, and I got 2 guns right by my door. So if I'm out here and I see lights or something out in my yard, and them cops are coming to do their job, and I go out there with a gun because I don't know who the fuck it is, I'm not expecting the cops, and you go out there with a gun, you're going to get somebody's ass killed like that because
exactly.
That's why I'm saying people like us are going to go out there with a gun. Right. Yeah. You want to go out there with a gun and say, who the fuck's in my yard? And the cops are out there waiting on you to shoot you as soon as you come out because they think you're fucking killing somebody already.
Yeah. Yeah. And like I live outside of Cleveland. You think these boys are going to ask questions? No, they're going to turn off their fucking body cam.
So later, right?
It comes down to, like, if you got a bunch of guys with flashlights approaching your house, what the fuck are you supposed to do? I don't give a fuck what you're wearing. It ain't no better. Like, she's got a fucking, security 9 sitting right beside her right now. She ain't no fucking better. She'll walk out on that fucking porch with that fucking 9 and quicker than I will anything, So she's different than me. The fucking spotlight's on. She's going to have some fucking questions you don't want to have to ask. What the fuck these people are thinking. But, and I've never seen Grant do anything. Anytime that I've been following him for a long time. Sometimes I'm in his live stream silent, but I love Grant. He's never done anything to warrant that. Me? Hell yeah. He hasn't done nothing but ought to beat my ass. Yeah. Or at least they can, but they should have. That's never done anything like I do.
The bad thing about it is there was a kid that was killed in Kansas City because of that. He actually had a video game controller in his hand, and they thought it was a gun and shot him dead.
Yeah. It's pathetic. I don't know what people get off on doing that.
I don't either. I mean, it's got to be like anything Grant has ever fucking done to anybody to warrant that bullshit. If I ever found out what the guy done, just for Grant, I'd go and whoop his ass in his own living room. I mean, what the fuck do I got to live? Nah. But that's the culture that we live in. I mean, it's supposed to be a practical joke. That ain't fucking funny. You'll get somebody killed. It's like I said, if somebody surrounded my house, my wife is usually go out there and plug somebody's ass and then find out it was a cop after she done shot the son of a bitch. Shouldn't have come up on my house like, What the fuck do you expect us to do? You fucking invasion. I don't know what the fuck you're wearing in the middle of the night. You can't come up on my house like that. I don't give a fuck.
Now, do you see YouTube as far as a platform? Do you see it? Do you think it's easy? I guess I should ask. Do you think it's easier or harder to grow now from the time you started to now? Do you feel like it's harder, or is it just different?
I think I don't pay attention to it, to be honest, Yank. Like I don't give a shit if I take 5 loyal subscribers over 5 million any fucking day. because you get to the point where your subscribers are just fodder. You honestly do appreciate all of them, but 90% of your subscriber base is always going to be dead weight. 95% of my views come from subscribed viewers. They're watching the content of the channel, but they're still coming back every fucking week to watch the content because I shared out on Reddit. I shared in the same group, so I'm sharing to the same pool. Now, granted, I'm going to extend from that in the coming year, which is why I'm taking this kind of reorganizing my social network. But growth on YouTube, that's not really. I don't give a fuck. Like, it ain't a popularity contest for me. I'm never going to be anybody's hero. I'm not going to be the next Joe Robinette. I'm not going to be the next anybody. Huntsman don't wear a cape. I wear leather. You know, you get what you see, what you get. Whether you like me or hate me, you don't see anybody out there arguing me. So I whenever you come into YouTube as the anti-hero, kind of like you're just dick all the time, and you're just calling bullshit on everybody. You're not going to get growth like a baby face will. You know what I'm saying? If I was out there kissing everybody's ass, yeah. If I was piggybacking off another guy's channel, yeah. And I had one of my subscribers try to do that. You know, he was going to a bigger YouTuber who had 100,000, and he's going to piggyback off this. Well, I'll do a collab with the big guy, and I'll be big too. Well, you're in it for the wrong reasons, son. At least you're in the outdoors for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
Like us outdoorsmen, there's the guy. I told him straight out. There's a difference between being an outdoorsman and being a YouTuber, and you got to decide on what you want to be. Because if you decide to go the YouTuber route, you're going to be a bitch, and you're going to have to follow the program, and you can't break the rules. If you want to be like me, then you got to not worry about the damn numbers. But you look at the Huntsman series, the Huntsman channel, that played it for 5 years, and that's it. Like, I'm here for 5 years, and that's it. I'm going into year 3 now. So I didn't know shit about YouTube when I first came onto the platform. So I made this a deal with myself where I'll get 5 years to learn the platform. And after that 5 years, I'll reevaluate whether I want to stay on the platform after I've had all this character development and all of the learning curve out of the way and restart another channel. So the Huntsman series is going to last 5 years. And then I'll reevaluate whether I want to continue that, launch a new channel from what I learned from the first 5 years. Now, my second channel going to be coming up is a completely different story, an overall story arc. And it will implement everything I learned the first 5 years on YouTube. So YouTube is a long game. You can't get on here and just add water instant success. You have to have a long game. The Huntsman series is kind of like an experimental. What can I get away with? What can I can't? Keep what works. Get rid of what don't. It's experimental. Like, nothing about my channel is concrete. And I'm using this as an experiment on how to build the second channel, which will be an entirely new storyline. But I'll use the same map. Like the Huntsman series, that is 5-year story. One video leads into the next. So you could watch the series from beginning to end, and it's one continuous storyline. It's not standalone videos like everybody else is doing. You got this guy that goes into the woods, pisses everybody off, does a lot of shit, proves a lot of things. Okay, so I get my fan base. Everybody loves the character that developed the first 5 years on YouTube. So I can take that character that's already developed, put him in another story format, an overall story arc, like say another YouTube channel that's got a 5-year skit, but the character's already established. So they know what to expect from a guy like me. They're going to come and see it if they want to see it, and all of those dead weight subscribers are gone because they're not going to come. Keep your fans, you get rid of the dead weight because that dead weight ain't proving nothing. YouTube subscribers never meant shit to anybody after 1,000 subscribers. After 1,000 subscribers, you get monetized. And after that, you don't know if the subscribers are still active accounts or not.
Yeah.
So Joe Robinette,
if you go look at the analytics. Yeah.
Look at Joe. Joe is the poster child of the bushcrafting community, which I'm not but he's supposed to be this guy, right? He's got over 1 million subscribers, but he only gets 100,000 views. Where's the other 900 people? Nobody had that question. They just say, "Oh, he got subscribers. He must be successful." Where's the other 9,000 fucking people that should be watching this video if he's so fucking successful?
Yeah.
So you get 100,000 good subscribers out of 1,000,000, you know, and you look at that number and think that's your mark for success. It ain't. The mark for your success is your watch time. It's your interaction with the crowd. It's Strung Out's one of my favorite fucking channels. It's that kinship that you have. It's kinship. You're not making friends on the platform, because you have a brotherhood in the background that has nothing to do with the videos. It has nothing to do with the live streams. If you're not making real life connections, you're missing the fucking point.
Yeah.
And as far as the folks in the cheap seats, they're antisocial. They're scared. They're chicken shits. They got depression, anxiety. They don't have no friends in real life. So they're watching us saying, because we have eye contact with them with the camera. They're having a human interaction, albeit through a video, but it's still a human interaction. So it's saving them from committing suicide. You got to think about that. Those 100,000 people that come is because they're scared. They want human interaction. They want to feel close without actually having to do it. So they're watching, so you do have that background crowd, and you want to sort of cater to them and say, hey, once in a while say, hey, guys, I see you. You don't have to say anything in the chat. You don't have to say anything on my live streams. You don't have to say anything in my comment section as long as you enjoy the show. And that's what it's all about. At the end of the day, it's about entertainment. For me, it's about entertainment. I'm entertaining the crowd. Sometimes I go off the rails a little bit, but they laugh, they joke, but it weeds out the crowd. Some guys get put off by what I'm saying, so they go on their fucking merry way. What am I out? Not a fucking thing. What are you out? Entertainment. So you look at it that way, you come at YouTube from a different approach. You don't look at it like a business, like these little pretty boy city bitches, that are already sold out. You come in and say, I'm going to entertain you guys. We're going to build. I'm not going to try to fucking sell you anything, and unless you want to buy my T-shirt. If you want to buy my T-shirt, support the channel, or get me a new a camo so I can make that for you. That's one thing. But look at what I do with my channel revenue. My channel revenue goes to planting trees. Who the fuck does that? Like, all of my channel revenue is donated to reforestation efforts. You're not going to see a guy with a
Damn it, I wish we could keep him in.
Yeah. I know. He's an amazing guest, and that's like, is it the system that's doing it?
I don't know if it's on his end or if it's StreamYard, because I've watched many of his streams and they're not that bad. They're usually pretty clear. Is it on your end, Steve?
I don't think StreamYard just can't keep up with me on the live stream.
Yeah, you're in and out on your audio right now.
I am now.
You're clear right now, but when you first came back, you was in and out.
Oh, sorry about that. You're clear now too. We should be good for at least a minute. A break from me. And that's why I take a break from YouTube, like once a year. And you guys, like, this is an important message to put out. Like, YouTube is very stressful. Like, as far as, hey, I need to push out content, get more subscribers, keep my watch time up, blah blah blah. I take a 2-3 month break every fucking year. And that's just for me to shut the computer off at my channel. I'm actually handwriting notes in a notebook, like old school, like back in 1994, writing out a journal of what maybe I could do that's a little bit different. But I'm completely unplugged from social media and analytics. And whenever I come back, and this is what I get. Like, I get like this message, like, oh, if you stop uploading, your channel's going to tank. You're never going to get back to it, because I did it last year. In my return video, had more views than any video the entire first season. Like, everybody looks for turns. So if you take your break and it's not too extended and you can a very good quality video, yeah, you'll get over just fine.
Yeah, I upload maybe once or twice a month. If I'm lucky, I'll get one out a week, but my views do not drop off. My average stays is about 350, 360 views a day through my other videos. You can either put out a bunch of shit every day or one video a week that ain't worth a damn, and that's where people they think they have to upload daily or a couple times a week. You don't have to. People are going to watch what they want to watch. If you put out more shit, you're just putting out more shit. Nobody cares about that shit. Put out quality shit over time. You know what I mean? My views do not slow down.
Exactly.
And when I upload more, I'm
my
more views.
now got, right, but right now,
Go ahead.
my views are up. The last time I looked at analytics, my views were up 268% because of a months ago.
Yeah. You never know when one's going to take off.
So the algorithm boosted that video. So channel, I got like 400 fuck videos out there. I don't need to put out more content
You got a lot.
than channels with 1,000 times more subscribers than me. That content will eventually pick up. It's just about manipulating the hashtags and metadata shit like that, and I can do that. Like, I don't have to worry about filming. I don't have to worry about uploading. I just go back to those old videos, refresh them, and they go over. So I already got the content out there. I already got the content in my first two.
Yeah. And that's what it comes down to, is you have to put out a video with the title that makes somebody want to click it. You know, it comes down to what the viewer is searching for. You got to get in the mind of the searcher and put it in front of their face. I don't worry about the algorithms and stuff with the shocked faces on the screen or the thumbnails and stuff like that. It comes down to the title and what people are looking for and wanting to watch, in my opinion, because I do everything the opposite of what everybody says to do on YouTube. And I'm not a great big YouTuber, but I have, decently success to be a small channel, over 100,000 views and just 1,400 subscribers.
Right. I shouldn't have the numbers. Where the fuck those people came from? They sure as hell ain't watching, because when I look at my analytics, it's always coming from Reddit or some outside source, which is one thing you have to do on YouTube. You have to social network around channel. You're not going to get anywhere. They want you to bring people from that group, from Instagram, from Facebook, from Reddit. They want those. And whenever you get those views, it's called a session. So that is actually worth people that are actually, you're increasing their revenue, you're increasing their crowd, So I got this huge network that I'm trying to rebuild right now. Come winter, I'm shut down, where everybody else is saying, oh, we're going to go winter camping. Oh, no, Huntsman's going to shut his ass down because I got this whole network I got to tend to. I got a day job. I got a wife. I got, this to take care of. YouTube is not my career. So, I got to go take care of life, and then I'll get back with y'all. So I'll come back January 17th or something like that. Plenty of time to rebuild the network. But like my comeback, I'll have a 10 episode countdown to my 100th episode. So we're at like 90 right now. 10 more episodes. I'm at 100 episodes for the main series. That episode, the 100th episode, will coincide with the first day of spring and the anniversary of the channel. So I think about that kind of shit backstage before I upload. Like, I'm not going to upload another episode because I want my time out where we got this 10th day of spring, which is the anniversary of the channel, and it means all of it, all this background mythology to it. So, that kind of shit's important to me. The timing of when you release and the build up to a future episode. So we're coming up on the 100th episode. That's got to be a motherfucker. It can't go out and fixing a fucking bagel like Joe did. It's got to be something special, We're 3 years on YouTube, where it's the year, whole new season going into spring, summer, fall, winter. We just did the live bushcraft build series, which was the story arc for last year. Now we get to enjoy that a little bit and progress the story a little bit more. So, like I said, it's
And
an
I like the way you
evolutionary
do that.
process.
You do it, and it's like it is like truly a series. You're not going out there and doing a new video. It's kind of picking up where you left off, and that's different from anybody else that I know. There might be somebody, but I'm not aware of it. You do it, you do it to your
Oh,
style, and it's
yeah. I have a book. I actually have a book out. It's an old private journal that I wrote a few years before I started the series, and that's my source material for what I'm filming. So everything as far as the Huntsman series is going just like a television series production,
yeah,
where it's one ongoing continuous. I'm not going to teach you how to spark a fuck fire because there's a million other little namby-pamby pussy sons of bitches out there that already did it. I'm not going to repeat what everybody else has done. I'm not going to be that guy, I'm going to show you what to do after that's already learned. Everybody talks about bushcraft 101, survival 101, outdoors 101. Well, who the fuck has ever graduated from 101 and went to the next level? Why are you still stuck on 101 shit? And that's where I come in. This is what you do when 101 becomes boring, when 101 ain't enough to entertain anymore. When you already learn these lessons, this is how you apply it in a real-time, real environment, which is why I live stream from my camp so much, because you can't fake that. It's not edited. It's not scripted. I fuck up. The fire don't light. The experiment gone wrong. I want it to be as realistic as possible. I'm not trying to sell anybody on anything. I'm not trying to spin it off as I'm the perfect outdoorsman, because the perfect outdoorsman will fuck up every single time he goes out. But he recognizes his fuck up. And that's the key to being successful out there, whether you're hunting, fishing. You watch a guy reeling in the biggest fish you ever caught and the line snaps. Well, where did you fuck up? That's the lesson of the story. So you focus on your fuck ups, you're a great guy because you're putting out a different kind of content where other guys are editing that part out. I'm keeping it in.
yeah. And you're starting to see a lot of more people get respect, like in the hunting community, where they'll show a bad shot where they missed. It was crazy how many people told me, man, I can't believe that I appreciate that you put in you missing that deer, because I shot at that deer 2 times. I shot at him again, but I only had 2 bullets in my magazine. But click, that you put that miss in there, because a lot of people wouldn't have put that in there. It's real life hunting, you want to have that in there. People actually appreciate it. Everybody can't go and kill big bucks in Kansas or Kentucky or Ohio or Canada and stuff like that. So people want to see realness, because the majority of us, we don't have 10,000 acres to hunt with 25 acres of soybeans and stuff like that. We're hunting on overcrowded public lands where the deer are 2 years old and stuff like that, and you do miss.
Right. I think as the snake oil salesmen grow in popularity for authenticity, so
And that's what it's supposed to be about. It's amateur. It's not professional TV. We're amateurs, and it's becoming more moving toward that way where it's more professional, I think, and it's screwing it up.
But honestly, I don't think it comes down to versus amateur as it comes down to business van versus country boy. Yeah. We're just coming from a different lifestyle and a different background with a different goal. Like, we're trying to teach you guys something, and these guys are trying to tell you guys something. You know, I think guys that were raised, and I don't. It's almost like I'm biased in a way. Like, if you weren't raised in the country, you don't belong in the fucking woods, which is wrong. Like, I don't give a shit where you were born. If you get to the woods as fast as you can, great. But you're going to come from a different culture than us boys who grew up on a fucking farm, and our dad was beating the shit out of us with this shit. You're coming, and you have different motivations. Like, this is like YouTube is what I do every day. Like, I'm just carrying a camera. I'd be out there whether I was filming it or not, because it's all I know. Like, this is my comfort zone. So I'm not doing anything special. This is for me. This is an epic, or for you, this is an epic fucking video, and for me, it's Tuesday. You know, it's that difference, and I'm trying to say that like, guys, don't think that I'm out here. You know, you look at my bushcraft build. It's a fair cottage with stone emerged into the woodwork, and it's supposed to resemble this fairy tale cottage in the woods, like back in the old grim fairy tale days. It's a different inspiration. While everybody else is building this open face shelter or doing this hunting video, I'm out there putting semi-precious stones and amethyst and quartz in the wall of my shelter. Why the fuck are you doing that, Huntsman? Because nobody else did. Because it's that little tweak. Like, just like everybody else, but I put these little tweaks in there that make me stand out. And it's just like building the candle holders above the fireplace. Why the fuck would you do that? To use a battery powered light. I can use a taper candle. Oh, why aren't y'all thinking about this? Because you're worried about
over time, didn't you? Most people are building these overnight shelters or these copycat shelters where you actually built one that's going to last meaning to it. And I think you are kind of an intimate person, so to speak. It has more meaning to you, and maybe that you want that to be there later in time.
Yeah, and that's what
I like also, sorry to cut you off right there. I like also that you said that you was going to put your subscribers' names in there, or people who was there with you through that build. That's very unique. That's special within itself.
Yeah, where I actually dug up what is an Ice Age crystal, quartz crystal. You know, nothing valuable or anything like that. It's a big ass chunk of quartz crystal. We hauled that damn thing up to the meadow, which had a 1800s column old hand pump well in it, right? So we mounted this crystal to the top of the column, and then I take this big old fucking slab of flagstone over there, and I was like, you know, everybody that supports me throughout the build process will carve your name in stone. We'll have the dates on here, and it'll be a time capsule. So even after the series is done, the YouTube channel's done, the build done fell down, there's this stone out there with all these names carved in it and this date carved in it, and it leads to this mystery. So say that stone lays out there for 100 years and somebody comes across it, they're going to have some questions. They're going to start digging. And who were these people, and why is this foundation here? Because the foundation stone, it's always going to be there. We didn't build a bushcraft shelter. We built a time capsule. We built something that archaeologists could dig up 1,000 years from now. Who the fuck thinks that far ahead in the future besides a drunk ass hillbilly like me? Like, my name is carved in the stone floor of the build. So even after I'm gone, that stone foundation is going to be there. Somebody's going to dig it up. It'll sink down in the ground and it'll be buried there. Somebody's going to dig up one of those flagstones with my name carved in it, and they'll have a story to tell. They're going to want to know, why was this big ass sitting on top of this pedestal? And they won't know unless they watch the Huntsman series. It'll be a complete mystery to them. But for me, it was just an endurance challenge. Like, hey, I found a rock in the river. Let's move this son of a bitch. We'll see if we can hoist it up on this 3-foot column. It's about proving yourself in the woods. For me, it's about a test of endurance. It's about proving yourself in the woods. But for a future generation or whoever finds that after I'm long gone, it's this magic mystery. Like, what the fuck is this thing? So there's a completely different story. So, but I come from a psychology background. I took psychology in college, and I took creative writing as a sub. So I was a writer long before I was a YouTuber. So I know how to tell a damn story, and that's what I'm telling out there. I'm just telling.
I wondered where the hell you got it from, dude. I thought maybe you just read a lot or watched a lot of TV, because it is like you said something the other day, and I replied to your whatever it was you posted. And I said, I wish I could express myself as well as you do. You do it really well. I'm like, why the fuck can I say this? That's why
I dropped out of college with 2 credits to graduate.
Fucking dumbass, man. Why? You asking yourself that too?
Funny. It came around like I was taking forensic psychology, and that's why I moved to the area in the first place, because I was going to work for the big metropolitan area. I figured I could be a forensic psychologist and work crime scene investigation, right? So I took all these psychology classes and everything. I spent 6 years on that. Well, I got 4 years in. I was ready to invest 6. I left with 2 credits left to graduate, had a 3.8 GPA, ready to go into the FBI, CIA, something like that. Ended up on YouTube working at a factory. Just because of budget. And my girl.
You hear about it a lot. Now, you don't have kids, do you? You don't have no children, right?
Yeah, I have 2 kids. I have a daughter and a son. My daughter lives down in Arizona. My daughter Piper, she was born and raised here in Ohio, or born here in Ohio, raised in Texas. She lives in Arizona now. My son lives about 200 miles away from me.
Damn, I did not know that, dude. I thought you just considered your dog your kids. I feel bad that I didn't know that, because I've been following you for over a year and I did not know that.
I don't put a lot of my personal shit out there on YouTube, because there is you don't put everything out there. But yeah, I do have a daughter. She's a student, 13 years old. Me and her mom had a great relationship. She's a great woman, a girl. She's married and moved off now. We still get along just fine.
That's awesome.
My daughter
man.
is extremely well taken care of. She comes from an oil family background, so she's a little wears dresses every type shit. My son, on the other hand, first 22 when he was 7 years old, had his first single shot 12 gauge when he was 8, shooting off the back porch just like his dad. He cusses and fucking dips. He's 10 years old, dips and cusses just like I do. But I wasn't going to spend 18 years of my life teaching this kid. Hey, I wasn't going to spend 18 years of my life saying, "Hey, Connor, don't cuss." I just taught him when and where to do it. If you cuss around me, okay. If we're at Walmart, don't call it a dumb motherfucker, just be polite. Yeah. So it's not when where. I'm not going to say I'm the perfect parent, and I'm not going to say, "Oh, my kid go cuss" or anything like that, because I raised him proper, because he goes to school, and daddy's not around or mommy's not around. He's going to do whatever he wants to do. The only thing I can teach him to do is do it right. So my daughter is a princess and my son flat out scrapper. He's like this last year, he got suspended from school for kicking the fucking bus driver in the nuts. So he's the daddy's boy.
Yeah, my boy's starting to cut. I hear him cussing and stuff. Go ahead.
And kind of the bus driver with him. The bus driver got mouthy like me. Now, I grew up, I was a scrapper, man. I've calmed down since. Like, I've kind of retired from the fighting scene. But when I was from Connor's age, from my son's age, all the way through high school, I was a barroom brawler. And I was a dick about it, too. Like, there wasn't, I didn't really, what pissed me off was I didn't leave for doing this until high school. But I was really heavily into mixed martial arts all the way through school. So I had this real confidence about me. And, you get in a couple fights in high school, you sort of get this legend about you. So everybody was like, "Oh, well, we'll just hire Steve to fucking go and step in our fights for us." And that was my name in school. Like, if people were paying me, like, I'll whoop anybody's ass you want. I'll put their ass in their own house. I have, and I was honest with this on my channel. I have 19 unsolved police cases in my hometown because of fighting. But I calmed down since. I'm not trying to teach my to say I did, but I don't want to have bench warrants sitting on him back in his hometown because of something he did fucking 30 years ago. But yeah, I was a bastard growing up. But my dad was a bastard too, and you don't see that today. You guys are the most. Like, my dad's retired military. Former Marine, he's a dick, and he did not play. The first time I ever insulted my mom, he put me in a headlock and ran my head into our front door, which is a big ass oak front door, until he knocked me out and had to have 17 stitches in the top of my head just for mouthing off to my mama. That's the kind of man that raised me. What the fuck, the kind of man did you think I was going to turn out to be? You know, I'm half the man of what my dad was growing up, but you don't see that anymore. So now we got all these pussy boys out there who want to be PC and are offended by anything and don't know what fucking gender they are. And then you
Oh
got guys
yeah,
like us who
yeah,
just are dying. My dad would have
yeah.
whooped my ass if I was like you, boy.
This fucking gentrification is going on, dude. You got to worry about offending everything and everybody, and it's what the fuck is going on with the world, man?
Hey, I'm trying to offend people. It's for their own good. I'll be right back, guys.
Whoo, Maria, I was wanting to cheers to you. I ain't seen you in a while. My feelings are kind of hurt.
Should we
Stephen
say hi to
Arthur,
everybody?
is that author? Yeah, we should probably take a minute because everybody's probably like, man, these dudes are stuck up, and I think most of my people
Oh,
are
we're
familiar
dicks.
with the format of it, but yeah, everybody, we're not trying to be stuck up. Chris cannot even see the chat room. Me and
Yeah, I
Steve
can't.
can see the chat room. We're not trying to be stuck up or anything. We appreciate y'all for coming in here. We love y'all. We appreciate you for hanging out, sticking around, and we just get caught up in talking to each other. And on my show, it's all about the guest. We have segments where we stop and pay attention to the chat room, but it's not intentionally that we're just ignoring y'all or that we're not acknowledging that you're here.
That is going to change.
Steven has been he's been saying, "Make me smile, make me laugh." I don't know if he's talking to us. Maybe he wants us to tell him a joke, which, you know, Chris and Steve, they're the better storytellers. I'm not the one for that shit. I'm just staring ahead here.
Yeah, that's going to change. I'm going to be able to see the chat soon, guys. I've got all the stuff coming. It's just not here yet. I'm waiting on I guess mail. I don't know. I don't know how it's coming in. I don't know if it's Amazon or I can't remember. But I'm just
You don't even
waiting
know
on
where you
them.
got it from? Damn, son.
Well, I may have got it actually from HP. I can't remember. I just know that it's coming in.
So much better be outlaid in 4 karat gold and have crystals and diamonds in it, because it's taking them way too long to make it, ain't it?
I know. It's driving me nuts.
Action Man says, Huntsman, keep doing what you do.
Now, Steve, I've got a question for you. What's the longest duration you've been out bushcrafting, like nonstop?
My longest time out, 7 days. I was going to
7
do
days.
a 10-day stay. I went out 7. I was out for 10 day. What I thought would be a 10-day stay, and on the 7th day, I tapped out because we had a storm come in. I had widowmakers falling down all around me. So it came to be where I called my wife, and she made the executive decision of you got to get out of the woods, and it really was a safety issue. It
Yeah.
was summertime. Probably could have made it to an open area like a clearing or something like that, but it was a bad situation. Let me tell you. Now I've done a lot of, but I wanted to do a 10-day and made it 7. There's a lot of guys out there that's done, or at least claim that they've done way more than me. But at the end of the 3rd day, I felt like shit. Like I wanted to go. All I wanted to do was go home. So all these people out there, like I've been where you boys are at, and if you're feeling the same way on day 7 that you did on day 1, you're fucking faking your shit. Because on day 3, I was ready to go to the fucking hospital, let alone go home. Like
Yeah.
the outdoors take a toll on you. Like I don't give a shit even with the shelter that I have now, and it's a beast. Fireplace, stone walls, uh, fucking cellulose insulation in the roof. Fucking my blanket reflects heat back to me, so I wouldn't even have to have a fire out there. This the fucking Hilton compared to these other guys, and I wouldn't want to stay 7 days there because I know what it would do to me. So whenever I see these big bush claiming all this shit, I'm like, you're full of shit. But you at the same point in time, I mean, everybody watching channels knows the problems that I've had with Robinette and the business aspect of YouTube, which I really don't have a problem with Joe personally. The kid's proven himself. I can't say nothing bad about Joe, aside from he'll sell you some shit. Joe goes out for a 7-day stay, and by the time he comes home, his skin is orange, and he looks like a bag of shit. Like, somebody get this kid a doctor. So you know he actually did it. But then I see another YouTuber go out there for a 7-day stay, and he's still wearing the same shirt that he did in day 1, and it don't have a wrinkle in it in day 7. Come on, man. And he's coming out there
Yeah.
like he's coming in on day 7. He's all happy-go-lucky. I'm like, you're full of shit, you dumb son of a bitch, because I know what you go through whenever you're out there for a fucking day, let alone a 10-day stay like you're claiming. That it beats you up. You have to be a tough son of a bitch to go out there and do this shit. And that's really what I don't mind offending people in my channel and saying toughen up a little bit. Don't, because if you can't handle my dialogue, you're not going to handle what Mother Nature throws at you. You're not a survivalist. You're not a prepper. You're not ready for this. You don't have the survival psychology. That's my biggest message. You don't have survival psychology because you can't handle what Huntsman's saying in his fucking live stream.
And
you
what's
can't handle what I'm
it?
saying, and you're hitting it saying, I need a moderator over here, you're a fucking pussy.
Yeah, and
you're
what's
gonna die.
Is that's the people who's fucking running YouTube. I complain all the time that the outdoors people, we're lumped up into, you either have to pick entertainment or sports, and we're not either. We need our own category. We need our own genre for the outdoors, whether it's hunting, fishing, camping, hiking, bushcraft, whatever it is. We need that outdoors category. But you have the same people who is running YouTube they don't understand it, and they're all these phenomenal-minded people, man, and that's screwing us up. Are you familiar with You you probably are from Hannah. Are you familiar with the outdoors?
Oh yeah, you do. I'm on YouTube.
Yeah, have you upgraded it yet? Yeah, I signed up a long time ago. Yeah.
Hannah Barron put me on YouTube before I got on YouTube.
Right. But have they made it to where you can do longer than 2-minute videos yet? Because when I signed up, that's the way it was, very, very limited. And I think that site has major potential for people like us. They just have to get the money into it, I guess.
Right. Yeah, YouTube is an absolutely great platform for any outdoorsman because it's not censored and you're kind of protected from the anti-hunters, which is the bane of our fucking existence whenever you get into hunting videos. Even fishing videos. I mean, you see fucking anti-hunters or PETA out there arguing with guys just out fishing. Like, come the fuck on. Like, you ain't got, this is your purpose in life, just to harass people for fishing or trying to feed themselves. Like, God damn. But YouTube is an absolutely great all the fucking way. Yeah, YouTube is awesome. But it was made by an outdoorsman. It was made by outdoorsmen for outdoorsmen. So anybody that works in the outdoors, whether you're hunting, fishing, bushcrafting, survival, prepper, you got to get on that platform because it's the perfect backup for YouTube as far as putting out content. Yeah, you might not make no fucking ad revenue off of it, but if that's what you're in it for, you don't fucking belong in it. As far as I'm concerned, anyway. Like you're already sold out. You already sold your soul to the factory. So fuck off. Like I don't want to talk to you. And it's just like Amazon coming at me. Like I got these little Chinese bastards in Amazon coming at me every day saying, "Hey, we'll send you this. We'll send you that." No, because I've tried the Chinese knockoffs. I was out in a polar vortex. Had frost in my beer with the China, and the damn thing started flickering out on me. And I'm in the middle of nowhere, in the middle like sub-zero weather, like life and death, and had to resort to a backup light to get out of the woods. Like your Chinese shit just pissed me the fuck off. So I get on my channel and I say, don't buy from this store. They sent me a product to give them a positive review. I'm not giving you a positive review. You almost got me killed, you dumb motherfucker. Like, I had to go to it. I'm going to plug the backup and fuck you. And I tell everybody that, like, no. Like, if you're going to come at Huntsman and want me to review your product, you better make sure that motherfucker up to spec because I'm going to beat shit out of it. I'm not going to go out there and plug you just because you paid me to do it. And 99% of the time, Amazon paying you to do it. They're only giving you free products because it's free advertisement. So they're basically robbing you. They're taking
I'll take your
hard
free
work.
shit.
Like they're just going to piggyback off of it. Same with every fucking advertiser on YouTube. They're just piggybacking off our work. Like
Yeah.
we do the work and they get the payout.
Right.
Bullshit.
If somebody in super chats me like $100, I'm only going to get like $40 or $60. I don't even remember what it is. They take 60% or 40%. It's a ridiculous amount, man. And then the same thing with the ad revenue.
And then they want to at the end of the year. Like they don't take taxes out on anybody out there in the tax you for your YouTube revenue. So once you get monetized, you have to pay taxes on that at the end of the year, which is why I donate all of my revenue to One Tree Planted and plant trees, because I get to help the environment and it's a tax write-off at the end of the year. So I'm using my YouTube channel to, take as a tax write-off for my day job. I cycle my money. Like, this is donated to a charity. So One Tree Planted, I get to plant trees all over the place, get a live interactive map, and get a tax write-off. Plus, it sets me up with other YouTubers, because how many other YouTubers are out there in the conservation like that where they're going to just donate the revenue and plant trees or wildlife? Nobody's doing that shit.
And we're not getting rich off of this right now. Everything is appreciated that people send in or whatever, but we're not getting rich off of it right now. I don't even know why I will not monetize all my videos, but I will some of them, but just in case, I guess, but not getting nothing off of
it. Hey guys, I'm going to reveal a secret. We're like 116 minutes into this live stream, or 158 minutes into this live stream. Let me tell you a secret right now. I was rich before I got on it. I don't need YouTube. So everything that I say and do, nothing's banked on this. Like, I'll be fine no matter what. I'm on YouTube. I'm on BitChute. I'm on, the Huntsman series will carry on no matter what platform I'm on. Monetization don't mean shit to me, especially the fucking pocket that fucking Google wants to give you for being on YouTube. They ain't paying you nothing. Like, nothing. You're not. You're out there begging for scraps, thinking that you're gonna make this a career. You're not. Unless you have tits and ass, you're not making this your career.
That's about
and that's not simple. That's just true. And I try to tell people that don't give up your day job for YouTube, because YouTube is just unstable as fuck. It's like dealing with matter, antimatter. You don't know what's happening from one day to the next. You cannot risk your family and risk your livelihood on fucking YouTube. It's just not that important. If you're trying to get content out there, you're trying to teach people, or trying to just build a community, great. You'll be fine. You'll be happy no matter how many subscribers you get. But if you're in it for the money, you're never going to be happy. You're always going to be stressed. You're always going to be miserable, because they ain't giving you no money.
Yeah.
They'll give you everything but money. Like, we'll promote your channel. We'll get you 100,000 or 1 million subscribers, but we still ain't going to pay your ass.
I think that's why a lot of these channels are, selling out, if you will. I mean, in one aspect of it, I understand you got to stick to your roots. You got to do what got you there. And at the other side, I understand it from a business aspect. You got to do what makes you money. You got to look out for you, because nobody else is. So there's two sides to it. There's a fine line there, but I understand both sides of it.
Right. There is a like, if you want to make money on YouTube, you go outside of YouTube, because you're not going to make money on analytics or AdSense. You got to make money for sponsorships, which is why you got guys plugging all this shit. But when that becomes your focus, you lose your authenticity, and you start pulling stunts in order to get more views, in order to get more revenue, and make your sponsors happy. So I have to be a sellout. If that costs me popularity points or not. If you was to come at my house, like if you guys were to come and hang out with me, you'd see the same guy that you saw on my channel. I'm not trying to fake it to make it. I'm not going to say, I'm going to censor myself because that's what the sponsors want. Because the sponsors don't want that now. And the CEO of YouTube finally came out and said, hey, we're lining up a whole long list of sponsors that sponsor R-rated movies to run their ads on adult content on YouTube. So if you put out R-rated content, the drinking, the smoking, cussing, a little bit more violent type content, you're still going to get paid because we got sponsors that will plug on your channel. So they did cover our asses on that. Like, yeah, Copa came in and we're going to cut out the kids, but we're going to bring in other sponsors that promote R-rated content. So I'm like, well, I'm already set up for R-rated content. Why would I go family friendly now and start and everything I say? I'm going to tap into these new guys coming in, because the old advertisers, if you look at it from an advertising standpoint, YouTube is not a good investment unless you're R-rated because of COPA. We can't target kids on our ads anymore. Adults. How do you target adults with extreme content? That's what attracts them. So I'm an R-rated channel. I drink, I smoke, I cuss. I'm not family friendly. I'm not Dora the Explorer out in the woods. I'm not a cookie cutter channel. I'm getting more RPM ad revenue right now than I ever have, just because of COPA. Because somebody's got to fill in that vacuum. If from an advertiser standpoint, if we can't advertise for kids, who are we going to send those ads to? To that little guy who's a dick. We're just going to flood. You watch an episode of Huntsman, you used to see 5 advertisements, and now you see 20, because all those advertisers came into me because I'm the only guy that went that direction. I'm the only guy that fits their fucking payout right now.
Eventually, you would think it's going to end that way, and I think it will eventually. There's going to be, they want that raw and uncut.
Yeah.
There's a market.
It's just like even Facebook said we're going to legacy news, legacy posters, legacy content. That's the nightly news. The nightly news is violent. It's bloody. It's gory. It's dramatic. It's attacking people, whether it's left or right. It's political. It's in that. Those are the people that are going to pay, because that's the content that gets the views. So you look at me and you look at the Outdoors channel. I'm the polar opposite of everybody else. I'm the catalyst that sparks debate. I'm going out there saying you don't need what everybody told you for years that you need. I'm the guy that's going out there saying you don't have to be a fucking beta male pussy to get over on YouTube. How the fuck do I got as many subscribers as I got? In the society that we live in, that's offended by everything. That's the reactionary culture, because my content is built to inspire reactions, to inspire conversation. Now, whether they're having that conversation on my channel, or whether they're having it on Reddit or Facebook or whatever, somebody's saying, go look at this dickhead and see what he's saying and try to argue him. Nobody's coming to my channel to argue. But my views are 10,000 views a day. How the fuck do I get 10,000 views a day for being a 2-year-old channel? Because I'm right. And because I spark conversation. I'm not everybody else. I'm not trying to kiss everybody else's ass. If I see a YouTuber with 1 million subscribers, that don't mean shit to me. That don't mean I have to respect you. I respect it. I respect the guys that came up like I did. I respect the guys just like you two. We struggle every fucking day, and that comes across in our content, it comes across in our personality types. We're not trying to sell you anything. We're just trying to just sit back and hang out a little bit, get away from what we did at the day job, or what what the fuck the wife is saying right now, because she's saying some crazy shit. It's just that kind of thing. Like it's reality. It's reality television, the way it was meant to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's funny, they've gotten away from that now, but the early days of reality television is what made everything so wildly successful.
Hey, I have to ask the Outdoors people out here, including y'all up here on panel with me, did any of y'all receive an email from a big time TV production company asking you to go onto a TV show on Discovery about where they're trying to take single men and women who are in the outdoors and pair them together and make a reality TV show? Did any of y'all get that email? Because I think that would be some interesting shit. I told them I wasn't single.
What? I was alone. Like if Alone said, "Hey, look at this crazy son of a bitch, we're gonna put him in just for dramatic effect." You know what would happen? I'd break the damn contract and take the lawsuit just so I could tell everybody what happens, why these people are contracted not to say how this show is actually produced. Yeah, I'm going to take the lawsuit and reveal the truth. I'll be famous. Yeah, I'm going to take a heavy hit. I'm going to take a huge fine and probably some jail time because I broke the contract. But I'm going to expose this show for exactly what it fucking is because that's what I do. I'm going to go on alone. I'm going to win the show. And then I'm going to break my contract and show you exactly how this show is produced because it's fake as fuck. Those boys are never within eyeshot of society, of a town. They're camping right next to logging roads and shit like that. And they meet with medical crew and production staff every fucking other day. Shut the fuck up, Joe. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't give a shit if you were on alone or not. I really don't. Because I know a television production from reality. You know, and anybody with any common sense has that. Like, you watch it for entertainment, not because you actually believe that these motherfuckers are actually doing it. They have a doctor checking in on them all the time. They have production crew and directors saying what you to do, and they you know they get caught for their shit a lot.
What's that show, Naked and Afraid? I liked that show until I realized they had doctors.
I go on that show.
Yeah. I was like, fuck, when they have a doctor right there, they're never really naked. I mean, they're naked, but I mean, I guess they're afraid too, but it just takes away from the whole dangerous side.
Been off of Naked and Afraid. That motherfucker don't belong there. He don't fit in. He saw a boo, and that was the end of the show. The season's ruined. Like, I could not be on Naked. And I had some friends that were on Naked and Afraid in previous episodes and previous seasons. And I love them to death, and I do respect them. And I've seen their boobs, but no big deal. You know, you've seen one, you've seen them all. But yeah, I couldn't go on that show. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? Like, I couldn't do it. Like,
I couldn't.
This is what you guys do for entertainment. I'd break the fourth wall, like on the camera. I'd be talking straight to the camera, saying, "This is what you motherfuckers out there do for entertainment. Go watch Pornhub. Get off of this fucking soft shit. God damn it, that's what you're after anyway."
I tell my wife she would have let me go on that show. You know, you always watch some reality. Well, my wife watches reality shows. I don't watch them, but there's always somebody on there where they're trying to hook people up. And then it turns out one of them's married and got kids and shit at home. I was like, you need to let me go be that character. Let me be the dude halfway through the episode that they figure out has a wife and kids at home. Let me be the drama guy. Hell yeah. Let me live a little.
Man. I know my wife made me watch Bachelor. I'm going to sound to everybody in public right now. My wife made me watch Bachelor in Paradise. Holy shit. That really changed my perspective of humanity and what women think men are. I'm like, I'm never going to get laid again if this is what you guys think men are, because I am not that way. These are the motherfuckers on The Bachelor and The Bachelorette and Bachelor. I'm like, my wife is obsessed with that shit. I'm like, this is what you're after because you married the wrong fella. Like, I'll fucking hit you over the head with a club and drag you in the bedroom, but I ain't going to do that shit.
These guys are going on there just to get all that food, make a little money off the show, and the women are going on there trying to hope to get rich. Is all it is. They hope they're running into some millionaire or something.
See, Monica just fell in love with me because I said that. She said not all women. Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. Well, I did.
Papa Romance says, I made it to the top 25 of alone. Let me read this real quick. It says, Papa Romez said, I made it to the top 25 of alone. I guess he's saying 2 years ago. It says alto. I don't know. Years ago. And during an interview, I told them it's all staged bullshit and got cut. Well, good for you, man. Papa, that's good that you called him out on that shit.
Yeah, it is. But it's television. Ray Mears was staged. Fucking, you know, so much of that shit is staged. Even the hunting shows that we see are staged. Oh, yeah. You know, they're hunting on farms where the deer are just raised there. It's for entertainment, guys. It's not for reality. If you're reality, you come to Redneckville television, but you have their fan base. Everybody's just obsessed and thinking they're learning from this shit, but they're not. That's not reality. those guys all the way, and it's scripted. Who's going to win before the fucking show is over? And that's a control aspect of the production of a television series. You already know who's going to win. It's like pro wrestling. You want to believe that it's real, but you know who's going to win the match. You know, it's the same principle that applies to any fucking reality TV show. The producers already scripted out who's going to win at the end of the show. It's just a path of getting there and making it as dramatic as possible.
Right.
One more break, guys.
Come on, man. The people are waiting on you. Probably got to take a pee break by now. Well, we're going in 2 hours deep, ain't we?
Yeah.
Look, we're out here talking about survival, and you're sitting in the garage with a jacket and gloves on.
Yeah. It's cold. It's cold out here.
Oh, the irony.
Today we had snow and freezing rain.
Dude, it was 55 degrees this morning. I didn't even have to put on layers. I didn't even have to put on my jacket when I was hunting.
It's been that way here. It was up in like 60s, but for some reason, man, today it started snowing, and then they're talking about being back up in the 60s by like Wednesday, later this week.
Some crazy weather right now. I was in some high winds this morning. I'm sitting there. I don't know why, because I always pay attention to the trees around me when I hang a stand. And I had hung this hang on stand. I'm hunting this new area. I've been on this property and living here for 5 years, and I've never hunted this area where I'm at because it's so close to the house. But every time I sit there, I'm seeing deer. But I'm looking at this dead tree, and I'm kind of on the hill, and I'm thinking, man, if this sumbitch falls, it's going to fall on me. And I'm trying to figure out when I start hearing it cracking and popping, if I'm going to do some Spider-Man shit and try to swing around that tree and get down it real quick, or if I'm just going to take my losses. And it wasn't even 10 minutes later, I swear to God, I hear a tree over here about 55, 60 yards to my left over my left shoulder. And it just breaks down and falls. I'm like, yep, I'm packing up, getting the fuck out of here because that tree's going to fall. And that was my warning sign. I took it as. But when you live in the middle of the woods, you hear trees falling all the time, especially after it rains a lot. In these high winds, you just hear trees falling everywhere. And I'm like, man, that tree's going to follow me. I'm getting the hell out of here. So I pussied out, left early this morning. It was a rotten fucking tree, man. You could probably go over and beat on it with a 2x4 and knock it over. It's a big tree, though. It wasn't taking my chance.
I was in a tree stand one time, and the wind was really picked up, and I got up there. It's still dark. I can't see anything, but I just feel like I'm doing this, like way more than I should be. And I was like 30 feet up in the tree, and I'm just rocking back and forth like this. I was like, man, this is kind of making me sick. I don't know what's going on here. Finally, literally, the sun comes up, and I'm literally rocking like this. It felt like I could see like the ground, and then the ground. I was like, oh, this ain't right.
Was you in a pine tree? Because them are the worst, man.
It was like a white oak, or it might not have been white oak, but it was an elm or something. It was real thin though, where I was sitting at, and so it had a lot of leverage.
Yeah, when you get up high, them trees tend to sway a little bit.
Yeah, it was swaying enough. I couldn't have shot a deer if I wanted to. I just climbed down out of the tree and sat at the base of the tree and waited on the deer.
Welcome back, Steve.
Yeah, I'm here. I get rid of some of that moonshine.
Dude, I'm about a quarter bottle in on this Maker's Mark. I ain't drank none of this in a while. Well, I'm like, I drank some the other night with Mike.
My last bottle was Maker's Mark. It was Four Roses. Four Roses is a hell of a lot rougher than Maker's. I was ready to go back to Maker's just because it's a little bit smoother. I've been trying to polish off this fucking moonshine forever.
Is that really good? I seen it. What? It's 100 proof. What was 100? What proof is on that?
That's 100 proof.
So 50% alcohol. That's not bad as long as it has a good if it's a good sipping moonshine.
Usually sometimes drop a cherry in there or something like that, flavor it. Or apple slice and a stick.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that.
Right now I'm just drinking moonshine. I'm like on strung out outdoors drinking straight moonshine. That'll be a highlight of the show.
Man, I tried so long to get you up there when we was doing the drinking games. That would have been some fun to have you up there. Because me and you,
brother, we're gonna have to do it.
I had to give that shit up, dude. I would get so drunk, and I'd immediately after the show, I'd put them on private, and I'd go back and watch them, and I'm like, okay, this is okay. And you get to the middle of it, and you're like, fuck, no, I don't want nobody to see me like this. And by the end of the show, you're like, nobody's watching this shit.
Nobody's watching, but it's an epic moment. They should have been. They done missed it.
Should have been here for it. Yeah.
I see Grant still here, Rich Crabtree. Everybody in the chat, y'all share this shit out to them. We're getting drunk over here. Huntsman's already wasted a moonshine. You need to get in here and see this shit because it might be a once in a lifetime event.
Grant's always here, man. That's my buddy. He's supported me since as long as I've known him. He's really a good guy. And we tried to meet up. We was gonna all meet up in Nashville, but it didn't happen. But eventually, me and Grant's gonna hook up, and hopefully, Yank too. It would be epic if we could all get together somewhere in a neutral place and just hang out. We don't even have to make a video. Hang out. We can go hang out up there at your bushcraft camp. To hold us down. Oh yeah, there's some great people.
I'm gonna try to put.
Do what?
I got some. Let me see if I post in the. We got some folks in the chat there asking for my channel, so I'll see if I can post in there right quick. Try to pay attention to the folks in the chat a little bit here, since they're all here watching our drunk asses.
We're probably gonna start going downhill, won't we?
Probably.
I had to get Chris up there twerking. Everybody loves that. Papa Romance is asking for your link. I'm pretty sure Chris is going. Grant's going to post it, but just in case, I'm going to go over here and find you. Do you know how hard you are to find? You're right here. You're like the third dude on my subscriptions in the bar. But if I put in the Huntsman, I have to go down forever because of the Huntsman show.
Right.
So in there.
I took when I launched the channel. Like, there's a background story that came long before I launched the channel, which inspired the channel and all that shit, which is why I picked the name. So yeah, it is hard to find, but I'm trying to work around that a little bit. So yeah, it is a pain in the ass to actually find me. If I had my actual name and just put Steve Freeman up there, everybody would fucking follow me. Or at least the masochist would follow me. Like everybody would, let's go see what this dumb motherfucker's saying today.
Well, if you just put in Strung Out, there's a damn rock band too called Strung Out. And I get mixed up with them dudes. And I'm like, fuck, I thought about changing my name, but fuck it.
It's hard to come up with a unique username, isn't it? I think Yanker's got
it. It's hard to come up with content and names. It's just so saturated on this platform, dude.
Yeah, nothing came up on mine, and then eventually, like, I looked up it again like a year later, and there's some dance called Yank Your Crank.
Really? What was you in it?
No, I wasn't in it. I don't even know what the dance.
I
didn't watch the
copy
video.
my channel.
Yeah, I heard about that. Somebody was posing as you and somebody was posing as Hannah. That's crazy.
Yeah, I had a doppelganger, and Hannah has doppelgangers on Instagram all the time. I go on record to say that I talk to Jeff a lot more than I talk to Hannah, because we both use elite archery, like the ritual bow, and he is a fucking master at that bow, so I learned a lot from him. I'm using an elite ritual too. He's using an elite ritual too. So if he comes up with something on as far as technique or something like that, he's quick as shit to send me a pointer. But me and Jeff's been friends for years now. Hannah, she's using a ritual now, but I think she's muzzleloader hunting now. But yeah, we both had doppelgangers where people are trying to copy our shit. And I get into that debate all the time, especially on outside forums, like me and Hannah's friends, like outside of all of social media. Like I call her on the fucking phone, and it ain't no big deal. But you get on social media, they're like, "Why the fuck is she talking to you?" Well, because we grew up the same damn way. I'm friends with her dad. So it's kind of like a family. I see her as a sister type deal. And I learned a lot from them as far as the hunts down south, and I keep tabs on what's going on with the whitetail. We actually got this thing going on where we're measuring whitetail ears because it's playing into a scientific study that has nothing to do with YouTube or entertaining people or anything like that. We're actually trying to judge size and weight and the health of the whitetail
Backside
population
by the
throughout the
ears.
states. So as she's traveling, she can just measure the ears of her deer. I can measure the ears of the deer that I get here in Northeast Ohio. Can compare the two and see how the whitetail population is uh, growing across the country. So we have this background shit going on that never makes it on the social media. But then we get these other, we get on there, and my channel is 99%. And then I get some little bastard out there trying to copy my name and copy my content, or think he's going to use the same formula, or that Hannah Barron is going to give him copyright permission to use her shit. And she's not. She's just not. Like, she's constantly calling out people that fucking try to doppelganger her. Like, this is a fake account. Don't fucking follow. Don't support it. They're just stealing my stuff and trying to use it. It's sad that we live in a world where people want to fucking basically catfish other people to get
Yeah.
some sort of popularity or success in media, but that's where we're at.
And
It's
you gotta love
insulting to me,
Hannah.
but it don't do no good.
You gotta love Hannah and Jeff because as Southerners, we catch a lot of shit down here. We're old dumb redneck hillbillies. Everybody thinks we're uneducated and toothless. Just there's a bunch of stereotypes about the South. I don't need to tell y'all about it, but they represent us very, very, very well. And even though the majority of people are watching Hannah, just because she's an attractive young female in the outdoors, she is representing outdoorsmen and Southerners and women in a great way. You got to really appreciate Hannah, and she's everybody. She's probably the ultimate girl. I hate to say that as a married man, because my wife will come down here and kick me in the teeth, but it's just the truth, man. She's every man's dream.
See, yeah, Jeff is like my best friend. I mean, he's like a father figure. But Jeff is the type of guy that will help anybody out who has an honest question. Like, if you come to him with a question, it might take him a little bit to get back to you, but he has a reason for that, and he's going to try to get back to you. He's going to try to teach you whatever he can, just because that's the type of guy that he is. Hannah, on the other hand, she has a little bit different persona because everybody sees her as an object rather than a teacher. But her motivations for being in the outdoors and hunting is to hire a generation of hunters. That we need you. We need conservationists. We need people out there to keep the wildlife healthy, to keep the forest healthy. So she's coming at it from that perspective. But it's like every time that Hannah, I got written permission from Hannah to use any material that she puts out on my channel. Same with Jeff. And that's just because we were friends before I started the channel. So they knew that I would off of them or use or abuse or anything like that. Like, we were all friends before. So they're like, hell yeah, just jump in here with us. So I get on, and I put out some high reels of Hannah, point out her channel. Now, she's not uploading anymore because she's not a YouTuber. She's not here to make a following. She's here to inspire women to get out there and do the same thing that the guys do. That's her primary motivation. And that's what I try to instill. I'm not trying to attract 40-year-old fucking men to her channel. Hell, I'm old enough to be her dad. I'm trying to inspire women to get to her channel, but I can't get the female population to my channel. Like, they're not watching me. It's all guys. So if the guys see Hannah on there, of course they're going to run to her because she's like a bug light. And she's going to zap them just like she's immune to anything that you put out to her. Like, she's already been exposed to social media for what it actually is.
Yeah,
the girl is. I honestly don't know, and this is off the record, and I don't want to put Hannah's personal shit out there, but I don't on outside of the script or outside of social networking, I don't know how Hannah handles some of the comments that she gets. I don't think she even looks at them because I don't psychology wise, I don't know how she could look at the world the same way that she does with the kind of feedback that she gets. She's trying to put out something positive, and everybody tries to twist that into something perverted, and it's fucking disgusting to me. But that's just because my daddy ran my fucking head into a fucking oak door for insulting my mama, let alone another woman. Because his point of view was, if you insult your mama, you'll insult every fucking woman that came after her. You know, so the way that I was raised, whenever I seen Hannah, I didn't see her as this gorgeous girl sex object. I was like, what can you teach me about the fucking Elite Ritual 2 bow? Because this thing's fucking up on me. You see them as women, and you see them as people, and not and as teacher. She's a mentor. She knows more shit about some of the other states than I do, and like I tell you all day long how to hunt in Northeast Ohio or Mid Ohio, but whenever it comes to hunting Kansas, I couldn't tell you a fucking clue about hunting Kansas or Georgia or Alabama like Hannah or
Yeah.
Jeff can. That's a whole different thing. It's just wild hog hunting. That's a whole different ball game. Like, you can't come to Huntsman and say, "Hey, how do I go hunt wild hogs?" I'll point you to Jeff Barron. He'll tell you how to do it.
Do you watch the hunting public? Now, I'm not trying to take nothing away from them. They're great hunters. They are educated. They know what the hell they're doing. Like I said, they're great hunters, but they're hunting in these areas where deer fall out of the damn sky. No, you can go to Iowa on public land and you can kill a fucking trophy buck that you dreamed of all your life. But you come down here in the South in Georgia and Alabama and you get in these hills and you get in these pines, it's a totally different world. And they have an episode where they come to Alabama, or they go to I'm not in Alabama, but they go to Alabama, which is next door to me. And it's not nearly as easy as it is when they're up there in the Sun Belt states, in the Bible, well, not the Bible Belt, but the Corn Belt states. It's a totally different world. It's a lot harder to hunt down here. It's very hard to hunt down here.
Yeah. Well, look at Hannah. They're hog hunting. They're using traps because it's so goddamn thick down there. And so, if you're not using traps and baiting them in, you ain't gonna get them.
Yeah,
you're just gonna run from. I mean, you gotta have this realistic perspective about the environment that you're in. And it's like with me, I'm in glacial cut territory. If you look at my series, this terrain is rough as shit. It's not mountainous, but mountainous is the next step up. The Alleghenies, I'm in the foothills of the Allegheny Mountains. So the Appalachian Trail and all that kind of rough terrain is in this area. I could lose a buck just like that, like a gut shot buck. If I take a wrong hit on him, or if he's hit a little up front, chances are he's going to get down in a gully or a ravine, and I can't find him. He's going to suffer. So the hunting tactic, from my point of view as a humanitarian, is going to be a little bit different than hunting a little bit further south where I'm in open cornfields. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where I can track him all day long. It's up here. You have to be a little bit more cautious. Down south, you have to be a little bit more cautious because, like the woods in Alabama, is a lot thicker than it is here. I'm in hardwoods and everything. Nothing grows under these hemlocks. You know what I mean? So different terrains, different styles, different techniques for as far as the hunting scene goes. And I love interacting with people in different states. I would love to go on towards the end of the Huntsman series, like year 5 or something like that. I would love just to travel from Northeast Ohio, border of Canada, all the way down to Hannah and meet people along the way. And that would be the season. Like, I would just be camping out with these people all along the way until I got to Hannah, because Hannah's been such a huge boost for my channel just because she's already established. And she's like a family member. So with Hannah and Jeff, no problem. Maybe go on a hog hunt with them, which would be completely different for me.
You got to do some catfish, man.
But yeah, just skip along like a skipping stone across the country from north to south, and have those different hunting experiences throughout different states, because it's different terrains, different techniques, different type of attitude, different type of deer. So you got to be open-minded when it comes to the hunt.
Yeah.
Just because what works in Alabama is not going to work in Ohio. It's not going to work in Kansas. It's not going to work out further out west. So there is different styles, and I think that's what the beauty of the community as far as the hunting community. We're outside of bushcraft now, but the hunting community, there's so much to learn from so many different people that it's just like you just had Caitlin Moss on the show. You know, she knows what the fuck she's doing in her area.
Yeah.
She's
Right.
it. You know, she knows what she's talking about. That's a girl that the fuck up and listen to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She's not an object. She's your teacher, and you should respect her as such. And it comes with Jeff or Hannah or anybody that knows a little bit more than you do for that particular environment. Those are the people you want to show fucking respect to, not be coming at them with all this social media bullshit. That's one of my biggest pet peeves. Like, I put up a Hannah video, huge boom for my channel, of course, because she's popular. But the most disgusting fucking thing I see is in my comment section. Like, you got middle-aged men talking to this fucking 22-year-old, 116-pound girl like she's a fucking porn star. Like no, I will punch you in the fucking throat if I ever. You don't talk to my sister like that, you know?
Yeah.
It's that mentality that I come at it. Like, I'm trying to inspire any females to come to my channel with the female outdoorsmen that I promote, or these are the ones that taught me how to do what I do. You know, I didn't learn from guys. I didn't learn from my dad. I didn't learn from my grandpa. Some of these fucking 22-year-olds are teaching me how to use my bow because they experienced me. I ain't got no shame in admitting that. But just because I put that girl up on my channel, or because she lives right next door to me in Pennsylvania, and she says, "Yeah, Huntsman, you know, we met up. Go ahead and do it." I'm not doing it to boost my channel or give me cred or anything like that. I'm like, these are the people that know more than I do. Go to them and learn. Don't go to them and fix this fucking bullshit, because I'll be the first one to come around and punch you in the fucking throat for it and watch you bleed out on the fucking floor while I'm giggling. Don't do it, because
Yeah,
I'll defend
joking,
those
y'all.
girls to the
Go
nth
watch
degree.
his Instagram videos where he's in there doing some karate shit. I seen that, Huntsman. You in there in your garage, you doing some Bruce Lee roundhousing and 1, 2, 3 jabs.
Well, okay. On that, like, fitness and being fit for survival situations, being in the outdoors is important. Now, I grew up from in a martial arts background. Like, I had MMA training. I took Shotokan. I took Brazilian, you know, jiu-jitsu and things like that whenever I was going through high school and through college. In the martial arts when I went through college. In high school, I was a barroom brawler. Like, people were paying me to fight. So, but that's just the area I grew up in. Small town. You go out behind the bar, you have a fucking fight. You know, the cops ain't gonna do nothing. Nothing's gonna happen to you. It's not like today. We grew up in a different age. I grew up a different way. Like, I grew up where everybody was fucking fighting. This was the only thing that there was to do. Some of the guys that I beat the shit out of are my best friends now.
Yeah,
You know, and that's how we made friends to each other. And whoever won was the coolest person in the crew, you know, for that time anyway. But I think that's the big struggle that we have, is we're a dying breed. Is we grew up in the attitude era where punching somebody in the nose was just punching somebody in the nose. It was no big deal. Something your mom and dad maybe met with their mom and dad and said, okay, we need to get these boys there first, sit down so they can fight, or some shit like that. And I've had it happen. You know, I had a bully in junior high, and I was in martial arts at the time, but my instructor was saying, you know, you never fight, you never fight, you never fight. And I was letting this kid beat the shit out of me all the time. And well, the day come around, it was my sophomore year of high school. They come around, and this kid that had beat the shit out of me all through junior high, and I let him do it on purpose. Let him do it because that's what I was told to do. I saw he had a locker right across the hall from, and he hit his girlfriend. Just smacked her across the face, open hand smack across the face for something she did. I don't even know what the hell she did. But this guy that had bullied me for 4 years hit his girlfriend, and I just walked over to him. I kicked him in the side of the knee, which is something you should never do. and I bashed his head with his fucking liquor door until he was out cold. I got arrested that day, got charged with assault as a juvenile. But as far as my dad and my mom was concerned, I did the right thing. He hit a girl. We was like 14 years old at the time. He smacked her across the face. I go without any effort whatsoever, beat the shit out of this kid who outweighed me by 100 pounds and was probably 3 feet taller than me. Big son of a bitch, but he didn't have the survival psychology. And that was my first fight in school. And then later on, my sophomore year, I gave a martial arts demonstration in my English class. It was one of those things. And that's when my martial arts background got let out. Now, whenever you're from a county that's got 22,000 people in it and your hometown has 200 people in it, word spreads really fucking fast. So word got out that I was training martial arts with a guy in the attic of an auto parts store, and that I was supposed to be this Billy badass and blah, 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 blah. And the next thing you know, I got guys coming out of the woodwork thinking they're going to take on the Karate Kid. They're in high school, and I was dumb enough at the time and full of testosterone and all of this shit. Anybody that had a fight coming up, I was the one scrapping. I got scars. You see it in my series. I got the scar on my forehead from the bar fight I was in and shit like that. I talked about that.
I got a couple of
I was
them
a
too.
fighter. I got a scar on my side from a knife wound, and that was from my sister. God bless her heart. So the guy said, or my messaged me one night. Said my sister messaged me. My baby sister, the youngest one, messaged me one night and said my boyfriend hit me. And I hung up the phone. I didn't say anything to her. I just hung up the phone. I called my dad and I said, "Hey, this dumb motherfucker hit Kendra," and he goes, "I'll be to pick you up in a minute." So about 5 minutes later, my dad pulls in his truck. We hop in his truck. We go to this guy's house. He comes out, and I said, "Did you hit my sister?" He goes, "You walking up on my house like that? Who do you think you are?" I said, "God, motherfucker." And I went like that. My dad, it wasn't me. My dad punched him over my shoulder. We tag teamed his ass. Beat the fuck out of that guy. He goes climbing up his front porch steps into his living room. We followed him right into his living room. Beat the shit out of that guy in his own living room. And then come to find out my sister lied about it and he never touched her.
Holy shit.
But we done threw that guy through the coffee table. And all we knew was he hit my baby sister. He's got to be put down. We broke his arm. We fractured his collarbone. He gets put in the hospital. Charges get pressed. Me and my dad go to court. Me and my dad end up in county jail together. And it's a county jail that only holds 8 people at a time, 4 downstairs and 4 upstairs. They put my dad upstairs and me downstairs because they didn't want us together. And we're calling through the heater vents. "Hey, Dad, you all right up there?" And he's like, "Yeah, you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah." "Is Kendra all right?" And he's like, "Yeah, I just called her on the phone. She's fine. That motherfucker's in the hospital still." But that's the town I grew up in. So
Let me ask you though, did y'all
that was
apologize to him after y'all whooped his ass and he didn't even touch her?
I'm a motherfucker, my best friend now. Like I go to the bar. I'll go to the bar with my best friend back in my hometown who happens to be a woman, and nobody at that bar will dance with this girl because of me. Yeah, like if I'm in that bar with my friend, I don't want to mention her name on the last stream, but if I'm in that bar with her, nobody in that bar will even approach her because they know that I will go up there and I will punch you in the fucking throat, and we're gonna have an issue just because you tried to dance with a girl. But that's the town I grew up in. It's the culture that I grew up in. So that's the culture I bring to you two. Like I'm not coming in here from a pretty boy culture. I came from a rough and tough and stuff background. Like I'm not going to come in here and try to fake it and be PC. My daddy raised me a certain way. My mommy has certain expectations on me, and I'm going to live up to that. I'm not going to live up to what the crowd says that I should live up to. What popular opinion or what PC culture or what anybody out there on social media thinks I should live up to. I came from a different world than y'all came from. This is how we behaved in that world. I'm not going to change now just to be more popular or anything like that. So I think that's the big rub between me and other channels that get over a little bit bigger than I do. I'm not a pretty boy. I'm the anti-hero. I'm not necessarily a villain trying to attack everybody, but I'm not that perfect guy who's PC, never cusses, loves his mama. Yeah, I will fuck you up. I am not a good person, and I am honest about that on my channel. Don't follow me if you're looking for a role model, because I'm the last guy that you want to be a role model. I'm the last guy that you want your kids to follow, because this is not the world that they grew up in. Guys that grew up in with the Generation X and the Attitude Era, they're going to be attracted to me. They're going to have a little nostalgia from my channel. But people that are PC, really sensitive, reactionary,
Keyboard
dog shit,
warriors.
sexist, yeah, social justice warriors. I will fuck you up all day long, and there's not a fucking thing you can do about it. Because what do I got to lose, for real? I'm a panty ass little channel. I make $100 a month on YouTube. What are you gonna cost me if you flag my videos or whatever? I'm just gonna go over to YouTube or BitChute. I'm just gonna keep doing my fucking thing. Like, I don't give a shit about your pansy ass. I don't give a shit about offending Joe Robinette or Drop Forge Survivor, who's out there staging videos to do their fucking thing and make their profit. I'm just trying to be honest with people. Like some of these girls right here in the chat. If they had a problem with a subscriber harassing them, I'd be the guy that they came to go harass the harasser. I'm the guy that you hire to go hire to take out the bully. I'm the guy that you hire to take out the troll. I'm a different kind of evil to take out the evil. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to be the good guy. I'm just trying to be what my daddy raised me to be. He's an ex-Marine. He raised me on a farm.
Is your
Taught
dad
me to
still
respect
alive,
my
Steve?
mama. Anybody touches your sister, it doesn't matter what the law says. You beat the shit out of that motherfucker. And it's just like any female subscriber on my channel, I would have to consider her my sister because she supports me. I would be honor bound to support her. So if somebody was to come to her channel, just like Hannah, if somebody was to come to her channel and insult her in any way or insult her dignity in any way, I'm the guy that's going to put you
Yeah.
in your fucking place and wish God I didn't.
Yeah, I've been in arguments with people on Hannah's channel just because they were some fucking dumbasses. It wasn't because I was trying to protect her. It's just because the dude was multiple of them was they was just coming at her wrong, and it's kind of sickening to see. You know, it's some of these people you can tell they haven't had no raising. You know, but is your dad still alive?
See, I came from a place where respect has to be earned.
Yeah.
It's not something that you give. You got to go out there and prove yourself a little bit, which is what the first year of the Huntsman series, I came out, I kind of made a name for myself as this, like, okay, this guy's a dick. Let's see what he has to say. So I got the attention of the crowd, but then in year 2, I had to back up my fucking mouth a little bit, which is why it went a different direction. We did the build, we did the track, and we actually proved what we claimed in year 1. Year 3, it's going to be different. And like I said, I got a 5-year slate for the channel. So there is a long-term investment in it. You got to prove yourself. I have problems with Joe Robinette, but Joe Robinette has went out there and proved himself. So me and Joe's got this kind of matter, anti-matter relationship where, Joe, you are a great kid and you would be destined for absolute fucking greatness if you could get the goddamn sponsors out of your fucking ass and go get a day job. Like, but Joe Robinette grew up without a dad. He grew up without a father figure. He didn't have that one aspect that I had, so that's what makes us different. And that's what I'm trying to instill in guys out there who have kids now. Don't fucking cater to their safe space mentality. Don't fucking beat their fucking head in if you have to. Whoop their ass if you have to. It's for their own good. They're going to grow up just like I did. They will respect you for it later. They might not now, but they will
You know
later.
what's hard about it now?
Serve.
What's hard about it now, you cannot whoop a kid's ass without the fucking public getting involved in it. You cannot whoop a kid's ass without fucking defects coming to your ass. You cannot whoop a fucking kid without him going talking to the counselor at school. You cannot. It's not the way it was when we grew up.
And that's the difference. That's why these goddamn. That's why the whole world is overwhelmed with beta males. Like, don't have a drop of testosterone in them because nobody taught them how to be a man. Yank, I'd love to get you. I'm sorry, man. I apologize for going on my tirade. I'd love to get your some of your feedback in on this.
No, you're
kind of got
fine.
set off to the side.
You're fine. I've been working crazy hours lately, so I'm just listening to you guys. I'm 100% like I've been working 18, 16-hour days, and so I just came off a shift tonight, and that's why I'm a little bit more quiet and reserved than normal. But yeah, no, I grew up pretty much the same way you did, man. I grew up. I was. It was weird because it was divided, but I was partially on a farm and then partially in the city, and so I got both sides of it. Um, and it's a weird thing because now things are different. They've changed so much. They're trying to take the alpha out of males. Is exactly what they're doing. They're trying to take the alpha out so that now everybody is going to be I don't know even what they call it, like asexual or like, no, there's no domineering qualities in men. Like
That's what an alpha male says.
Yeah, like I just they're taking it out completely 100%. That's the goal, and it's a different culture entirely than what we grew up in. I mean, it really is. It's not even the same, and you can't even compare like the kids nowadays to that level of any kind. Like it starts with the schools, with the no violence policy where they automatically get ejected out of schools. Well, you can't tell me that some kid that's real like curt or quick with their mouth is not just as detrimental as somebody just punching somebody in the face. I mean, that's how it was. If I mean, I just I don't know. I have a whole weird view. Well, it's not even a weird view. It's just, I think there's right and wrong. And I think if somebody, I think if, I don't think the physical aspect's always wrong. I don't think that's a wrong retort to something that, especially something that, especially like these kids bullying each other all day long, on social media and things like that, where they constantly doing this and really like getting in the psyche of these other kids. And then they wonder why there's kids out there that flip out and go on these these tirades at schools and different stuff like that. It's because you are not allowing these children to defend themselves one way or the other. You're not allowing them to defend themselves against that type of stuff, and I don't know.
I'll tell you right now, I grew up, my dad was a piece of shit. About the same time he got my mama pregnant, he had another girl pregnant before my mom was pregnant, and he's still with that woman. I don't really remember my dad being in the picture till I was 5 to 8 years old. My grandma raised me because my mom was so young that, I don't need to go into that story, but my grandma raised me. She didn't believe in whoopings. I needed a man around to whoop my ass my whole life, probably till I was in my 20s. I needed somebody around to whip my ass. And my boy, he's a good boy. And I don't know if it's because I've been so hard on him, but sometimes I'm so hard on him to the point that I'm raising myself. You know what I mean? I'm looking in the mirror, but he is not the kid that I was. He does not need the raising that I needed. So I'm a little bit more lenient on him, but sometimes you have these little flashbacks where you need to bust a kid's ass. And the counselor comes and talks to these kids. They pull them out of class every once in a while, and they will talk to them. And you just can't get away with things that you used to get away with, man. And Steve, I know you frown on people that grew up in the city or whatever. My daddy's a redneck, but he wasn't around. My grandma raised me. She left my grandfather in California because he was cheating on her. But I grew up in the city, in the inner city, in the project. It was divided with half blacks and half whites, and I had to fight, almost every day against these people. But I wouldn't say I'm a country boy. I'm Southern, but I matured into the man that I am. If I had it my way, I would have grew up, on 100 acres in the woods, hunting and chasing deer, doing what I love now. That's my passion. That's who I am, and it changed my life. But yeah, today and back when we was kids, it's totally different. That's not even a big time frame. There's not even a big gap there. It's totally different from then to now. I had to go through shit with defects. I had to go through that with defects coming to my house and investigating and everything because somebody reported some bullshit and they come and investigated. Everything was okay. You just can't do what you used to do, and you need to be able to whoop a child's ass, man. What's it say? Brother Ross, spoil a child.
I think
You
it's
need to
for your
whoop
own.
some ass.
I agree. I think it's for their own good. Like I don't know. It's just different times, man. We're like I said earlier in the stream, we're a dying breed. It's I don't know. I can't relate to a lot of the outdoorsmen that are coming out that are in their 20s and 30s. I'm 41, so I'm not that
I'm
old.
right
But
behind you.
at the same point in time, these fucking millennials coming onto the scene that are trying to get this social media status. Like you're coming out here trying to be like us, but you have no idea what we are or what we were or
Yeah.
how we were raised or what we went through. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what I get at my series. Like, you're trying to take advantage of our upbringing and our lifestyle. Like, we do this shit every day just because it's our everyday life, just because that's what we do. That's the only thing there was to do.
Yeah.
You're coming in trying to make a profit off of what my dad and my grandpa taught me how to do. Why, you don't even have a dad your own. Now, I'm sorry you don't have a dad and you don't know how to act like a fucking man. But your first approach to this style, the country life, being in the outdoors, hunting, fishing, bushcrafting, whatever it is to make a profit off of it. Like, I really don't give a fuck what your upbringing is as long as I can make a profit off of it. I don't give a shit what your dad went through in Vietnam or what your dad or your grandfather went through in the Korean War or what your mom went through as a single mom staying at home while dad was working in the fields, or what your sister went through while her drunk ass boyfriend thought he was going to take advantage of her and you had to go whoop his ass. I have a problem with these guys. I have a problem with I can't get over that, and I wish to God that I could. I have a problem with these little motherfuckers coming in here, most of them city raised, thinking that they're going to cash in on everything that I went through, the jail time that I spent for my baby sister, or the barroom brawls, the blood that I spilled, thinking that you're like me. You ain't like me, kid. You ain't never been in a fight in your life. You're out there sleeping on a fucking deer hide blanket. You ain't never killed a deer in your life. Like, you're just on YouTube or Facebook or Instagram faking it. Like, you're trying to be me without having to go through the steps that made me me. And it sucks, son. It was hard. It was something I like personally I from. And I've mentioned that on my channel. I grew up on a farm 7 miles from the middle of the nearest town. I could not wait to get the fuck out of there. So when I met a girl from Cleveland, I come to Cleveland, like opportunity, whole new world. For my family, it was like this move to Mars. Like we're never gonna see him again. It's a whole different dimension up here. And I'm like,
Steve,
I
have
just
you
did
heard the
not want
term?
that life. And I got
Have you heard the
boys
term?
saying they're gonna go out there and copy that life and make a profit off of it.
Have you heard the term culture vulture? It's used mostly by the black people saying white people. Have you heard the term culture vulture? It's mostly used in the black culture where white people want to be black, but it's happening within our own community too. There, like you're talking about, there's people coming and raping what we do just to make a dollar, and they really don't know what the hell they're doing. They went out and watched some YouTube videos and they learned it, and they're trying to copy what they did, and you can tell they're not true outdoorsmen. It's the same thing. Culture vultures are within our own communities too.
Exactly. It's just like your dad did not make you go out there at fucking dawn every day and fucking pick beans to feed fucking people. And tell you the reason why you're feeding people, because you have an entire county of people that's dependent on you to get out there and do your fucking job so they have something to eat tonight. You know, they're city. They go to the store, they buy their groceries. They don't see the fucking farmers or the truckers that supplied that food for them. We're the ones that suffered for that. And they're the ones out there making a profit for it. That's bullshit. And that's what I call out on it. Like, we're out in the woods. Like, I'm a bushcraft channel. Like, I'm not a bushcraft channel, but everybody associates me with bushcraft. I'm out there making forts like I did when I was 8 years old, and you guys think this is impressive? I did this shit when I was 8. Wait till you can see what I did when I was an adult. You dumb motherfuckers. Like, you're not getting the point. Like, you're hobby camping for a weekend. You're out there going out there building a campfire and fixing a breakfast bagel. And you think this is the most impressive shit you have ever seen in your life? Hop on the back of that goddamn tractor one time, and all you have to do is what your dad tells you to do throughout the day. I guarantee you, by the end of the day, your fingertips are bleeding, and you're ready to fucking drop, and you got nothing for it, except for dad saying, "Good job, son."
You do get something from it. You do, Steve. You do get something from it. You get respect. You earn the value of $1. You get.
I'll tell you what, Strong. Earning rich from my dad took 18 fucking years. I beat his ass. My dad got into a fight with his girlfriend whenever I was 16. And my mom and dad was divorced at the time. He had a new girlfriend. They got into an argument. He slapped her around a little bit, and I went out in the yard and beat his ass. 16 years old, I beat my dad's ass. Now, he runs in the house and dials 911, and my dad, it was the proudest moment he ever had in his life, because his son, the one who's supposed to surpass him in his point of view, finally stood up and acted like a fucking man and did what he spent 16 years fucking telling him to do. So whenever she came out and said, "Hey, I called the cops," he went and beat her ass again for interfering with the father-son relationship. Like, my son finally fucking did what I've been telling him to do all these years because of your skank ass, and you want to interfere with that, you're going to get your ass beat again. But that was my dad. He went to jail that night. He had a bloody face, and
I
I was
witnessed that
the hero of
exact
the
same
day.
scenario.
But it took me
witnessed that
16 years
unfold.
to earn my dad's respect, because it took me 16 years to act like a fucking man and do something that equivalated to manhood. What these guys are out there doing now ain't fucking manhood. I don't know what it is.
My friend's dad, he had a military dad, and his dad, when you're a kid and you go over to sleep over at somebody's house and their fucking daddy backhands them at the dinner table, and you're over and you're 12, 13 years old, and you're fucking giggling, trying not to laugh because you're scared daddy's going to do the same thing to you, but you can't hold it back. I grew up with a lot of that. My friend, his dad would beat the shit out of him. He didn't give him whoopings. He'd beat the fucking shit out of him. He'd backhand him, knock his fucking teeth out, bust his mouth, bust his nose. And one day his dad came in there, and I don't remember what we did, but he caught us doing something bad. And I was always scared I was going to get the fucking ass whooping too. And I felt like I was the one that was influencing that the dad thought I was the one influencing everything. I thought it was all on me, but it was really he was influencing me to do shit. But anyway, his dad come in there and he beat the fucking shit out of him one day. And we was 16, 17 years old at this time. And you could tell he bucked up to him a little bit more that day. There was something different going on that day. And his dad beat the shit out of him, and he walked out of his room, and his dad went back into his room, and he looked at me and he said, "Josh," he said, I could take him and throw him down by his throat and beat the shit out of him. And I just laughed. I was like, "Man, you ain't never going to whoop your daddy's ass. He's always going to whoop you." And one day his dad came in there and he beat the shit out of his fucking dad. And it changed everything from that point on. So when you were saying that, I had an exact flashback of that. It was so crazy, man. There comes a time every day we might always think we got our kids, but one day they're gonna grow up on us and they're gonna whoop our ass.
But that's the point. That's what we're trying to get them to do. Like, our kids in the next generation, it doesn't matter how you approach it, but whether you have kids or not. But the next generation are the people that are supposed to surpass you. to do more than what you did, to be better than what you were. So, and that doesn't mean being more PC or being more pussyfied. It means I can whoop a bigger man's ass than my dad's whooped. That's what we're trying to pass on. And it, it's like Connor, my son, and I never talk about Connor on my series or on my channel. Connor is he's a backwoods badass. He dips at 10 years old. He cusses. He shoots guns. But at the same point in time, if he goes to school, he's polite and proper to his teachers. He's respectful to his mama. He knows that if he ever disrespects his mom, even though we're divorced and we don't really get along, if Connor ever disrespects his mom, I'll put him through a wall. And it's not because I want to hurt the kid, it's to prove the point. Same thing, same point my dad taught to me. If you disrespect your mama, you're going to disrespect every woman that came after her. So if I want to save your future girlfriend or your future wife, I'm going to whoop your ass now, because that's not how you treat women.
There's a
saying.
saying.
These guys on Hannah's channel or Hannah's Instagram, how they talk to her is disrespectful and is worthy of an ass whooping. But that's how we were raised. You don't disrespect your mama. You don't disrespect another girl. If you see somebody doing that, you don't just sit idly by and say nothing. You go call the motherfucker out. You're a sick son of a bitch. And that's Connor. My son, preteen, is more of a man than I was because my dad was more of a man than me.
Right.
It trickles down. It's got to cascade. It's got to build up. You want your kids to surpass what you've done. So you don't hold them back. You don't say, don't do this, don't do that. You could go out there and fucking be a man. Or you go out there and you own the world like I do with my dog. Give a shit if you're a girl or not. You're going to act like a man acts. You're going to go out there and you're going to own the fucking world. You're not going to take shit from anybody. And if anybody gives you shit, you just call me and I'll take care of it because I got nothing to lose anymore. My future is based on your future. If your future is successful, I'm happy. I don't mind if I have to go to jail to ensure your future. And that's just what you do for your daughter, or your son, or for your stepdaughter or your son, or for anybody that you love. As long as their future is secure by some effort that you put forth, then you can call yourself a man. If you just went out there and just tried to rob everybody or fucking whore yourself out to a sponsor, or just half-assed it and faked it to me, you're not a man. You're different from us. And it's a cultural divide. It's a generational divide. Like, the boys today are not like the boys we are. If we can raise our boys to be men, then we have some hope for some future, because the city boys that are raised right now are fucked. Like, these guys don't even know what fucking gender they are. I'll bet you fucking Joe Robinette or Drop Force Survival don't even know what fucking gender they are, because
they don't even know what they called
you're not teaching anything.
Yeah, these she-males, they want to be called. They have rules in place. If you read the news, it's fucking nutty, man. They want to be identified as I don't even know the fucking term you want. They won't go by certain nouns or verbs or whatever. They want to go by I don't know. It's fucking stupid.
Don't get me started on that shit.
But yeah, there's a saying in the women community.
The pronouns and all that shit, that's a whole new ballgame.
Pronoun, there you go. There's a saying in the women community, you can tell how a man is going to treat you by the way he treats his mama. And I think as men,
exactly,
fathers, especially with fathers, we want to raise our men not to be pussies. We want to teach them not to start a fight, but to be able to finish it. We want you to respect a woman. We want you to treat a woman with respect. Open her door, push in her seat. We want you to be a respectful gentleman, but at the same time, we don't want you to be a pushover. That's what it comes down to.
Exactly. I want my son to be the bully that beats up the bully.
Right.
If he sees another student disrespect another, just like I did in high school.
Yeah.
If he sees a guy disrespect a girl or a fellow classmate, he goes over there and beats his ass. It doesn't matter what the consequences are. It's a matter
Right.
of honor. And I think that's what's missing from the world today is honor. It's like you have no sense of honor. Like you don't have the
Chivalry.
backbone to do what is necessary to maintain the honor of women or the outdoors or whatever it is that you subscribe to. Like there's a certain level of integrity that comes with that you're
Yeah.
supposed to carry with you and pass that torch on to the next generation. If you can't do that, then you failed.
Yeah.
And that's where I come in with my serious. Like I'm coming from a generation before what is currently popular, so I'm carrying a different torch and I'm coming from a different direction. I'm not trying to hurt anybody, to be honest. I'm just trying to say you better toughen the fuck up because Mother Nature don't care any more than I do, and life is not going to care any more than I do. If you can't handle what I say on a YouTube video, you're not going to handle what life is about to throw at you out there in the workforce or out there anywhere else in the fucking world. Like I'm trying to desensitize these guys just like I desensitize those deers. If you can experience what I put forth to really take that in and accept it for what it is, then you'll be better off out there in the world. If you can't handle that, you're gonna fucking die because the world is going to eat you alive. There are people out there just like me who don't have the same motivations that I do who will take advantage of you, who are gonna fucking eat you alive. You will be their little bitch. And there's nothing you can do about it because nobody told you any different.
Right.
And I'm here saying you can be different. You don't have to be a pushover. You don't have to be a puss. And I'm the bad guy.
Right. Yeah. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, man. And you have a lot of these people were raised by women, which do not desensitize, but they sensitize these men. You know, they hold them. Even in women, they hold them back, so to speak. You know what I mean? They teach them the women's way, and there's a lot of men that doesn't have the teaching. They don't know how to be a man because they was raised by a woman, or a man that was raised by a woman that can't give them that same type of raising. You know, we can't say that it's the right way, but we can say from experience that it's better to be more masculine than it is to be feminine. For whatever reason, we can.
But look at Hannah. Do you think Hannah Barron is not? I mean, if you knew Hannah outside of social media and outside of YouTube, she will pick up one of these sex offender looking motherfuckers and body slam them without a second thought.
And you see them legs,
so
boys.
There are women out there. There are women out there who can defend themselves. There are women out there who can raise boys to be men. There are single mothers out there who can say, this is what I need you to be. This is what your dad never was. So I can't say that not having a father figure in your life is the catalyst of whether you're going to be a beta or an alpha. Because I've seen women out there who know how to train an alpha male. And know how to train him right.
It has to be passed on. Correct. You are right. My grandma, she did not believe in whooping.
It's a generational thing.
She whooped my ass one time, and that's because I busted my bedroom window. She came up there with a broom, and I guess she was so mad that she came up there to clean up the mess. She didn't come up there with an intention to beat me with a broom, but I guess she just came to her breaking point that day, and she came up there to clean up with the broom, and she whooped my ass with a broom. And that's the only whooping my grandma ever gave me. But I'm telling you now, I needed somebody around to whoop my ass every day. A couple times a day, I needed somebody to whoop my ass.
Now, okay, guys, I'll share a story with you right now.
Hold up. Let me go pee real quick.
That's a good idea. Everybody take a break. If you're in the live, make sure you share this out. Hit the thumbs up. Share it out on Twitter, Facebook. Let everybody know we're live streaming. We're going to take a break here real quick, and we'll get back to it. Ugh. Okay, so guys, I'm back. I don't know where everybody else went. Everybody took a break here real quick. We're going to go try to share this out real.
And now, with that said, my grandma wouldn't whoop me, but she raised my mama. But my mama wouldn't take no shit. My mama would backhand me. She whooped me with a belt buckle. She didn't even whoop me with a belt. She whooped me with a belt buckle. But it's crazy how things change. Maria, you out of here?
I'm trying to share this out some more, see if we can get some more people in. This is probably the longest stream for the series there's ever been. You get me on the tirade, man. You get me on the show, and just go on.
Yeah.
I tried to warn Chris. I told him, I said, we'll get him going. He's gonna go. That's why I sent you that email. I said, man, I don't even you can come up here and do a takeover because I enjoy your stories. I enjoy
you get me on your live stream with some moonshine in me. I'll take you for 5 or 6 hours.
No I know the alcohol gets in us. The alcohol gets in us, and we all get them damn hormones pumping, and everything changes, right? We ain't even on script anymore. We're just live.
Oh, we off. We way the fuck off. That's okay.
Speaking of questions, I had.
It's good to have that organic feel. Like we're just sitting here bullshitting. Poor Yank over there trying to get involved in the conversation, and we just keep.
I know, Chris. He's sitting back. I can read his mind. He's sitting back like, okay, I need to go now, but when do I need to say it?
This crazy motherfucker that's strung out done brought on his live stream.
Yeah, I gotta be up at 4 o'clock, so I'm
uncontrollable. Like this is the longest, the most uncontrollable strung out live stream that ever was. Just dumping on the shine. Old Stump Whiskey over here on Huntsman side. And we're talking to the women. We got Maria B in there. She's still here. I'll bet you she could whoop an ass if she wanted to.
Man, do you know Maria?
Hanging out with us.
I love Maria.
I know Maria. Subscribe to her channel and check her out. Though.
I remember one of the worst things ever from being, like, the worst times ever was my grandmother. She would use yardstick. She would use fly swatter. She would use anything she could get her hands on. If it was close to her, that's what you're getting. And one time she was like, "Go pick a switch," which she did it quite often.
That's the worst thing you can hear, ain't it? Go pick a switch.
That pick a switch was. Kids don't understand that now. It was something of a different thing. Like
I'm gonna have to do that
because it was always you always had the hope that you're gonna bring back this little bitty switch, and that was gonna be it, or you'd bring back one that you thought, that's
boy, you better go pick another one.
Like, oh yeah, they're gonna. I got one over on them, but no. Then they'd go pick a switch, and it'd be the most flexible, stinking green switch they could find, and just wear you out with it. It was horrible. It's
the medium size ones that would get you the worst because they had enough bend in them and enough. Yeah. I don't know. They would just whip the shit out of you. The big ones, they would hurt, but the medium ones, they was the worst ones out of all of them, man.
Yeah,
the kid always he goes and picks a small one. Comes back, that some bitch, you can't get no spank in it. It ain't got no backbone in it.
Well,
you have to go pick another one. You get the medium one because mom and daddy always get the fucking big one.
They always had a way though too of picking the perfect switch because I'd come back and you get that initial sting from the big part, and then the other part would wrap around and catch you with the just pow. It was that. It was just that, that was horrible. Wasn't bad as a razor, but it was pretty bad.
What was always worse to me is whenever I was pitching a fit in the store and I'd be with my mama and I'd be trying to pitch a fit because it worked with my nanny. My nanny would be like, okay, go get it then. If you're going to cry about it, go get it. My mama would just walk off and leave my ass. And I'd lay there in the floor and I'd pitch a fit. This is when I was real little. I'd lay there in the floor and pitch a fit. My mama would walk off and leave me. My ass would clench up because I thought my mom was going to leave me. So I quit pitching a fit and I'd take off running to catch my mama before she left my ass. Anyway, go on with your story, Steve. You got better stories than we do. Chris, do you need to go?
I'm just
break.
drunk as fuck on this moonshine. You get
What's up? What'd you say, Strung Out?
I'm about there with you, man. I'm working on it. I'm gonna finish this one off tonight.
Jefferson still with us?
Chris, do you need to go while we are at this break? Do you need to go?
Yeah, I probably do, man. And I don't mean to be rude, Steve. I've got to get up so early, man.
Hey,
I've got
man,
a
you
long
gotta do
day.
it too.
See, he's Hollywood, Steve. He works on the movie set, man.
Hollywood, listen to you. Hollywood.
Hollywood Hunt.
For real. He works on the movie set though, for real. So he's Hollywood.
Man, 73. I'm drinking the moonshine. We do have the moonshine in the live chat. We're sipping on shine while that's strung out outdoors. It's like an epic fucking moment. This is my downtime on YouTube. I ain't posting that. I ain't doing nothing. I'm just hanging out with folks. So anybody that hears me on a live stream,
they got gas stations down the road with beer on tap where they're making their own brewery in the gas station down the road from my house. I haven't bought any yet. They got, what do you call them German beer mugs where you press the button and the cap?
Steins?
Is it a Stein? They have these that they rent to you and you bring them back to them or whatever. But yeah, I need to try me some of this beer because it might be the shit just right there. I don't know.
You know, the one beer that I want to try is Steve Austin's Pale Ale Lager. I really want to try that damn beer. It comes in a big 40 ounce. I want to try that beer, but it's like only available out. It's not available in Ohio. I'd have to order it, but I really want to try Steve Austin's Pale Ale Lager because that motherfucker is supposed to be the most balanced beer of all time. Like it's got that little bit of bitterness to it, but it's all balanced out, and it's just a fucking beer.
See, that sounds
Steve
crazy.
Austin puts anything out, I'm on it.
Oh, see, you buying into that commercial shit now. Pale Ale, I hate Pale Ale, and I don't like lager. Yeah, I know Steve Austin. He's in a league of his own. I know he gets a pass, but I hate Pale Ale. It tastes like earwax to me. If you ever put your finger in it, people's like, "How do you know what earwax?" Don't lie. You know what earwax tastes like. We've all stuck our finger in there, bitten our fingernails. Pale Ale tastes like fingernails, and lager just I don't like lager. I've drank Bud Light all my life. In the past 2 to 3 years, I've been drinking hell, I can't even think of the name of it. The Michelob Ultra Light. It's a little bit lighter on the alcohol, but that's the perfectly balanced beer to me. It's so smooth, man. It's so smooth.
Man, I never understood the idea behind light beer, though. Like, because if you're going to be an alcoholic, why the fuck are you worried about your calorie intake? Drink a fucking Budweiser for fucking Christ's sake.
I've seen all your little pictures.
No more. It ain't about your car.
I've seen all your pictures where you got the 6-pack and the veins and shit hanging out from your underwear. Y'all fit shit. You ain't got the dad bod. I got the dad bod going on. So if I could drink a light beer, I got to drink a light beer.
My advice to the world is find what you love and let it kill you. I drink bourbon and moonshine. I'm not too big of a beer drinker. I have a beer as a chaser every once in a while, but like I follow like who the fuck I can't even remember? It's sipping something. Strung, you know?
I don't know. I know who you're talking about. The husband and wife.
Pours? Do you guys know craft beer pours?
Yeah, craft beer pours. Yeah.
And shit like that. Like I can sit and hang out with craft beer pours, but I ain't drinking craft beer at the time. I ain't drinking this little girly frou-frou beer. I'm drinking fucking bourbon or moonshine. Like I don't know what the beer channel trying to do, but I keep seeing all these beer review channels like we're gonna taste this and see if we can fucking taste flour. Sit your fucking ass down, drink some fucking moonshine with a cherry in it. You know exactly what the fuck you're drinking. You dumb motherfucker. You're never gonna get over on YouTube being a beer fucking crafting channel. Not unless you have your own brand. Like you
there is
go out there and sip wine. and get over on YouTube. But if you go out and buy you some Midnight Moon, plug, you can have 100 proof moonshine on Strung Out Outdoors Live and be saying anything that comes to
Oh,
fucking mind because you took yourself out of a social filter.
Guys, I'm gonna get off of here. Steve, it was great having you on the show and stuff, and
Hey,
everybody
yeah,
in the
I love
chat.
your channel, man. I want to be checking out your content.
Thank you very much, man. I love yours as well. You have some awesome content, man. Um, everybody in the chat, thank you. I've got to get to bed. I got to get up early, man. I'm sorry, Josh, but I will.
Hey, thank you, sir.
I'll see you later. Y'all have a good night.
see you, buddy.
Okay,
Appreciate it.
Yeah, Yank, he's a good dude, man. He does a lot of his custom crankbaits. I got one right here that I actually didn't get to fish because it took his ass so long to get it out to me. It's got my name on it, but most of all, it's a zombie deer. He's like, "What kind of?" I was like, "Dude, I don't know what I want. Just send me whatever you want with my name on it." And then I got to thinking, I was like, "Dude, you know what would be badass? Send me a zombie deer." So he made it happen, and
You know,
he
I'm actually trying to get into more trout fishing and fishing on my channel. So I'm trying to learn from folks that know more about, especially trout, because I have a lot of rainbow trout in my area. Like I'm a
yeah.
big bow hunter. I'm out there turkey hunting and deer hunting all the damn time. I don't film it so much because I don't want to be carrying a damn camera with me while I'm trying to feed my
Pain in the
family.
ass.
But whenever I come, that's a little bit different. So learning how to fly fish or learning crankbaits and shit like that, that's something that's a little bit new to me, something that I'm trying to get into. I can go catfishing all day long, but whenever it comes to rainbow trout or steelhead or something like that, it's a whole different ball game. So I am looking for content like that to kind of up my game on the fishing aspect of things and a little
See,
less on the hunting, so we can get content out in the summertime.
I'm the exact opposite. I'm all bass, and there is places that I could go to fish trout, but it's easier for me just to go for bass. But trout, the more I get older, the maturer I get, the more I want to get into fly fishing and trout like that because it's definitely a unique experience for fishing and a whole different challenge.
Right.
Catfish are pretty
Like
easy.
I love go catfish because they put up a good fight, but it's a nice and relaxing afternoon. Like you don't
Yeah,
have to put any effort into it.
right.
With trout, you got out of the line, you got to kind of lure them in a little bit, so it's a little bit more of a challenge, and that's kind of what I'm going through there with
Yeah.
learning the flies and learning like egg sacs and shit like that, and everything that comes in with trout fishing or even going out walleye fishing. Like my dad is a monster fucking walleye fisher. He goes out on walleye charter boats out of Port Clinton, which is like the walleye capital of the world, every fucking year, several times a year. My first trip out, well, it wasn't my first trip out, but one of my main childhood memories walleye fishing was with my dad. It was Father's Day, so his father done son fishing trip. We went out on the Sassy Sow, which is a charter that runs out of Port Clinton, Ohio, goes out on the Lake Erie, walleye capital of the world. Like you're going to get a fucking fish out there, right? So I go out there with my dad. This rainstorm comes in, this big ass front comes in. They pull out the tarps and everything, and it's almost bushcraft on the middle of the Great Lakes, right? Everybody just trying to stay dry and trying to make it back to shore. And I'm the only kid on the boat. So the captain of the Sassy Sail at the time puts me up in the cabin because I'm the only kid on the boat. I was like 8 years old at the time. And he says, just steer the boat towards those lights up there in the horizon. And he left me in the cabin alone. So I was captaining the Sassy Sow charter boat on Lake Erie in the middle of a thunderstorm at 8 years old, trying to aim for shore. And it scared the shit out of me. We already maxed out. Like everybody on the boat maxed out. Like we had the cooler full. All we had to do was get back to shore. But 8 years old, that was my first survival experience, was being on a Sassy Sal charter boat in the middle of Lake Erie in the middle of a monster fucking thunderstorm, just trying to get all of these grown-ass men back to shore, and the captain then left me alone in the cabin. Like, all I had to do was steer, right? Simple as shit. He could come in there and correct my course anytime. I didn't know that at the time. I thought this is me becoming a man. Like, I'm chartering my own boat. I'm the captain now, right? So I get everybody back in to the lights where he pointed at me. He got us in the dock, and we all docked and everything. But that was my first time being in what we would consider a leadership role. 8 years old, captain in the Sassy Sal, trying to get 24 grown men back to shore in the middle of a storm on Lake Erie, which isn't like an ocean storm, you know. I'm not trying to go out there and say like but it was kind of like the Witch of November, where the November storms comes in off the Great Lakes, and they've sunk. Those storms have sunk freighters coming in on the lakes, you know. So I had this exposure earlier on in life, like, this is what a man does. This, you save your crew. And you get up to modern day and you get into, okay, now you're the huntsman. You got this background story where your fiance died in a car accident and you moved 120 miles away from home because you couldn't handle the aftermath of it, and you wandered off into the woods because all of a sudden, because of this traumatic experience that you experienced, you can't handle society anymore. You can't handle drunk drivers anymore. You can't handle the loss of your one true love. So you wander off into the woods and you become this survivalist, this bushcrafter, this hermit out there in the middle of nowhere, looking for something that he lost. So I come into the scene with this background story. Yes, I came from a place of loss, but at the same point in time, I came from a place of leadership. That no matter what you go through in life, no matter what challenges you face, whether it's depression, anxiety, social awkwardness, no matter what, somebody out there will teach you how to fucking survive. Somebody out there will teach you how to be a man, and not try to sell you on gear or the meaninglessness of it, you know. Somebody will out there will tell you, I went through this. I know exactly how you feel. I know what you're going through at this point, and this is how I got through it. I don't know if it'll help you or not, but this is how I dealt with it. I created a positive from a negative. So that's where I'm coming at on YouTube. I'm not looking at analytics. I'm not looking at my fan base. I'm looking at it like I'm a guy who has been through a absolutely devastating experience, and I'm trying to turn it into something positive. I'm out there looking for the beauty that I once knew, and if I can find it out there, then I can share it with you, and it'll be something amazing. So I came from a different perspective. I came from a different goal. Like, I'm not out there in the wilderness trying to find profit. I'm out there in the wilderness trying to find the beauty that was the life of my ex-fiance who died in a car accident. Now, granted, I'm married and I've moved on from that life, and I have a good life. I mean, you look at the background of this fucking live stream. Look, I live in a Victorian style house with antiques and crystals all over. I have a good life, but I'm out there in the wilderness trying to find something a little bit more ethereal. So I came from a situation from I lost my fiance in a car accident. It'll be going on 5 years. At the time, like right after the accident, and I was informed of it on my Christmas party at work. I was at work at the time, and I got the call that she was hurt and she didn't make it right at the Christmas party. I stayed at work for a couple of weeks, but on my brakes. I was going out into the parking lot, and I was just staring off towards her house like I could not get over the fact that she wasn't up there anymore. And I realized that this was not good. This was not a good state of mind to be in. So I called a friend, who's my wife now, and I said, look, this is what happened to me. I need to get out of this area because I'm sitting here at my work in the parking lot staring off towards her house, and she's not there because of some idiot's mistake. So she was more than supportive. Courtney, my wife, was more than supportive. Says, come up here. I'll get you out of the area, get you away from the memory. You can have a new life, new opportunities, fresh start. There's nothing that you can do about what happened, but you can start off new. So I came up here, moved 120 miles away from everything that I ever knew, and away from that bad memory, and ended up marrying Courtney, which is, Courtney's a different personality type than my ex-fiance was, but she's very understanding and very supportive. So I wander off into the woods and say, Courtney, I need to go out there to deal with this. And she let me do it. Like my wife let me go out there and handle with the loss of my ex. How many women could pull that off? So I go out into the woods and I establish my name in year 1. In year 2, I say we're going to build a shelter, a bushcraft style shelter, a survival shelter, where I could go anytime that I wanted to, in honor of what this girl loved, what my ex-fiance loved, most of all, which was fairy tale stories. So I designed the bushcraft shelter around what I found in a fairy tale book, the kind of old school fairy tale cottage in the woods, which is why there's stone integrated into there, and there's a fireplace, and there's gemstones in the walls, and that's all a tribute to her. She didn't deserve to die. She didn't deserve what happened to her. She didn't deserve to have 3 boys grow up without a mom. Fate, I guess. And the only thing that I can do is pay tribute to the life that she had. So I start this series off from a fairy tale perspective rather than a survivalist or prepper perspective. And I come through things at a different angle. So you see a cottage build that doesn't look like anything you've seen in bushcraft videos before. You see a story playing out that doesn't, there's something wrong with it. You know what I mean? There's something wrong with this guy. Like, he's not right. There's something wrong with him. Something bad, really bad happened to him. And I don't try to hide that. Something really bad happened to me, and the wilderness is my therapy session. The Huntsman channel, the Huntsman series, is my therapy session of how I get over that. Will I find the same kind of magic and beauty as her out there in the Emerald Forest and throughout the series? I don't know. That's up to the mystery of nature. Can nature replace what she was to me? Don't know. But that's the adventure part of it, because I don't know, the audience doesn't know, we don't know what's going to happen next. I can't direct it, I can't produce it in a way that's fake. It is what it is. I'm going to do whatever I can do to try to get over this and try to be complete again. And whatever you guys see along the way is what you see. Good, bad, positive, negative. He's an asshole, he's a hero, he's hurt, he's healed. It doesn't matter to me. It's that's the story arc behind the Huntsman channel, and it's the one thing that sets the Huntsman channel apart from everything alone videos. It's not hunting, it's not fishing. It's a guy who lost his fiance, who lost the love of his life, and tried to recover from that by going out into nature and finding the same that was her soul. And if I can do that in the series within 5 years, then she's honored. And if I can't, then I go on for another 5 and another 5 and another 5, and this goes on, because I could her again out there. I don't know when to stop.
Now, do
It's
your
not about
viewers
pushing
know the
content.
story behind the story?
Yeah, see, like the channel is there's that background story arc. Everything I just exposed right here on this live stream is the background story to the story, to the channel. There's this background arc. Yes, I'm going out there teaching bushcraft survival, but the reason I'm out there in the wilderness in the first place is because I couldn't handle what happened to me in real life. I couldn't handle what happened to my life in losing my fiance at the time. And instead of going to a psychologist or ending up on drugs to cope with that, I just walked off into the woods and stayed out there for the past almost a decade now, almost 10 years. In July of 2020, I will have not left the Emerald Circle, the Emerald Necklace Forest, in a decade, except for one instance where I went to a family funeral. So, what I was alluding to there, right after her funeral, I was at work and I went out to the parking lot and I was smoking a cigarette in the parking lot and I was just staring off towards her house, knowing that she wasn't there no more. And I zoned out. So this 10-minute break at my work turned out to a 20-minute break, thinking about my fiance who passed away in a car accident from a drunk driver. And that's when it clicked in my head, like this ain't healthy for me. This ain't going to get me through this disaster. I gotta leave. I can't stay here. I can't look towards her house. So I pack up all of the shit that I had. I move 120 miles away from home and my family, from my friends, from everything that I knew, and I just wandered off into the woods. And that's where my channel started. Here's this guy, you don't know his background story yet. He's attacking everybody. He's angry for some reason, and we don't know why. He's looking for something, and we don't know what. He's trying to build something, and we don't know how. And that's the background story that's always running in the background of my channel. I lost the love of my life to an accident, and I went out there and tried to build a world that she always imagined in her head as a sort of tribute to her, and that's where my YouTube channel comes from. That's it.
That's very interesting. And how does your wife now deal with that? How does she?
She is. She knew that I was damaged whenever when she first kind of rescued me from the situation. She saw the situation that I was in, and she said, "Hey, I can give you a fresh start. I can try to help you through this." So she knew where I was coming from. She knew that I was fucked up before she tried to help me as a friend. And then that friendship eventually progressed into what became our marriage. And now she's like, you've built this story. You have a story. You have this fairy tale story that didn't end well. It didn't end good. It didn't end in happily ever after. But if you look at the background story of the Huntsman, and I don't know how much time we have here. The story was I had promised my ex-fiance 12 roses for 12 years. I would give her a single rose every year for 12 years. And whenever I gave her the final rose, I would tell her why I did it all. And it was a test of loyalty. If you could give the same woman 12 roses for 12 years, you proved your loyalty to that one single woman. You never cheated on her. You never strayed. So we get into that story. I wrote her a book telling her everything that I felt. I wrote her a 300-page love letter in a leather-bound book. I gave her a message in a bottle that was sealed with wax, telling her how I felt. I gave her a rose every single year for 4 years before she was killed in the accident. So whenever year 5 came around, rather than abandoning the idea of, okay, she died because of a drunk driver, I'm just going to quit this. It was pointless. I take the rose to her grave. So that's where the Huntsman series kicks off. Is I took the first rose to her grave, and That would have been the fourth rose in this or fifth rose in the story. So I take it to her grave, and that's where the series kicks off. I take the rose to her grave, and then I just walk off into the Emerald Forest, which is 120 miles away from where all this happened. And that's where the bushcraft survival. Now you got to survive out in the middle of nowhere. You're a hermit. But why were you a hermit? Why did you become this way? Why do you have this personality? And it's because I went through a very, very dark time. I didn't turn to drugs or alcohol before it to try to deal with it. Instead, I created a YouTube channel out of it in this huge story arc. So I get out into year one. Right early in the year, I set a rose down on a stack of stones in her memory on the anniversary of her death. In the second year, I actually took a rose to her grave, and we filmed that, and we put that in the main series of the channel where I'm actually delivering the rose to her grave and paying tribute to her in that way. And I kind of give the background story of this is why I wandered off into the woods. This is why I am the way I am. This is why I'm a hermit living in the middle of nowhere and doing all this bushcraft survival stuff. Year three is a different story arc. It's a little bit different. We established the background story. We paid tribute to the background love story. So now it's coming into if you're looking at it from a person's perspective, you're coming into okay. So Huntsman lost his fiance in a car accident because of a drunk. He wandered off into the forest because he couldn't handle that loss, and he didn't want to turn to drugs and alcohol for it. So he just wandered off. He couldn't handle society anymore. He couldn't handle alcoholism or anything like that. So he wanders off into this forest and he builds this campsite in the middle of the woods called the Emerald Forest, which is a 200-mile circle, which is a real place. The Emerald Forest is a 200-mile circle of forest that surrounds the metropolitan area. So you got the city in the center of the forest, and you have 200-mile ring of forest around it, interconnected forest around it, which is where I film it. And I never leave that circle. Like, I never go back to see my family. I never go back to her hometown, anything like that, because I just, honestly, I can't handle it. I turn into a different person when I go back home, whenever I go back to that world and go back to where she was. My wife experienced that, and she didn't like it. We went on a family vacation down there to try to catch up with my family, spend time with my family. And because of the memories that are locked back there, I turned into a different person. My wife picked up on it. She didn't like it. She said, we're never going back there again. And I was like, well, that's why I never leave the circle in the first place, because outside of the circle, I'm a different person than I am inside the circle.
Very interesting.
So we get into bushcraft and survival and stuff like that, but that's just me. It's a coping mechanism. It's my therapy. It's my psychologist. My wife is sort of the anchor behind it all. And she's coming from the point, like, I know you come from a grievous loss that you're never going to get over. I know that this was the one true love of your life, but here I am. I'm your friend. I'm going to help you through this. I don't have to be number one. I'm happy with being number two. Honor her the way that she should be honored until you get over it. And that's where my channel comes from, which is what makes my channel so different from everybody else, just because I'm coming from a different motivation.
That's interesting, man. And that says a lot about the wife that you have now, that she can support you and be understanding of that. And that
Right,
gives
she's
a great insight onto everything that's going on with your channel, because I was not aware of all that. And a lot of things kind of make sense now that you went into detail about that.
Yeah, I'm not coming. I didn't come on YouTube from a positive place. I came on from a negative one, but I'm trying to turn it into a positive one. So there's that metamorphosis. If you look at the Huntsman series, the main series on the channel, I really hope that I'm conveying growth, or that I'm at least capturing growth and healing through the first video that I released on my channel till now, that I'm trying to progress through this loss and I'm trying to evolve. Now there's a different take on it. Like, you instead of going to a psychologist or looking for help. You wandered off into the woods and tried to recreate a world that she always imagined, because my ex-fiance was always like, she was the Disney princess. She was always very cartoonish. She thought that she had the mentality that she was the princess in the tower that you were supposed to save. She had that childlike mentality, and she had this very animated, positive, there's no such good thing as a bad day presence about her. And it was so addictive. Like, she was like heroin. She was like everything that you hear about drug addiction. Her laugh could make you laugh. And if anybody that knew her was just so attracted to her personality type and her energy that, yeah, once you got hooked, you was hooked. And losing her, and it wasn't just for me, her family, anybody who ever met her felt the same loss that I did. There's a hole in the world where this girl used to be. And uh to go out into the wilds and try to fill that hole with something natural, it's an impossible task. But at the same point in time, the only time I feel comfort from her loss is being in the woods. It's being in the wilds. It's being out there. So it might not be the cure, but at least it's a salve to kind of cope with a loss.
Right. Yeah, that's awesome, man, that you was able to find somebody like that and accept that and support you through that, because a lot of people would not be understanding about that, and especially females can be very
Right.
jealous.
Now I can I'll be honest about my wife. My wife is very business oriented. She's not the creative type like I am. We're polar opposites in every respect. So her spin on this was, here I got this damaged guy that I can try to fix, which is a popular spin for females, you know.
A lot of
So
women
she's
will
like,
pick
I
guys.
can heal you. And she's got that motherly instinct, because my wife can't have kids. So there's a lot of times where she treats me like a kid, and I kind of let that kind of take that on the chin a little bit, because she is very nurturing. She's trying to fill a hole just like I am. I'm a damaged guy, and she's a damaged girl, and somehow, I don't know how, but we fucking work. But it's more of a business relationship than a fairy tale. It's more of an equal exchange. We find balance in each other. We're not trying to be the perfect couple. We're not trying to be the worst couple, like a toxic couple, like you see. Sometimes I see on Facebook, like couples like they're breaking up every fucking weekend, like they're just
Yeah,
toxic.
yeah,
Then you see other people who are just sickly sweet, like this ain't realistic. Me
yeah.
and my wife, happy neutral. Like, we are very successful together. We make pretty good money together. She grounds out my more imaginative side, and I bring a little more lightheartedness to her business side. So we have that balance. It's just a perfect fit as far as success goes. Now, if you're trying to build a fairy tale story, me and my wife is not a fairy tale story. We're a success story, but not the happily ever after type.
It sounds good either way you want to spin it, man. I'm glad you got somebody like that in your life that was able to be there for you through that and support you through that. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was a hell of a thing to take on. Like, if you take on a guy who just lost his fiance on a car accident
Yeah,
6 months after it happened, that says a hell of a lot more about you than it does about the guy that can't get over it. You know.
you asking for trouble, ain't you?
Right. And it's been 4 years since that happened to me, and there's still times when I have nightmares about it when I wake up. And I'm honest about that. Like, I'll wake up in cold sweats. Like, you see me as the backwoods badass out there. I'll whoop anybody's ass in the fucking world. Like, I don't give a shit how big you are or whatever. But whenever it comes to the heart, there was this one little blonde haired girl 4 years ago that could put me on my fucking ass just by winking. So there's that part of me, and I'm not going to deny that part of me. Like, she was it. And she set the precedent for anything in life that came after that. She's my measuring stick for the kind of person that I want to be. Like, you try to send a positive message, but at the same point in time, you want to be realistic about that message. Like, say, hey, it ain't all right, puppy dog tails and rainbows. Sometimes you're going to have to suck up some shit. Sometimes bad things are going to happen. That's just life. And if you're not ready for that, you're going to have a problem. And I think that's where we got where we're at. Like, nobody prepared their kids for what was about to come in their fucking teenage and early adult years. Like, we protected so fucking much, we didn't expose them to anything. We wanted all the cartoons to be PG-13 until they were 17 years old, and then we wonder why they can't handle the fucking workforce. You know, like we set them up for failure. There's nobody to blame for the state of society except for the fucking adults. We set them up to fail, and they did. They did epically.
I agree.
Look at Greta over there, the Swedish girl who is supposedly the outdoors activist now. That we're going to plant trees and shit like that. She's an industry plant. We've come to a point in society where, number one, adolescence is expected to go on forever. Everybody's supposed to act like a prim and proper teenage kid all the way through their adulthood with the same weaknesses, the same depression, the same anxiety as an insecure teenage kid. And the other part of that is we have industry plants where we're actually using our own children to push our ownness. And we wonder why the world is so fucked up. Because we're the ones running the show. You got grown fucking adults bending their knee to children. Like, public policy right now is dictated by children. Oh, I want to be gender fluid, says a 14-year-old. And all of a sudden, a 45-year-old is saying, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
We'll do that for you. Why the fuck is a 45-year-old or an 80-year-old senator saying, we listen to our 14-year-old children? They know what's best for us. You dumb motherfuckers. How do you think that's going to turn out? And here we are.
It's a crazy world we live in. It really, really is.
We're like I said, we're an endangered species, and there are people out there trying to take us out. The SJWs, PETA. There are people like that trying to make us extinct, not an endangered species, completely extinct, because it pushes their agenda. They think that there's going to be this utopia after all of us guys are dead and gone. And there's no such thing as they don't even illusion.
Yeah. And they don't even know what they're talking about. They don't know the difference in a damn pistol and a fully automatic weapon or a shotgun. They don't know what they're talking about. But there's masses of them. And you know where power comes from is numbers. And there's numbers of these people. Oh, yeah. They're uneducated, but there's so many of them that they outshine us. And you have a lot of people that represent us in a bad light.
At the same point in time, if there was any time to invade and conquer America, now would be it. Because 90% of the population are born and bred to be pussies. They're gonna fold. They're gonna curl up fucking fetal position on the ground, saying, "Please don't shoot me," as soon as China or Russia or anybody else invades. And then you got us guys who grew up watching Dawn saying, "Wolverines." You know what I mean?
We're about as divided as you can be as a country, man. We are very divided. That, you know, all great rulings, all great countries, they have to crumble. And you got to wonder now is if this is America's time. Russia is very powerful. China is very powerful. There's a lot of powerful countries, and we are fucking folding right now. It's pathetic that our presidency, the whole time he has been in office, he's been under attack. He can't even be a fucking president because he's spending all of his time defending himself.
Now I don't like getting political. I never get political. But
I don't either, man. I don't know where that came from.
Here's the thing with Trump. Trump, whether you like him, love him, or hate him, he's the reality check of politics because he couldn't be bought. He can't be scripted. He can't be controlled. He's a wild card. You don't know what the motherfucker is going to say from 1 minute to the next. He is not teleprompted, which is something. He's something the government can't control, and
He's
he
not
is the embodiment of American people right now. Like, he is just as unpredictable as the SJWs or anybody else out there with an agenda. He's just as unpredictable. You don't know what they're going to do from 1 minute to the next. You don't know what that fat, dumb motherfucker is going to say from 1 minute to the next. He just says whatever comes to mind. He doesn't filter himself. And that's the problem that politicians have with him. He's not prim and proper. He's just arrogant and egotistical and destructive, and he can't be bought. He can't be controlled. He can't be tamed. He is a nuclear bomb on everything political. So even if you're a Democrat and you say, hey, we should be helping people, not degrading them, he is the humbling factor. He is the catalyst that will get America back to, okay, we went through this. We saw the alternative. And maybe give us some perspective on what we should be doing with each other rather than what we should be doing with our government. I don't give a shit who's elected or who's president. If they ain't mowing my fucking yard, they ain't interrupting the flow of my day. Like, I don't give a shit about your politics or your promises. If I don't know you in person or you ain't coming over to my house for dinner affecting the conversation any, you ain't fucking nobody to me, son. I don't care how much money you got or how much political sway you have. Unless you're cutting my fucking grass, you have no control over my life. You're not going to control me going out to the woods. You're not going to control me going to work. You're not going to control me, paying my taxes. I'll pay my fucking taxes. I'll fucking donate my taxes to the fucking people on the SNAP program who need food stamps because they didn't learn how to adult. I don't care. Like I really don't give a shit who's in office. I don't care about the politics of the country. You could take the government out of the country and we'd still be country folk. We'd still be Americans. If the federal government was completely annihilated and there was no senators, there was no governors, there was no president, the American people are still going to act like the American people. The country folk are still going to act like country folk. City folk are still going to try to eat each other. Who's going to survive in the end? The country folk, which is why everybody's taking up bushcrafting, survival, and prepping. Because the country folk actually know how to talk to each other. They know how to treat each other. They know how to build communities, not tear them down. They know how to become a successful community, not a community that thrives and sort of leeches off of their audience, which is what we get on YouTube. You have YouTubers who leech off of their audience, who turn this into their career, who try to sell you products or try to get you to join a membership or something. They're trying to take something away from you. And then you got the country folk who's trying to give something to you that you've never fucking had before. And that's the dividing line between the kind of factor between my channel and bigger channels is here I'm nobody. I'm a country boy who grew up rubbing dirt on himself to go deer hunting with an ex-Marine father and a mom who sat on her fucking porch all fucking day long. Never had any fucking money to be honest, really. We made it day by day. I have a pretty good life now, but that's because I bust my ass for it. And then you got these new age millennials who think getting on Instagram or YouTube is going to give them instant success. It's a just add water answer to what I lived my life for. That's the division. That's the catalyst for entertainment, though. So I'm coming from an old school perspective of a guy who grew up on a farm, raised animals, got bloody, got dirty, got hurt, got his head pounded into a fucking door, grew up fighting anybody who wanted to step up and fucking fight. I got my scars. I give plenty of scars along the way. One of the guys that I fought that I got a scar on my fist for passed away. Do I feel bad about it? No. Because you don't go out there and conquer the world the way that we do and then feel really bad about it later. Like, yeah, a kid that I punched back in the day because I was sleeping with his sister and he didn't agree with it got killed. Do I feel bad about it? No. I punched a motherfucker. Somebody else punched a motherfucker a little bit harder. Uh, that's the reality of the world. It's wolves versus lambs. And that's what we're coming to right now. We got 15 wolves and 20 lambs. We got all these people out there thinking that if you make a safe space at the library, you're going to be okay. And then you got guys like me saying there are guys exactly like me who will come at that library regardless of what the sign says and take advantage of you. And you want to be prepared for guys like me. You're not prepared for guys who will follow the warning signs. I'm a bad guy, but I'm telling everybody how to deal with bad guys. Uh, I'm a villain in the story of the overall social commentary arc. I'm the bad guy. I'm a different kind of evil, yeah, because I'm telling you all of the tricks, all the psychology that really bad people are going to use against you to take advantage of you and try to make a profit off of you. I'm a bad guy, but I'm trying to use what I know about the bad guy psychology to help you people out and keep you from getting taken advantage of. But I'm the evil bastard that turned good, and I'm trying to use what I know about evil bastards to keep you from getting taken advantage of, and that's it. Uh, Now my background story with my ex fiance and losing her, I think that was the catalyst that sprung me out of being a barroom brawler to being a guy who wants to try to help people. I couldn't help her. So who the fuck can I help? Who the hell can I save? So I get into a bushcraft survival channel and I say, who the fuck can I save? With real psychology, with real life, not the market stuff, not the stuff that's trending with Joe Robinette or any of the other big bushcrafters, but who can I save with what I know? So I get out there and I say, hey, Joe's saying go out and buy this titanium canteen for $350 and it'll help save your life. And I'm saying, just punch that fucker in the throat and it'll save your life. Like, if you take him out before he takes you out, that's the psychology that you have to have. If we was to ever come to a shit hit the fan scenario, 99% of the population would die because they don't have a survivalist mentality. They don't have the psychology needed to pull the trigger. I'm the type of guy who's not afraid to say, if a situation ever came up where it was him or me or him or one of my loved ones, the motherfucker wouldn't have a chance. And that's just because of what my dad taught me, what my grandfather taught me. That's 30 years of training programmed into my psychology that says this motherfucker is not going to survive longer than you. I'm not a good person. I'm not trying to go out there and pretend to be a good person. I know that if a shit hit the fan scenario came along and it came down to me and my family and another guy, that other guy is dead. Like,
I wouldn't say you're bad. I would say you're a survivalist. I wouldn't say that you're a bad person.
well, there's a predatory psychology that comes to survival. In a shit hit the fan situation, there's going to be a certain faction of people who are predatory. And you see that in the nightly news now, who rob people, who boost cars. Those people have a different psychology than you. They're braver than you are. They don't care about the consequences. They just get what they need to survive. If you don't have that kind of psychology to you, that's fine. That doesn't make you a bad person. That probably makes you a good person. But if you do have, if a guy came up and tried to steal my car, the motherfucker would get his throat cut. And I'm going to deal with the consequences. I'm going to go to prison. But there's a principle behind it. And I have that psychology programmed into me. A lot of people today don't have that psychology imprinted into them where they have the tools necessary to actually survive. I'm trying to convey that in a way that doesn't offend people or doesn't violate certain guidelines. But if it comes down to a guy's holding a knife to your throat and you're holding a knife to his throat, which one cuts first? You don't fucking hesitate. You don't care about the consequences. You don't care about what happens next. You care about whether you're the alpha or the beta. Or are you going to lead or are you going to fold? Are you going to let this guy fucking win or are you going to let him take advantage of you? And that comes to into feminism. Are you going to let a male take advantage of you? Are you going to take control? It comes into survival. Are you going to let Mother Nature take advantage of you or are you going to take control? Are you going to let the wildlife take advantage of you by running away? Are you going to lure them in so you can feed your family for at least the next summer? It all comes down to yes or no. It's you versus you. It's not you versus SJW. It's not you versus the trends. It's not you versus humanity. It's not you versus this cause or that cause. It's you versus you. Do you have the fucking balls to actually do what is necessary to fucking survive when the time comes? I'm the type of guy that does. Because I do, that makes me a bad person just because of the society that we live in now. We live in a beta male society that's supposed to act like men. We're not supposed to defend women. We're not supposed to laugh, cuss, drink, smoke, do anything that made men back in the 80s, 90s, earlier than that. If it comes to a survival situation, the motherfuckers out there, the majority of the motherfuckers out there are going to be dependent on guys like me. Because I don't give a shit about the consequences. I don't give a shit about having blood on my hands. I've had blood on my hands since I was 8 years old. And there's no difference between killing a deer and killing a man. There really ain't. An organ's an organ. A shot is a shot. You know where the fucking heart is, no matter whether you're shooting at a deer or whether you're shooting at a guy. And anybody in the military can tell you the same fucking thing. It doesn't matter the age of the target. There are guys in the military that will tell you that they were ordered to run over 8-year-olds, 7-year-olds, underage kids because they were standing in the middle of the road and they didn't know if that kid had an IED strapped to him or not. What kind of psychology does it take to run over a kid just because that kid might have a bomb strapped to him?
Yeah.
That's the world that we live in now. The kids that we have out there have bombs strapped to them and they're just a different type of bomb. And I'll run over every fucking one of them to ensure the survival of at least a few.
And these kids think they're doing it for a greater cause or that they're going to a higher power is what's sad about that.
That's the illusion. I have a niece and a nephew that I'm really close to. My nephew is a child prodigy genius. He is destined to be a CEO in the world, while I'm destined to be a fucking blue collar worker, probably working underneath him. My niece, on the other hand, 13 years old, and she's a hashtag. Whatever hashtag is happening that week, that's what she's is. I'm a lesbian. Oh, I'm a non-binary because Facebook told me to. It's follow the leader mentality, just like we were saying at the beginning of the stream. These kids don't have any leadership. They don't have any guidance because their parents just tapped out. Parents plugged their kids into social media and said, best of luck. That's the problem with the world today. That's where we're at. We don't have parenting anymore. We don't have guys like my dad who, beat the shit out of me just because it was for the greater good. It wasn't child abuse. It was teaching a man how to be a fucking man. And if I was to do the same with my son, if he was a mouth off to his mom and I put him through a fucking piece of drywall, that's not child abuse. You disrespected your mom. Like, I don't give a fuck if me and your mom are divorced or not. If you disrespect that woman, you're basically disrespecting everything that you are. Half of your entire existence is based on that woman's DNA. I'll put you through the fucking wall for trying to obscure that or fucking insult that. Like, me and my ex-wife, me and her were only married for 6 months. Connor come along. I mean, first time we was together, here Connor come. So we were kind of pressured into the marriage, which is why it didn't last long. We were kids, though. So we didn't know what the fuck we were doing. It was our first go at life. And I hold nothing against her, and she holds nothing against me, really. We're just trying to raise the best man that we can raise. And that means her taking what she knows, me taking what I know, and trying to mix it together into this little kid and hope it comes out better than the both of us together. You know what I mean? So, my kids are being raised in these millennials. My kids are not plugged into social media. They're not allowed to play video games. If you want to have fun, you go out in the backyard and shoot. If you want to have fun, you go out in the backyard and build a fort. If you want to have fun, you take a hike, or defend your sister at school. And if you get really bored, and you have to defend your sister at school, you go defend your sister at school. Beat the motherfucker's ass, just to prove a point, just to prove that you're a man, that you have integrity to you, that you'll respect women, that you'll stand up for what's right, that you'll not try to take advantage of anybody. And my son is going to be a culture class for anybody that comes after him. Like, just like me, I'm a culture class. I don't fit in with the crowd. I'm not the most popular guy. I'm the guy that'll tell you, you don't need the most expensive stuff. You don't need the most high-tech gear. You don't need these new age ideas. Do it like I did when I was a kid. Spread some mud on you, stand in some smoke, and go out and fucking hunt. You know, you don't need to go out there and buy you a fucking $40 bottle of something that's going to mask your scent whenever you could just stand in the fucking fire. Even if you live in the city, you could go out and buy and build a fire in your backyard, stand in the smoke, and go out on a successful hunt.
Yeah, or just hang your fucking hunting clothes out on the porch rail.
Don't buy into the market. Like, I am a huge fan of Realtree. And right now I got a Boeing shirt on, but I'm a huge fan of Realtree. But that's not because Realtree paid me to be a real fan of Realtree. It's just because it's something I grew up with. It was kind of like a brand loyalty. Like, we're all Realtree.
Right.
But,
Yeah.
I got Ghost Camo. I got Browning. I got whatever, is cheapest at the time. Like, I think I paid $20 for this hoodie. It's a good damn hoodie. I paid $5 for the hat. Like, you don't have to go out there and buy. Like, my camo that I use for bow hunting is Ghost Camo, which kind of blends in with the hardwood forest that I'm in. You kind of want camo that matches your forest.
Right.
So I get hardwood camo. I go out there. I have a successful hunt. I get a doe, but I ain't got my buck yet, so it ain't showed up on the channel. Anybody can go out there and get a freezer queen to fill their freezer and feed their family for a year. I didn't film it. I didn't even have the fucking camera with me to film it. I ain't got no proof that I killed this doe, except for a freezer full of food. Like, I'm not here trying to brag. I fed my family. The goal is accomplished. I don't need to brag about it on social media. If I get a buck, yeah, that's pluggable, I suppose. If I get a rack in shed season, that's pluggable, I suppose. But it's not a popularity contest. And I think that's where the rub comes in, is YouTube as a popularity contest. Like, we're all trying to be the most popular guy, the biggest channel or whatever. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm not trying to be the most popular guy. I'm just trying to be me. So subscribers, analytics, all this shit, it don't apply to me. It really don't. It's just, I'm going to do what I do until somebody shuts me down. Eventually somebody will shut me down because of the shit I say and the shit I do. It's affecting their revenue. So they're going to flag every fucking video, and eventually YouTube will, pull my channel or say, hey, you got these strikes.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of people out there who enjoys your point of views and your honesty and your no bullshit approach. It's just a matter of time of the people finding you. Like talking about earlier, YouTube is so saturated with everybody trying to make it on there that it's harder for people to find the good content.
I am not trying to make it on you. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'm not in it for fame and glory. I've already got a handful of friends that I prize above anything that YouTube or Google Analytics could produce. Like, you could not pay me for the quality of people that I've met. Like, you can't pay for these type of people.
Right.
You can't go out and say, hey, I can buy a friend like this. YouTube analytics ain't going to pay you, compensate you for a friend like you, or a friend like Grant McIntosh, who's just going to be straight up with you, who might watch your video and say, Huntsman, I love your channel, I love your personality, I love your content, but you kind of fucked up at this point in time, and I wish you would change that. That one guy that will stand up to you and say, hey, I love what you're doing, but maybe you should try this, or I didn't agree with this part. If a guy respects you enough to do that, that's your friend.
Right.
Anybody who comes to your channel or leaves a comment on your channel saying this was a great video or this was a great stream, minimal effort, not giving any negative criticism, or saying maybe you should tweak this, maybe you should tweak that, they're not helping you develop. They're not helping you grow as a person.
And
so
the
what the fuck is
creators need to be open-minded to that criticism, because you need to listen to your viewers. They're trying to help you, if anything. You'll know the difference in a hater and constructive criticism. If somebody tells you something that you don't like, but they're saying it in a nice way, you should probably listen to them.
Exactly. There's no such thing as bad criticism. If somebody was willing and had the balls enough to stand up and say, hey, Huntsman, maybe you shouldn't do this no more. Maybe it'll get you over a little bit more. At least take that feedback and consider it. Because they have the balls to say, they're trying to help you. They're not trying to attack you. You know the difference between a troll and a supporter. A supporter will tell you, say, hey, man, I would watch more of your content if you did this, this, and this. So if you do this, and this, and this, at least you'll get that supporter's content. If you don't, and you just keep going on with your normal fucking formula, you're not evolving, you're not changing, you're not growing. Eventually, that one person that was honest with you, male or female, is going to say, you know what? You don't listen to me, fuck you. I'm trying to help you out, and you got to take that feedback. It's not about negative or positive. It's about, do you want to succeed or not?
Yeah.
Because there are people who step up to you and say, you are great, but, and that but is what sets them apart from the crowd. That but is what sets them apart from that went in your comment section went, hey, great video, man. No, dumb motherfucker, this video was out of focus. You couldn't see me the entire time, and you're saying great video. You watched it for 3 minutes and you say great video. I fucked up 17 times in this video. Fuck off. Now, the one guy that watched it all the way through and said, hey, Huntsman, your content is great. Your dialogue is great if it would be a podcast, but I can't see you in the video because the sun was behind your back.
Comment from a genuine comment.
Just be honest with people, man. Tell them how you fucking feel. Like, if you come to my channel, you get on my comment section, tell me how you feel. If you're a supporter, I'll be able to tell you from a supporter or a troll. I'll say thank you for the feedback. Thank you for the criticism. Thank you for helping me grow. But if you're a troll, I'm going to fuck you up from now until next Tuesday, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. I can tell the difference between somebody that's just trying to attack me and somebody that's trying to help me progress as a person. You know what I mean?
And a lot of people, they want to boot the trolls, but I like playing with them. I can take everything you want to dish out, and I'll sit there and fuck with you, but trolls don't bother me, man. As long as they're not offending my chat room or whatever, leave them in there.
You need detractors. You need people that fucking hate you, because you have to have the anti-matter mix. You have to have good and bad in order to have drama. And YouTube is thrives on drama. No matter what anybody wants to say about it, entertainment is about drama. That's why Alone films the way that they do. It creates drama. It creates these tense moments. So you see me and Joe Robinette. For all anybody on my channel knows, me and Joe Robinette got this deal behind the scenes that says, hey, you're going to be the good guy and I'm going to be the bad guy. I'm going to attack you and you're not going to say anything about it. And I'm going to drive people to your channel because I can't stop talking about you, Joe. And you're going to just be the good guy and you're going to say, hey, Huntsman can do whatever Huntsman wants to do. And you're going to drive people to my channel because they're going to want to see what this bad guy's saying about you. So you have this entertainment factor. Me and Joe Robinette, for all anybody knows, could be in cahoots with each other. He's the baby face, I'm the villain. We have the perfect story for drama on YouTube to drive views.
Drama generates views, yeah.
To hold that audience attention.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't know it.
No, nobody would know. There's some people out there who is trying to do that, and you can see it. You can see that it's manufactured drama. And
Right.
it's really annoying,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. Like I call out bushcrafters that where I can get screenshots and present evidence of, hey, this video is fake. Like if here's day one, this is a completely separate video that he posted 7 days ago. Here's day one of his stay. Look at the campfire. I go to day 7 where he supposedly spent 7 days in the wilderness, and I take a screenshot from that second video. Say, here's day 1. Here's day 7, side-by-side comparison. Look, not at him, not at the dialogue, but at the campfire. And it's the same wood burning in the campfire on day 1 than it was in day 7.
Right. And you know, I'm not going to notice that.
So if I can put evidence to my audience, that's one thing. I'm not going to go out there and call a bushcrafter out or a survivalist out or an outdoorsman out for producing content. I'm going to call them out faking videos. Because if I'm a new guy and I was just trying to learn this stuff and I thought I could go out there and stay for 7 days because I watched my favorite survivalist do it, I go out there and I copy everything that he did and I get hurt because of it. That's because he faked it and I didn't. That's because he didn't tell me, hey, this is just for entertainment purposes only. So if I go out there and do everything step by step the way that he did and I get hurt or I get killed, there's a liability there. Why did you do this? Because so-and-so did it. There is a level of responsibility there whenever it comes to the outdoors. It's the same with hunting. You can't go hunting with a fucking shotgun or even a bow and not be responsible about how you carry that weapon and how you make that kill. You can't go out there and do that shit and people wrong.
The people who is watching these 101s, like you was talking about, it's the city folks. It's these New York office guys. It's these people that's been sitting in their offices all week and they want to take their family out for an outing or whatever, and they do not realize what's really fake. And that's the majority of these people's, or it's younger generation, it's younger kids trying to figure out how to do this. They don't know what the hell's going on. They don't know what's real, what's fake, and they cannot distinguish the difference. Like you were saying, you can see the difference in the fire. You can see the difference in the wear on a person. You can see the difference in the clothes that they're wearing. You can see the dirt on them, you know. And there's some people who can't fake that. There's people who is smart enough to fake that. They'll change their clothes. They'll fucking wad it up. They'll throw dirt on them. They'll put water on them. They'll make themselves look like they've been old and tired and wore out. But you know, the majority of people cannot. They can't see it. They can't distinguish the difference.
Yeah, because they're not paying attention to the background details. Like everybody that watches my channel knows that I have a problem with Joe Robinette pushing expensive gear on people. Like he's basically out there saying you need a $350 canteen if you want to survive in the woods. Okay. Now on the other side of that, I know for a fact that Joe, if he says he goes out on a 7-day stay, that motherfucker has been out there for 7 days. Because on day 7, all he wants is his wife's tit and a little bit of food. Because his skin has turned orange. He's lost weight. He's malnutrition. He's exhausted. He is not wanting to pretend to be Joe Robinette, the character, anymore. He wants to be a guy that's beat the fuck up after 7 days in the wilderness. So I will go on record right here on the live stream and say, when Joe Robinette goes out and does extended stay in the woods, the little shit actually does it. He does do what he says he's going to do. But on the other side of that, you got guys like Drop Forge Survival, who's another channel who goes out on day 1, and on day 7, he still has the same pressed shirt without a wrinkle or a piece of dirt in it, and the same wood is burning in the campfire, and he's selling this off to hundreds of thousands of people as if it's legit. And here I am saying I'm not the most popular YouTuber, but if you want to follow the trends, you follow Joe, because I've seen Joe. I've seen his skin color change. You can't fake that from malnutrition, where he was just eating fish and his skin turned orange because of exposure and malnutrition, and the kid looked like hell. And in spite of the business problems that I have with Joe, I felt bad for the kid. I'm like, you dumb motherfucker, you went out there and you did it. You spent 7 days in the wilderness. You did it. I can see it in your fucking face that you did it. I can't take that away from you. I'm not going to attack you from that. I'm going to prop you up for that. You fucking did it, kid. Congratulations. But Drops for Survival goes out there and tries to copy Joe, and he's not orange and malnutrition and weak as fuck by the end of the week. You're a fake fat motherfucker. And me and Joe will both tell you the same thing. Being in the wilderness, being in a survival situation is not puppy dog tails and rainbows. It's not a YouTube video. It will kick your fucking ass from the nth degree. Like, I wish you were fucking dead by the end of day 3, let alone day 7. You'll be starving to death. You'll be malnutrition. You'll be dehydrated. You won't be able to focus on anything. You'll be angry, and every fucking that ever happened in your life will come back to haunt you. Shit that you forgot about will come back and tell you to lay down and die. Me and Joe will tell you that. Now, we're completely different on the business aspect of YouTube and making profit off of our audience and whatever. But whenever it comes to survival, Joe will tell you at the end of his story, I feel like shit. I just want my wife and my kids and my dog, and I'm going to have to take a week off from filming because I need to recover. And then you got other fake ass motherfuckers out there who come out in day 7 like they just hit a dose of speed and they're all happy-go-lucky and everything is great and they did fine and everything is God bless. Fuck you, dude. You're fake. That's the pivot point right there. That's how you know a fake guy from a legitimate guy. Joe Robinette is a legitimate guy because whenever he comes off of day 7, he looks like hell. He feels like hell. He tells you this fucking sucked. And then you get Drop Forge Survival, different channel trying to copy Joe. Coming off of day 7, hey, hi guys, I feel great. I'm gonna go home and watch fucking cartoons on Netflix. I hope you all have a blessed day and everything is good and I feel wonderful. And you're a fucking idiot, you dumb fat motherfucker. Because anybody who's ever been in a survival situation knows that by day 3, you are not human anymore. Your primitive instincts have already kicked in. Imagine being in a tree stand for 3 days or on a hunt for 3 days straight. Rough terrain, but you're rationing out your food and water so you can make it through and make the trip back home. Imagine the stress and the anxiety and the depression you go through being hungry all the fucking time. You can't get enough sleep. Like, it's the kind of fucking exhaustion that sleep don't fix. And you can't get enough food. Like a McDonald's cheeseburger would save your fucking life. And no amount of money or revenue matters because when you're out in a survival situation, if I'm in the middle of the Emerald Forest, 40 miles from from another soul, what the fuck good does money do me out there? What the fuck good does YouTube ad revenue do me out there? I ain't got nobody to trade it to for food or survival supplies. Like, money means nothing in the wilderness. It's worth nothing. You can't even start a fire with a dollar bill because the son of a bitch won't burn. It's cotton paper. It won't burn. Money is worthless out there. YouTube ad revenue is worthless out there. Whatever Instagram likes you got this week is worthless out there. Either you eat or you don't. And that's the difference that I'm trying to convey in the Huntsman series. Like either you're gonna eat or you don't. Either you got a successful hunt or you don't. It don't matter what Amazon sold you or what fucking Squarespace said or what money you got in your bank account. The money you got in your bank account ain't going to matter if you go off the road, off of the fucking cliff, and find yourself in the middle of the wilderness somewhere. What the fuck is the money in your bank account going to do you? Everybody's saving up all this money. Oh, we got to have money. You know what the two primary sources of revenue in a shit hit the fan situation is? Tobacco and alcohol. Has nothing to do with coin, nothing to do with gold, silver, jewels, or anything. Tobacco and alcohol. If you stockpile the tobacco and alcohol, you'll be a king.
Yeah, hell yeah, like prison.
You'll be able to rule the world with tobacco and alcohol if society ever collapsed. It's not gold, it's not silver, it's not YouTube ad revenue. It's fucking tobacco and alcohol. Shit people are addicted to.
Yeah.
Shit people need or think that they need to survive. If you have a warehouse full of tobacco and alcohol, it would be worth more than a guy that has a warehouse full of guns.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I agree with that 100%.
People don't see the big picture. They don't see how people think. Look at society today. They're all drugged. They're all on antidepressants, alcohol, and weed. They need drugs to just function through the fucking day. Imagine this sorry sons of bitches in an actual survival situation. If I have the drugs, if I have the tobacco and alcohol, and your prescription drugs cut off, I'm the only guy that you got to turn to alleviate your addiction. I'm the king of the fucking world.
Unless you put somebody to a tobacco farm, yeah.
You don't stockpile. All these preppers out there, you see all these prepper types out there stockpiling guns, food, water, all these fucking military surplus supplies. Motherfucker, you should have a bunker full of tobacco and alcohol. Everybody out there will give you everything you need to survive if you can trade them tobacco and alcohol.
And medicine is severely overlooked. Nobody hardly ever has medicine. They always have food and they always have water, which is a necessity. But when shit really hits the fan, you got to have some medicine.
But how many people in today's society is going to raid a hospital? If shit hit the fan in my city, the first place I'm going to go is the hospital. While they're getting their flat screen TV, I'm getting penicillin.
Right.
Because penicillin is worth more than anything out there. You can't hook up. You have no electricity to plug the TV into, you dumb son of a bitch.
Yeah.
You follow the social media trend. You get a single bottle of penicillin that might have 4 doses in it. You're a king. Yeah. So I'm going to go to the hospital. I'm going to go to, and not just the main hospital. I'm going to go to a satellite doctor's clinic, someplace big enough that has probably a radio.
Yeah.
So you go to a hospital, they're going to have a generator, they're going to have medicine, they're going to have a 2-way transmitter that normally functions off of the grid if you have to communicate through CB. So you go to a hospital. And it doesn't have to be a major hospital. It could be your local doctor's office. Chances are they have those 3 things because it's basic for a clinic.
Yeah.
Medicine, at least emergency medicine, a 2-way radio where you can communicate with EMS or the government or anybody that happens to be on frequency. And, that's it. You have your shit.
Yeah, they have to. They got to have shit that goes out. They're prepared. They're already prepared. Besides ammunition,
they're all going with every prepper out there is going with food and weapons. We have a whole cache of guns. Well, that's great, you dumb son of a bitch. Your cache of guns weighs in excess of a ton. You couldn't even put all your guns in the back of a pickup truck and haul it without your transmission going out. What the fuck are you going to do?
I think, though, in the long run, hypothetically speaking, in the long run, the person who has all the weapons, they would outlast, the smarter people, because they're going to bully everybody. They're just going to fucking put everybody down, take their shit, shoot them if they want to.
you're going. I will agree with you that you will have marauders. You will have guys that have the psychology to go out there and rob everybody else. But the majority of preppers today are not marauders. They do not have a killer psychology. They're not serial killers. They're going to try to defend what's theirs, but while they're defending what's theirs, pestilence is going to run down their leg and fear is going to run down their spine. And all of these preppers out there want to brag about their cache of guns. They tell you exactly where to find the fucking guns.
Yeah.
So a guy like me is going to go get penicillin. We're going to hop on the radio and tell my buddies like strung out where the fucking guns are at. And then me and the boys are going to go get the guns from the guy who don't know how to shoot. We got the penicillin. We got the two-way radio. And now we got the gun from the prepper. You know? And we got his food supply because he couldn't shoot worth a shit. Because he wasn't born country. He was born social media. Well, I tell you what, if anybody wants to survive an inevitable apocalypse, you go to the town folk.
Yeah.
You go to the village. You go to the town that's got 200 people in it. They live there all their lives. They're going to block off that fucking village. They're going to plant gardens. They're going to raise crops. They're going to raise wildlife. They're going to go out on hunts. They'll teach you how to survive. You don't go to the metropolitan areas.
The inner city is just going to eat themselves up like they're doing now.
Well, cities, number one, cities are a biological weapon anyway, because if you cut out the sanitary staff of a city, the sewers back up, and within 2 weeks you have disease running rampant through the cities just because the waste wasn't released. Like you have guys down at the waste treatment plant that are getting rid of your shit. If those guys quit and run off, that sewer is going to back up, and you're going to have botulism, E. coli, all kinds of shit breaking out. The cities are a petri dish.
Yeah,
they're going to blow up like a biochemical weapon, and anything downstream of a metropolitan area is going to be toxic because of all the runoff of human waste. But you go to a village that has 200 people in it, and they have wells rather than city supplied water. They're getting the water out of a well. Even if it's an electronic well, you can hook an electronic well up to a fucking car and run the pump. You know, you can put an alternator on an electronic well and run the pump and bring water up out of the well. So you're getting groundwater, water that's filtered through limestone or whatever, and it's clean water. Whereas the city folk, they're just dead.
Yeah.
If you survive the apocalypse, you get to a small village and you hope to God they fucking accept you.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, country folk are not the most welcoming people in the world. Like, we'll defend our community, we'll defend our village, we'll defend our brothers and sisters, we'll defend people that we grew up with. But if you're an outsider coming in, we're going to have some fucking questions. Where the fuck did you come from? And
that's
what is your intention?
There's a trust boundary there, and yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
Exactly. And that's like, look at YouTube, like a broad spectrum. You look at YouTube. So I meet you guys down south, further south than me, on YouTube. We have this sort of connection. If shit were to hit the fan, the apocalypse were to happen in some foreign country were to invade. If I was to take a map and mark, hey, I know strung out here. Hey, I know someone else here. Someone to vouch for me here. I've already developed a kinship with people all across the country. That's the network. That's the brotherhood. That's the people that you want to back. It's the small YouTuber community, not the community at large, the people that are kissing your ass every day, the people that you talk to one-on-one, outside of the videos, outside of the live stream, saying, hey, man, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? What can you teach me about this? What can you teach? You got that brotherhood going on. So if shit were to ever hit the fan and I was to hit the road and I was to come down to your area and I was to get to you, what are the odds that you're going to say, hey, he's okay, I know him, everything's cool?
Right, yeah.
And it's the same if you was coming my way. If you was coming my way and you was coming to the suburbs, I'm gonna be like, this is the motherfucker you want to let in because he's gonna teach us how to survive. He's gonna help us get food. If you don't let him in, you don't get the food that he can bring. You don't get the skills that he can bring. If you don't have a skill set to provide to community, you're worthless.
Yeah,
Like you have
absolutely.
nothing to offer. And that's the other thing about shit hit the fan situations. If you don't have a skill set, if you're not trained to do something, you're worthless to anybody. You're just a handicap. And if you look at the patterns of nature, going back to the all the way back to the beginning of the live stream, those deer that I commune with, if one of those deer gets sick or hurt, you know what those other deers do to it? They push it off out of the herd.
Yeah.
You're gonna die. We're not going to support you. We're not going to lead you to food or water. If you can't find it by yourself, you're on your own. Because this is a community. It has to be the strongest links. If you are the weakest link, you're gone because you're a handicap. We cannot support you. We cannot carry your weight. And we have a society right now that's all weight. You look at SNAP benefits, which just made the news. Everybody's panicking about food stamps is going to get cut again because we have a Republican government. Well, food stamps is going to be cut because there are a lot of adults out there who never learned how to adult, and it's supply versus demand. If I have something to supply to your community, then I'm worth something. If I'm demanding something from your community, then I'm not worth shit.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing with YouTube. If I'm coming to you saying, hey, I can offer you something in exchange for your attention, then it's an equal exchange. But if I come to you and say, hey, buy this titanium cup so I can keep my channel going, I'm taking advantage of you, and you're not getting really anything out of it except for a fucking titanium cup that you didn't need in the first place.
Right.
You know, so we're all coming from different places. It's I don't know. I think 90% of at least 90% of society has got life all upside down and backwards. Like they're going about it all wrong. They prioritize the wrong things. They've focused on learning the wrong techniques, and they have the wrong psychology to thrive in life, which is why they're going to take advantage of it later on.
And it might be
like,
more than 20%, man. It might be fucking more like 95%. It's really crazy out there that, yeah.
Well, look at these. Be honest. Look at these 20-year-olds who have a YouTube channel and say, hey, YouTube is my career. I just stream on Twitch and YouTube, and I make enough money to pay my rent and pay my utilities. Well, that's great. But 5 years from now, when everybody's burned out on your ass,
yeah,
and you have to fill out a job application, what are you going to say? I was self-employed for the past 5 years. I have no recent job. I have no recent skills training, but I want to join the workforce now because my YouTube channel finally gave out on me. If I was a boss running a company, I'd be like, you probably need to fuck off, because there was this kid in high school who went to trade school and actually learned some skills that are valuable to me that might further my company a little bit more. So I'm going to hire him rather than the YouTuber or the girl that showed her tits on Instagram, you know. So when you live in a society where everybody wants, where social media is the, and I've said this before on my channel, social media is the social security program of the modern age. It's the food stamp program of the modern age. If I can be a streamer and just play video games all day, or if I can be a YouTuber and somehow make it over, I will get enough money where I won't have to work a day job. I won't have to pay taxes. I won't have to really apply for food stamps. Somebody out there, the community, will just pay my way through life. I could get on a live stream right now and say, hey, everybody, I'm in a really bad spot right now. Me and my wife just broke up, and spin this whole fake ass sob story to him, right?
Yeah.
Could you please send me a super? I need to get another place. Me and my wife just got into an argument after his live stream. I was strung out. I was strung out till 2:00 in the fucking morning. My wife wants a divorce. So could you
Yeah.
guys please send me a super chat or something, support me, help me get another place, get out of this situation, and we'll carry on. And the community jumps right in. Yeah, we'll help you out. I'll send you a PayPal. Don't you worry. I'll send it straight to your bank account. I'll send you, this, send you that. And then you get on another platform. There's a website out there where you can get sponsors for YouTube, where you can sign up to get sponsors, where people send you products and you plug their products or whatever, so you can get paid. Hey, send me the link to your video game so I can get some money for this. I need to be paid to be out in the
And
woods.
that's the reality of it today. A lot of the youth today, they're not even thinking outside of the box. They're thinking about that I can get on YouTube and I can be a gamer and I can get rich. And that's where a lot of this YouTube is saturated with gamers and is bringing in a lot of the
Oh yeah,
younger. It's awful, man.
yeah. It's all gamers or uh, commentary type, And I admit I get into that a little bit as far as my channel goes. There's a little bit of commentary to it as far as the community goes. Me saying, hey, don't follow, so and so's full of shit.
Yeah.
That does add drama to my channel. Everybody's coming to me because I tagged Joe Robinette or Drop Forward Survivor or a bigger channel, and they're coming to me saying, "What did this motherfucker say about him?" A lot of people honestly don't argue with me. Like their audience knows. Joe Robinette's audience knows he's full of shit. They know he's a little beta male pussy. He's gone out there and proven his worth, but they know that he's on YouTube to make a profit. They just don't care. They just like his personality. They like that escapism. They come to me and say, "Hey, Huntsman, we know, but it's okay." And I'm like, all right, as long as you're aware, that's all I wanted. That was my achievement, is your awareness. It wasn't for profit or gain. It wasn't for views or a following. It was, as long as you know what it is you're watching, I'm cool. I'm gonna go out there and do what I've done my entire fucking life. I ain't gonna change. I'm the same person I was when I was fucking 8 years old. I still talk the way that I did when I was 8 years old. I ain't changed nothing. I ain't nobody special. I'm just saying, hey, as long as you're aware that this is bullshit, I'm cool.
And it's not just it's not limited to the bushcraft world or the bushcraft genre. There's people out there. I'm sure you've heard of the Guggen Squad. They're big time fishermen. They're just a young
Oh,
group of kids that has blown up for whatever reason. I guess it's because the younger generation buys into whatever they're doing, but they are representing the outdoors in a horrible way. And now they are expanding, I guess, trying to expand their viewing audience, and they are going into hunting. And this boy's going out here and he calls it a Walmart hunting challenge. And I'm thinking, dude, everybody who fucking hunts is doing the Walmart hunting challenge. We all go to Walmart and we're all buying our fucking shit. We're all going to Walmart and getting our fucking ammunition. We're all going to Walmart and getting our dope tea. We're all going to Walmart and getting our fucking rattling racks. We're all going to Walmart and getting whatever the fuck it is. We're all going to Walmart and getting our fucking salt blocks. Unless you got a Cabela's and you want to pay extra money. We're all going to fucking Walmart and doing the hunting challenge. This guy's buying 2 or 3 different boxes of ammunition and he's trying to sight in on a moving target, and he don't even know the exact range. So he goes through one box of ammunition shooting at a moving target, and he don't even know his range. And then he puts in a totally different box of ammunition that has a different feet per second. It's a different fucking grain. And he's got millions of followers, and these kids are in there and they're taking this shit in and they're thinking that they can do that too. And he's representing it in the wrong way. So he's bringing in all these kids and they're thinking they can be that sloppy. You know what I'm saying? And it really pisses me off. I will do some comedy, and you know that it's comedy unless you're a fucking dumbass. You know that I'm doing it as a comedy attempt anyway. And I do some serious shit too, and I do some tips and all that stuff. But whenever you have this big of an influence and you're going out there and you're showing everybody how to do it wrong and you're being serious about it at the same time, then that's a fucking problem, because we already got enough backlash coming from the anti-hunters and the fucking anti-gun folks and the whole left, man. It really pisses me off.
Oh yeah, that's exactly where I'm coming from too. Like we're setting ourselves up for failure. Like the outdoorsmen are setting ourselves up for failure. Like, you know, and that's the same shit that I'm trying to convey with the survivalist, the wilderness survival. Like, I can go out there, I could go out there and film a 7-day survival challenge, and it would be nothing for me because, I mean, it's not even a challenge for me because it's just what we did growing up. Like, spending a week out in the woods, that ain't shit.
Right.
You're eating squirrels, rats, fish, whatever. But you know, that's just what we did. The last ice storm that I went through, uh, and it was with my whole family. Like my mom, my stepdad, my brother and sister was there. We went through an ice storm. Had this big ass ice storm come in, hit our county really hard, knocked the power out for 3 weeks before they got the power grid up back to our house, which was 7 miles outside of town. So for 3 weeks, we went without electricity. Everything in the freezer went to shit. We had a wood burning stove. We had lanterns. We had plenty of propane. So as far as comfort goes, it was easy as shit. But our food went bad. So my stepdad was like, "Well, go back to the woods and bring us back something, you know, anything that you can find." So me and my brother go out there right here on the live stream. Be honest, and we plugged a deer. It was on private property. We could have claimed it as it was damaging property or whatever, but no, it was a survival situation. Our meat went bad in the freezer. We needed food. So we bring this deer back to the house. We stripped it, you know, we quartered it out, chopped it all up, out of season, straight out fucking poaching. Called the sheriff and said, "Hey, this is the situation. This is what we got going on." Sheriff said, "Well, I'll contact the game warden and see what he says." Game warden calls us about 45 minutes later and says, "Hey, we know that you took the doe on private land. We know the situation. We're not going to pursue it or anything like that. You guys stay safe out there." And, you know, so we took a doe on our own land, you know, and the local government, as you could say, said, "Hey, just go ahead and do it as long as you guys can stay safe out there and you're not dependent on the sheriff station or somebody to bail you for the fuck out. Just keep your fire going and keep your family fed and you're fine. You're not taxing the community by it." You know what I mean? So you're going to see that in extreme situations where the community is saying, or the government is saying, you got to go out and take care of yourself because we can't take care of it for you. The laws don't apply anymore. If you can't survive on your own, we're sorry. We can't supply for you anymore. So when you know you have those little stories in your background and you have these little instances where you sort of push the red line, and you had that actual legitimate real life sense of desperation. Like, if I don't go out and kill something, everybody's going to go to bed hungry tonight. If you don't have a real life example of that, I don't think you come into this with a perspective, or at least a realistic perspective. I mean, you could try to fake it, you could try to empathize with it, but it was panic for us. Like, we were hungry. All our meat was spoiled. Like, it was winter out. We were in an ice storm, but we couldn't get the fucking meat cold because our dumbasses didn't think to set the fucking food outside in the ice storm. We kept it in the freezer. That was the mistake. Why not just set it out in the snow? It's fucking -4 degrees out there. The meat will be fine. But no, we kept it in the house with the wood burner because we didn't realize that. We didn't take that into consideration. We're cranking up this wood burning stove. We got wood out the ass to last for 2 fucking years. But it thawed out everything in the freezer because we didn't put everything in the freezer outside. You see what I'm saying? It's even country folk raised like that can make that kind of fucked up mistake. And now all of a sudden you're shit out of luck. Like, yeah, you can stay warm, but you can't feed yourself unless you go out and poach a deer. You know, we fucked up. We were honest about that. We called the sheriff. We called the game warden and said, "We fucked up. Hey, we understand. As long as you guys are safe, that's all that matters." But that small town community, you think you get away with that in metropolitan area? Probably not.
That happened to us when I was about 9 or 10 years old. We had a blizzard. We don't get much snow down here in the South. We might get a dusting every year, but even with a threat of a dusting, everything shuts down. But in '93, And still, in my lifetime, we had 3 feet of snow, and that's the biggest snow we've had in my lifetime. And I'm about to be 37 years old, but I remember we lived in the projects at that time, and my grandma was taking everything and sticking it outside in the snow. And if it wasn't for us having
Yep.
gas heat, we would have froze to death. And water beds was a big thing back then. Water beds. And I had a lot of friends who had water beds, and they had no way of heating the fucking water beds. So they was sleeping on fucking almost freezing beds, you know, there's almost blocks of ice that they was
Right.
sleeping on. Yeah, it was crazy. But I remember growing up back then and going through that blizzard, and we was having to keep everything outside. And if it wasn't for gas, we would have froze and we probably would have starved to death. But yeah, I remember my grandma I remember having to go outside and get the eggs out or the cheese or the meat or whatever it was out of the bank of snow and bring it inside to cook and then having to take it back out there so it wouldn't go bad. But yeah, it's crazy, man. And as simple as that is, you're right. People don't think about something as simple as that. They don't know how to survive without electricity.
Right. And bringing that a little bit more up to date, like the major situation that I was in, me and Connor's mom, my son's mom, was living. We lived in a house out in the middle of fucking nowhere. Had a propane heater. Uh, get into an ice storm one winter. This was 2004, so it wasn't that long ago, you know. Really. 2004 propane heater, living in the house, ran out of propane during the snowstorm. It was a 4 or 5 day snowstorm. We ran out of propane in the middle of the night, and so I take Connor, he's newborn, you know, young at the time. I take him and his mom. I put him in the smallest room in the house. Every fucking candle in the house I put in that room, and I put it all up on this counter, and let every fucking candle heat in this one room with the candles,
Yeah.
and said, "Whatever you do, do not open the door." Now, through that weekend, all of our pipes froze and bursted. All of our food went bad. All of our house plants died. The stray cats that we had around had to be put back there in the room, so everybody was clustered into this really small bedroom in the house that the candles could heat, and we were heating the place with taper candles until the power came back on and I could get on the phone. I called the local propane company in our area, and they said, "Hey, unless you give us $800, there's nothing we can do for you." So I called the propane company back in my hometown, and I happened to date the secretary or the dispatcher for the propane company back in my hometown back in high school, and she said, "You know, it's like 30 miles out of our area, but we're going to get you a truck out there as soon as possible." And within 2 hours, that truck showed up at my house, filled up my tank, and never charged me anything
Oh yeah.
because it was an emergency situation. So they could sort of write it off. But we had one company say, "We're not going to help you out. You're just dead." And
Yeah.
another company, town folk, say, "We're going to do whatever we can to get the resources you need, even if it's 30 fucking miles away," just because I knew that girl. And that's what I was going back to saying. If you get on YouTube and you build a community, if you build true friendships where you're actually bonding with people, you're honest with people, and they can measure you out as a man or a woman or whatever, and you build those connections are more valuable to you throughout your entire fucking life than anything else, anything corporate, anything that you could sell out on. Because if it wasn't for my ex-girlfriend back in the day, me and my son could have legitimately fucking froze to death in the
Yeah.
middle of nowhere during the ice storm. And we wouldn't have been the only ones. We weren't the only ones, you know, that were hurting like that. There was like, I think the local news reported 8 people had died during that ice storm. You know, granted they were medical. It was oxygen machine or some sort of medical situation, but you know, for the gas company, it didn't mean a difference between an oxygen machine or a guy that was just without heat. They just weren't supplying the fucking heat because they weren't getting the money. And you get on YouTube and it's the same thing. If I'm not getting the money, I'm not giving you shit. You know, and I think that it's just inhumanity. It's they're not. I don't know what the fuck leads people to that, but if it's just like look at Copa right now. If I'm not making a profit on YouTube, I'm going to shut my channel down.
Yeah.
Well, that exposes those people for what they are. You got people with millions of subscribers out there threatening to shut their channel down because of Copa. You know that they were here to just take advantage of other people, to take advantage of the community. That should expose them of what they are. So I wasn't about Copa. Make it more honest. Cut them motherfuckers out.
I wasn't never trying to attract kids anyway, unless like last week, whenever we did the youth hunters, which we need to be recruiting as outdoorsmen anyway. It's our responsibility to bring the youth on and keep this tradition alive. I don't have no interest in bringing kids in and watching my fucking content. You know, I do want younger generations watching and picking that up and carrying it on, but I don't give a shit about the Copa shit.
Yeah, I'm probably not the type most parents don't want little Timmy watching. Like if little Timmy was watching video on the couch and they heard me saying some of the shit I say in my videos, they'd be like, "Hey, what the fuck are you watching, man?
Right.
You can't watch that shit." Yeah, I'll tell you what, you dumb mother beta male motherfucker. I'm the one guy that you should have your kid watching because I'm the one that's going to save his fucking life whenever your sorry ass is dead. You know, I'm going to teach your kid how to save your fucking life. And I really don't know how Generation X got to the point that we got to with our kids. I really don't. Like how did we raise our kids to be such fucking pussies? Like our 13, 14-year-old kids now.
It started with the fucking hippies, man.
Oh,
they all wanted the love. They wanted the peace and the love. That's where it came from.
They wanted something. It was just like my niece. Now, me and my niece I'm closer to my niece than anybody in my life right now, just because she's immediate family. We have contact with my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law all the time. My niece is going through this phase where, oh, I'm bisexual. Oh, I'm a lesbian. Oh, I'm whatever hashtag happens to be on Facebook this week. And I'm like, Kaylee, I completely understand where you're coming from. I completely understand the pressure that you're feeling from society today. But here's how you punch a guy in the throat. So, so you know what I'm saying? Like I don't care what you think you are. This is what you're able to do is what matters. Like I don't care whether you consider yourself bisexual, gay, beta male, alpha male, whatever. I don't care what you say you are. It's not what you say you can do. It's what you can actually fucking do.
What aggravates me is the mainstream TV is they are shoving this fucking gay shit down our throats. You cannot watch a mainstream TV anymore without there having a fucking gay plot around it. They're shoving it down our fucking throat, man. I hate it.
We should give a shout out to the official Maria B, who's right there in our live chat with us.
Man, I'm telling you, Maria is my girl, dude. She hung out with me all one night. She was dropping $75. Yeah, Maria, she's a good girl. She's Hispanic, but she's married to a gringo.
I ain't one to judge. Hey, you know what? I did say this on my channel one time. Everybody says you can't judge a book by its cover.
You can't.
And here's how I spun that off my channel. You can't judge a book by its cover, but you can by its first few pages, and certainly by its last. So you get into these people who they're spinning you a line of shit or whatever. Yeah, I'm ready to be judged. Anybody that watch my channel, I tell them straight out, Judge me, motherfucker, and then go ask yourself in the mirror if you look like the person whose opinion actually matters. Like I'm ready to be judged for what I'm saying because I know it's for the greater good. Like I am honestly, sincerely trying to help people. If you get into a really bad situation, this is the type of psychology that you need to have. Sometimes I go off the walls a little bit. Sometimes I go on a tirade saying, "Hey, the world is overcome with beta male, hypersensitive, reactionary pussies right now. That's not the way that you want to be." Now that might not make me the popular guy, but that's the truth of the fucking matter. Like your safe space ain't gonna feed you.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna give you the supplies that you need. It ain't gonna give you the psychology or the emotional security that you need to survive in a really bad situation. If you want to fight anxiety and depression, you don't go to a safe space. You go to a guy like me, who takes anxiety and depression and turns them into a little bitch. Like I will turn you into something to my advantage. Like I came from the worst, absolute worst situation. My ex fiance was legit the love of my life. Like I will never love, and I could say this even being married, I will never love any woman as deeply as I love that girl. She got taken from me by an alcoholic. That don't mean I'm getting on my channel saying, "Oh, I'm anti-alcohol." Hell, I'm drunk right now. I ain't driving, but you know what I mean. I it's just I come from my channel comes from a very dark place saying, hey, anxiety, depression, loss, antisocial behavioral syndrome, feeling like you're alone in the world, it don't matter. There's somebody out there that can relate. There's somebody out there that can sympathize. There's somebody out there that will at least try to understand where you're coming from. And that's the crowd that I'm getting to. People that watch my series from the beginning. We got to the 1 year anniversary of the channel, and I laid it all out. I went to Tish's grave, and I said, "This is where it all started." I had this tradition. I have this tradition of laying a rose on her grave on the first day of spring every year. I'm going to do that for 12 years, no matter the situation, whether she's with me or not, whether I'm married or not. This is part of who I am. So I take a single red rose, to Tisha's grave every year on the first day of spring. Last year, you got to see that on film. You got to see that like right there in the series. Me dropping the rose off to Tisha's grave and telling everybody, this is where my channel started. This is where I'm coming from. This is what I'm trying to convey. That you can go through really dark times in your life and still find beauty in the world, still find beauty in nature, still find really good people out there who will support you and get you through the darkness. So we progress a little bit. We're coming up. It ain't gonna be too much longer. 3 more months. It's gonna be the first day of spring. I'm gonna be right back at that cemetery, right underneath that oak tree, dropping off another rose. Is that an insult to my wife? No. Because that's a completely different book. I made a vow. It's kind of like this chivalrous, honor-bound vow. And I told Courtney before we got married, every year on the first day of spring, I take a rose to this girl's grave, and this is why. I promised her 12 roses. Until I give her fucking 12 roses, it doesn't matter whether she's alive or dead, she's getting 12 fucking roses. And she understood that. That takes a level of security, a level of emotional maturity, and a level of self-confidence that a lot of people out there in the world don't have. My wife has it, and I'm extremely fortunate to that. There's not too many people out there in the world, or too many women out there in the world, and I'll say that, that would say, hey, I completely understand you honoring the memory of your ex-fiance. Who the fuck does that? There's so much insecurity in the world that I'm not going to let you build a YouTube channel off the memory of your ex-fiance that died in a car accident, and you wander off in the woods. Where do I fit into this picture? Where's my glory? Courtney's not like that, which I'm blessed in that. I really am. But you know, having that kind of a story, having that kind of a dark, like I've been through some shit background, it makes you more realistic to your audience. And it attracts a different kind of audience because there are a lot of people who have been out there who have been through a lot of shit. Like they're depressed, they're antisocial, they're suffering from anxiety, and if you can say, "Hey, I'm going through that too, but this is what I made out of it," then they connect to you in a way where you're their hero without being the stereotypical hero. Like this guy overcame the darkest thing in his life and created something great out of it. If you can teach other people to do that, I think you're sending out a good message to the world. Like the darkest day of your life ain't the end of it. You can spin it off. You can use it to your advantage. You can use it as a lesson for others. This is what I went through. This is what you could go through too. You'd be surprised what you could survive. I think that's what it comes down to. That ought to be my hashtag for the next year. Is you would be surprised what you could survive through, whether it's physical, psychological, mental, whatever. You'd be surprised what you can take on as long as you have the right support group around you. I'm gonna shut up now. I keep going on, man. You get me on these tirades.
You did it to yourself, man. No, that's why I brought you up here, man. You're a great interview. You really are. And ever since I discovered you, I believe it was on Pusa. I've been following you ever since then, and that's been well over a year ago. And I really enjoy listening to your point of views. And I'm not into bushcraft like you. I grew up, building shit like that. It's kind of part of my nature, but I'm more or less I'm hanging out in your live streams to hang out with you because I feel like I'm actually there hanging out with you, and you give me a kind of a sense of peace, even if you're talking about drama or calling somebody out. That I just enjoy hanging out with you, listening to your point of views and listening to your stories, man. And I hope that there's more people who can discover you and enjoy you and appreciate you for what you are, because there is a lot of people out there, like you're saying, that's doing it for the wrong reasons, and they're going out in their backyard and they're going in and sleeping in the house and coming back out the next morning making it look like they are doing some real bushcraft shit when they're really not. But yeah, man, I enjoyed it. Go ahead.
I didn't know anything about bushcraft until I got onto YouTube. Like I didn't know what fucking bushcraft was until like 2 years ago. Like I had my life and I get on YouTube and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go. I had this story planned out from my old journal, or at least a baseline of an idea of what I wanted to pitch as a story. So I go out, I try to make some connections, and this is like a year before I launched the channel. I tried to figure out what I wanted to do, how I wanted to develop this. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. So, and that's when I stumbled across bushcraft. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, country folks didn't know what bushcraft was. I mean, there's no bush in the United States. That's an Australian thing. The bush in Australia. We're woodsmen.
Yeah.
We're just rednecks. So here it's just redneck shit, like it's country folk shit. So when I started, thank you, Maria. So when I started researching bushcraft, like trying to figure out what all these fucking people were talking about, I'm like, what the fuck is this panty ass shit? Like, y'all are building fire reflectors that physics say don't work. You're all using titanium cups that don't fucking matter. Like, I was doing this shit at 8 years old, and you guys are out there acting like it's a fucking college program of survival. Like, this is the creme de la creme of wilderness survival. I'm like, you dumb motherfuckers, I was doing this when I was 8. You ain't doing nothing but hobby camping.
Yeah.
You're just not tent. That's the only difference between a bushcrafter and a camper. They're not taking a tent. They're just building their shelter. So, yeah, I use bushcraft as a hashtag on my series, but I'm not a bushcrafter.
Because it's what people looking for. Oh, yeah. I got you.
I use it because that's the hashtag that's trending on Twitter or on Facebook or YouTube right now. Like if I want to build my channel, it has to be bushcraft because I'm building a shelter in the woods. It doesn't matter if Huntsman's girlfriend died. She loved fairy tales, so he's going to go out and build a cabin in the woods. How do you hashtag that? You can't.
You know what you might need to
can't
do
hashtag.
is whenever you go on somebody's channel for the first time, you see a preview video or whatever. Maybe you need to do that. Maybe you do. I don't see it because I'm not a new visitor to your channel. But if you do that,
Right.
what do they call the term for the video that plays whenever the first time a person views your channel? Anyway, yeah, you do that. You come up, yeah, do the channel teaser, the trailer. You do that, and maybe people will understand it and they will buy into it. But you have a lot to offer to people, man. I think you are severely overlooked, and I know you're doing great on your subscribers, and a lot of your videos are getting high views. But I think it's just a matter of time of people finding you, other people getting burnt out, people getting tired of other shit. You know, they're eventually going to find you, and there's going to be a new appreciation for your channel because, you know, it's not even about the bushcraft. It's not about the builds with you. It's like with me. I'm sure there's a million people out there like me that would enjoy your stories and your point of views and your philosophy and all that stuff. It's not even about the bushcraft, if that's what you want to call it.
Yeah, but it's hard for people to get past the surface bullshit. Like, but I do that as a test. Like I'm honestly testing my subscribers. Like I'm trying to weed out my subscribers from people who authentically want to learn and get deeper into the story and the surface bullshit. Like if you can get past the language and the colorful metaphors and all the surface bullshit, you'll find a guy that just goes to work every day, who's devoted to his wife, who likes cuddling with his dogs, and has a really depressing backstory. You know, aside from that, you know, I guess I could come across a little bit differently. Like I could, but I'm not trying to fake it. Like I'm not trying to censor myself. Like yeah, I try to tell everybody that if you came to my house, you'd be talking to the same guy that you're talking to in the series. Like I'm not going out there trying to fake it for the crowd or fake it for popularity points. Like this is me, and what you see is what you get. Tisha and my, you know, losing her and the core of the story that led me to this particular area in the state and why I wandered off into the woods. That's the background story, but I that's my reason for being in the woods. It's not what I can teach after I get there. So yes, I have different motivations for being out there. I have different motivations for sort of being in this kind of exile state, and that's off of YouTube. That's off of the channel. That's out of character. I exiled myself to this area. Like I had to get away from her kids, her family, her home, everything that we knew together. There was just too much memory there. I can ecologically, as strong as I am, I couldn't fucking handle it. So 120 miles away I move. I land in the middle of a woods. What the fuck am I going to do with this landscape? I go off and I start filming how I'm doing to not really survive in the landscape, but cope with her loss in the landscape. How do I pay tribute to this girl who changed me so much? And it was by building a character, telling a story, building, and not just a bushcraft shelter or a survival shelter, but the entire camp around the shelter, the crystal, the connection that I have with the whitetail. Everything leads back to that original story. Was this girl believed that Disney fairy tale true love could come true if somebody worked hard enough at it. And here I am after she passed away saying, I can build the world even though I can't replicate the relationship. I can build a world that is landscaped and built to look like a movie scene to defy your imagination. And I will use it using natural materials in a survival situation, in a bushcraft situation, but there's this fantasy element to it. And that's the tinge of the channel. That's the X factor to the channel that sets it apart from all the others. Is this? He's got this fairy tale aspect. Like he's trying to recreate a world that he couldn't make with her before she passed away. And that's the tension. Like, can I pull this off? Like, whenever the spring bloom comes and my channel comes back for season 3, we're on our winter break right now. Whenever March 20th comes around and I come back with another premiere, or however I plan that out, whenever they see that camp for the first time, that we spent an entire year on a live stream building, and the flowers are blooming and the wildlife is right there inside the camp because we spent 2 years doing this shit, dude. Like long-term investment. We trained the wildlife to come in. We landscaped the wild to come in, not be pushed away like all the other bushcrafters do. Like they're trying to create this safe space bubble. We wanted it all integrated. We wanted character. We wanted. It looks like I get dressed by birds in the fucking morning, like Snow White. You know, we got this stone and wood cottage in the woods, sitting along the creek, with white-tailed deer and wild turkeys coming right into camp. How did the fuck did this guy do it though? And it was because my motivations for creating an outdoors channel didn't come from hunting or fishing or survival. It came from this little fucking blonde-haired girl who used to watch Disney movies all the fucking time, and she forced me to watch them. Like, like, hey, we're gonna watch Beauty and the Beast tonight. Fuck. There goes my manhood. But
them old school Disney movies are good, man.
But that girl gave me this spin for the YouTube channel of maybe fairy tales are real. Maybe you can go out into the wilderness and capture a wildflower or capture a wild animal or capture a camp that looks like something that comes out of the movies, that looks like something that Disney created. That's not real. But I did it on a live stream, so you know it's real. Stone by stone. It's just different motivations. It's a different vision. It's different reasons for doing it. It's not about YouTube following or YouTube profit or hunting or fishing or outdoors. It's about beauty and
oh, listen,
memory.
man, listen at you.
Hey, we're 5 hours into the stream now. The outdoors and the wilderness, even the interaction with HB, those are beautiful moments.
It is.
There's no other way. And if you're a hunter sitting on a tree stand and you pull your bow back, there's that instantaneous moment when you have a connection with that deer or whatever it is you're shooting that is nothing but beautiful.
Yeah.
It's almost a religious moment. It's something that I've never seen any hunter ever be able to put into words, the feeling that they get after a kill. It's regret, it's remorse, it's happiness, it's joy, it's every emotion you could ever think of, all wrapped into one. And especially if it's a good kill. Like you took a good heart shot, you know, the deer dropped instantly, it didn't suffer. You know, you got food, but there was a life taken in order to gain that food. There's almost a religious, metaphysical, every single fucking emotion you've ever felt in your life comes into 1 single second. There's no way to encapsulate.
What the hell just happened? Are you there?
I don't know. It's been too long.
That was weird.
We back?
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah. No way to encapsulate the kill. And if we get to the hunting aspect of it, or there's no way to convey the feeling of a kill.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
Sometimes capturing the beast,
humble, you know.
Yeah, and sometimes just capturing the animal or the beast on film is just as good as harvesting it. You don't have the meat and you don't have the antlers to show, but the pride in being there and being able to fool his nose or to lure him in or whatever it is just as satisfying as being able to harvest them.
Right. And I think that's the skill set outside of the woods. Whenever you get outside of hunting season, what do hunter channels do? If they
Right.
go to, it's just like Hannah. She travels to different states because different states have different seasons.
Right.
You know, you can hunt different animals. Well, I can't do that. I can't afford to do that. So what am I going to do out of season? I'm going to go out there and try to learn everything I can learn about the animal that I'm hunting. So uh, that gives me a different perspective. It's not just the kill that you see. It's not just the hunt that you see. It's the communication. It's that kinship, and it's that connection with nature that we was talking about early in the stream, and it really lends to that kill moment. That uh, do you release that arrow or do you pull that trigger? Whenever you're looking at creature in the eye, yeah, it might be a trophy. It might be an adrenaline rush. But I think for every hunter worth his salt, there is that hesitation. Do I really want to kill this animal? There's that second of meditation of hesitation of this is so beautiful. This is so perfect. Do I really want this moment to end? And then you take the shot and the moment's over. And all of the residual emotions just flood you like you're you want to cry and your adrenaline's pumping and you're like, oh my god, did that just happen? And everything is so surreal. And you're trying to set, like if you're a bow hunter, you're trying to set at your stand. If you're a shotgun and you're in a blind, you're trying to stay inside the blind because you know you got to give the animal time.
Yeah.
You got to take that little bit of safety. Don't run after them right away. Make sure that they're down. Uh, and in that moment, while you're kind of waiting for them to make sure that they're dead, uh, you're just overwhelmed with so much shit that it's just impossible. Like you can't describe that feeling. I've seen hunters who have been out there ever since they were little kids, just like me. For some reason, this year they took a buck or they took a doe and they bawled their eyes out. And they put that up. Like I've been hunting for 20 years, and for whatever reason this year, I just started crying after the kill. Because, it's just there's a metaphysical to the hunt.
Yeah.
Eventually it'll get to you.
Yeah, I agree, man. Especially if you're as connected to the wildlife as you are, or you just have a love for the animals. We're not bloodthirsty savages. We
Right.
respect the animals. The majority of us, I won't say all of us. There is some bad hunters out there, but the majority of us, we respect the animals. We have a connection to them and the wildlife in general. And it's a strong flood of emotions whenever you harvest, even if it's a doe or a young buck. It's different for everybody, but
Yeah.
especially for a trophy like HB, you are going to be flooded with emotions. And
Oh
I can
yes.
understand why you don't harvest him. I would like to see
Yeah,
you
that's
eat
that's
him.
the, that's the problem I run into. Like I have this kinship with this one buck. Like I can go out and I can hunt a buck on state land or public land or whatever, no problem. But if somebody was to ever harm that one buck
Yeah.
and I found out who it was, you know,
It'll be
like
personal.
explain that to people. How can you have a connection with this one herd, but go out and harvest another herd to feed your family? How do you explain that to people? Like it's a circle of life. Like me and HB are brothers. Like me and him's been at it for 3 years. We've been following each other for 3 years. So there is that kinship. I couldn't imagine harming that deer, no matter how big his rack gets, or even if he's hurt. Like I would just let nature take its course.
He's
I
gonna
you
be
know
on his
I
way down in the
don't know
next year or two because he's a mature buck. He will be on his way down. His rack's gonna get smaller. His body's gonna get
right.
weaker. Yeah, it's in a year or
Yeah,
two at
his
max.
days. But if it came to HB, uh, and we get into a season where he's limping after the rut, like I know he lost the fight, and he's
Yeah,
not the alpha. buck or the herd anymore. Okay, then I have some thinking to do. Me and HB's been at it for years. Do I owe him the respect of putting him down?
I completely understand.
You know what I mean? Like, and it does come to respect. It's not about the trophy. It's not about the kill. It's not about the meat. It's about me and this buck. He's my brother. He's hurt. He's not gonna make it through the winter. Do I put him out of his misery or do I let him die slow? And that's what every hunter or conservationist eventually will. You'll experience that at least once in your life.
It's the
Like,
same thing with having a pet, you know, when you love your pet and you see him struggling and he loses his eyesight or he can't walk, you have to come to the grips of, do I put him down or do I keep him around longer and make him suffer a miserable life for another year or two because I love him and I don't have the heart to put him down? I think it's the same thing that you will face with him, and I completely understand that.
yeah, and that's what you come to, and that's you're never going to be able to explain that to everybody. Like the most humane thing to do is
Right.
put them down.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, and I guess I'd probably feel weird. Like HB's such a big character in the series. I don't imagine I'd be filming a backstrap video where I'm just cooking him up on the grill. Like, hey, thanks. And we want more last round with HB. We got him on the grill. I'm not gonna do that because I think that would be disrespectful to his spirit. But for all we know, he might end up in the freezer and nobody knows it. And his
Steve,
son
you
takes
ain't gonna let this deer turn you into an anti-hunter, are you?
No, I can never do that because I just look. No, I'd never be an anti-hunter because I know the importance of hunting. And I love knowing where my food comes from. I have a garden in my backyard. I raise my own sweet corn, watermelons, cantaloupe, cucumbers, tomatoes. Just every fucking thing vegetable wise. Got a pear tree, cherry tree, walnut tree. Raise our own food for the most part. We don't raise animals here because we require a permit for that. But my mom still raises animals. It's just a lifestyle. So, it's just if HB ended up on my stove, that was probably the best ending for HB that he could have. At least somebody took him that respected him and had this relationship with him, and it wasn't just some guy looking for his rack. You know what I mean? So I think there's a bit of respect to that. I think God would understand. Like you formed a kinship with this deer. You tracked him for so long, and you put the effort in. It wasn't just about going out there and taking a shot. A lot of people go out there just traveling the world trophy hunting. I'm against that. I don't really agree with that. Even if you do eat all the meat or give all the meat to charity or whatever, I don't agree with traveling the world trophy hunting. I think you should have a relationship with your herd, and I think you should give something back for what you take. If I take a deer, you can bet your ass I'm going to feed 30 other deer throughout the winter to make sure that they're happy and healthy. So I have deer to harvest the next year. I'm trying to maintain my own food supply, basically, to be honest. So I take one, but I feed 20 more. I think that's a pretty fair exchange, right?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Hey, Mike's World joined us a little bit late here.
Oh yeah, you're way behind. Oh, maybe you're ahead of me. Shit. I went through that with my boy Hooch back in October. I had to put him down because I knew he was in pain. It was hard to do, but it was what was best for him. Yeah,
Exactly.
man. Oh, my father-in-law, he had a dog that my daughter grew not my daughter, but my wife grew up with, and it lost its eyesight, but he could still. It was very interesting to watch him because he learned his way around even without his eyesight, and but it just got too bad to where he could barely walk around. It was painful just to watch him, and you eventually have to put him down, or you let him suffer, and yeah, it's a sad thing, and I think that Steve is going to go through the same thing with HB. I'm just hoping that he don't turn into an anti-hunter over this.
Oh, it's going to take a hell of a lot more. I've killed 150 deers compared to this one deer that I bonded with. HB's just a different angle on the outdoors. He's a good buck. He's a healthy buck for right now. Like I said, we got a piece of his rack here. Uh, and he's just giving us a different perspective of the outdoors, a different learning curve. I guess we're learning from the opposite side of the classroom. Basically, we're learning from the deer rather than uh, a hunter's perspective. Um, but HB does stay on private land too. He's not on hunting land. He's not on public land. He's protected. So whenever I go up with that herd, I know that no straggler, unless it's a poacher, can come in there and just take him out. Uh, so the guy that owns the land that HB stays on, his herd stays on, he's not really anti-hunter, but he doesn't hunt himself. He's just an old farmer. He's like, if the deer get out of control, we'll take the deer down. Until then, I'm not really worried about them. So I go up in there and, I monitor the herd. I think we got 9 deer in the herd, which it's not a big herd. Out in Killdeer Plains down south, I run into herds of excess of 50. Now that's causing crop damage.
Yeah.
And it's causing car accidents and all kinds of shit. You get into metropolitan areas when the deer, especially in the wintertime, when the deer are going into metropolitan areas trying to get to grasses and cemeteries and tree lines and shit like that looking for food, then you got a problem. They should call those herds because they're not only putting themselves in danger, but they're putting people in danger too.
Mm-hmm.
If you hit a deer with a car, especially a panty ass little fucking car that's getting driven around today, that car's going to get folded in half because it's like hitting a brick wall. And it's not like us. Like me, I drive a big ass truck. My wife drives a big ass truck. If she hits a deer, chances are the truck might not be functional for a while, but the deer's going to get put down. These little Prius motherfuckers out there hitting a deer, chances are the deer's going to be wounded. The car's going to be totaled. And I've tracked deer like that. I'm on my county registry for if a wounded deer, I can track them down and go ahead and put them down. And then that meat gets donated to homeless shelters or something like that if I don't need it. Yeah, the herds have to be called. If HB's herd gets too big, if he starts bringing in more does than what he's worth, somebody's going to have to go. I'm probably not going to ask for permission first. Like, I'm sorry, buddy. And his son, like, I know that there's a couple of bucks out there that he probably sired. I got a little 4-point out there. HB's an 8. He's a pretty good size, nice widespread 8-point, real big crown on his head. But I got a couple 4-points out there that he probably sired that's probably going to overthrow him someday. HB might have a bad winter. He might have, some sort of disease pop up on him or something like that. And at that point, I am not going to, there's no way I'll let that boy suffer. I don't give a shit what season it is. He's on private land. I'll say, the deer was causing problems. And I'll have the landowner permission to do it because I just can't let it just be like having a family member dying of cancer and you got the choice of whether or not to pull the plug. There's no cure. They're going to suffer forever. If I get to that point with HB is going to be right here in the room with us. But at least we'll honor him that way. We'll show respect that way. We might be eating him for dinner, but we'll still show respect for him throughout the series.
You have to tend his hide, man, and do something with his hide and all that. Use every bit of him.
Oh, yeah. I actually got a friend on Facebook. She doesn't have a YouTube channel or anything like that who does Native American tanning. And really close with her. She was actually going to jump in on the series. She might jump in 2020. I'm not sure. But she does like everything from killing the deer to tanning the hide, mounting the rack, doing European mounts, all of that stuff with traditional Native American tools and chemicals and shit like that. So we might be bringing her up in the series if I can talk her into it. She's a little shy, but I'm trying to talk her into it.
That'd be cool.
So yeah, but she's already taught me how to make like twine out of sinew, like make cordage, braid cordage sinew out of the deer tendon and stuff like that. use the bones to make bone-handled knives. And we're talking about bone blades, not a carbon blade or a metal blade, but a bone blade. She's taught me how to sharpen those bones down for blades. She's taught me how to strip the hides of everything that needs to be stripped off and chemical treat it for good tanning, where we can actually use it for a blanket out at the cabin. So that would be cool. I've seen TA Outdoors, pretty good, popular, big bushcraft outdoor survival channel. He was out there camping on white-tailed deer hides, and he's never killed a deer in his life. I thought that was a bit disrespectful, but that's just me. Like, if you didn't kill the deer, don't be going out there laying on its ass. You know what I mean? Brother, we've been going for a long time. It's like 3 o'clock in the fucking morning now.
Man, we're going on 6 hours. It don't feel like it, but we are going on 6 hours.
This is the longest. And I watched your streams earlier. Like, usually they average about an hour. Like, I was going back checking out Caitlin and everybody. Like, how did they perform on the interview and stuff like that? And I was really checking out the videos. I was really wrapped up in the series. It's a great idea. Like, get people in here, talk about their experiences and stuff like that. But man, we killed it. Like, there's nobody going to watch 5 hours.
The Huntsman takeover. They won't. There'll be some people that'll skip through this shit. Every bit of it will get watched. Usually I'll go back and I will edit out everything, but I'm in the nature of you, not in the nature, but in the spirit of you or whatever. We will leave it raw as it is. We'll leave it untouched because I really don't want to download a 6-hour video anyway and go through that. But we'll leave it untouched, up like it is, and people will go back. They'll watch it, man. Maybe not every minute.
I might try. What? I almost got like 10K subscribers on my channel. If you don't mind, I might go ahead and take some highlights from the stream tonight and throw up a video on the channel and point everybody your way.
You're the guest, man. I mean, you're more than welcome to take the whole damn video and copy it up there. If you get a copyright strike, I'm not going to hold it against you. You can have it. We'll share it. It doesn't matter to me. I'm cool with it.
Megan, my little love Megan there came back. She says diehards, but Megan lives in Australia, so she's in a completely different time frame than we are.
Oh, wow.
I love it.
That's a whole different side of the world down there, right? Even the water spins backwards over there.
Megan wasn't gonna miss it for nothing.
I've always wanted to go to Australia, man. I really have. My grandfather, he's got a little bit of money, and he's retired from the American Airlines, and he used to ask me whenever I was in high school, "Where do you want to go on your senior trip?" And I would always say Australia. And back then they had that the Sydney, Australia commercial plan, and that made it look like a place that you'd want to go, you know. And yeah, I've always wanted to go to Australia since a long time, man. I would love to go down there.
You know, I actually got my name carved in the side of a mountain. Thanks to Megan, I got my name carved in the side of a mountainside down in Australia. So someday somebody's going to go through that valley, and they're going to see my name and say, how did this motherfucker ever fucking get here? And it's because she put it there. But we're all about, me and Megan, like, we're all about time capsules, like leaving your marker on the world, like leaving something for archaeologists to find. Which is why I built my survival shelter out of stone. Like, there's a stone foundation there and I'm leaving the time capsule out there where my subscriber names are carved. Megan down there in Australia, carved in stone, and you know, you gotta leave your mark on the world, or otherwise you just end up as a tiny on a tombstone. Like, this is the day you were born, and this is the day you were died, and your entire life and everything you experience is that tiny dash. And me and her set out like 20 fucking years ago, no lie, 20 years ago, to change that. Like, we want to build a legacy. We want to leave our mark on the world. So she was carving in the mountains, and I was carving into the worlds, and here we are.
That's awesome, man. I really believe into that, and I can't even talk. I'm half asleep and half drunk, both. But yeah, that's cool, man. Me and Chris were talking about. I've got a little bit left. I decided I was going to save that it it's something to laugh at, but I'll have something to drink on the next time. I'll have a couple sips anyway. But me and Chris, we got into talking about. I don't know if you get into it or not, but the ancient alien show, and back when it first started, it was a great show, man. It really, really was, and a lot of it had a lot of validity to it. But now they blame everything on aliens. But they go back into the time capsules of the pyramids and how they think that the pyramids it's almost a proven fact now that the pyramids are proven to be a power plant of some source. Um, the chambers in it, they were not burial chambers, but they were power plants, and they used vibrations, and they used water, and they just don't know what was on top of the pyramids as a capsule, whether it was crystal or whether it was gold or if it was used for electricity or something. But yeah, man, the time capsule
Right.
thing, it's very cool, and you never know when it might be found. And what might become of it, or what people might think you was, or how they might find you. They might have a little disc or something, or whatever. The way cell phones are now today, they can look you up right there on the spot and say, "Oh shit, this is who this dude was." Yeah, it's very interesting,
Yep.
man. The time capsule stuff is.
Yeah, like for my story, it goes way beyond the internet. Like my name's carved in stone all over the fucking world. I got my name carved in stone right there, Megan will tell you, right down there in Australia. I got my name on a Hindu temple in India
Hell yeah,
because of a buddy I made. Like, how the fuck did this fucker get on a copper pot in India and in Australia at the same damn time, and is on YouTube at the same damn time? But yeah, there's a way bigger picture. Like I'm thinking about one of these days I'm going to be in a history museum somewhere. I'm not worried about being a small time YouTuber or a big time YouTuber right now. I'm worried about having my name carved in stone, one way or another.
you never know,
So we
man.
go big.
In 100 years, people might think you was somebody of great importance. Yeah, I mean, you never know, man. You never know.
Nobody. And they won't know any different. It's the greatest con job in history. Like old Steve Freeman was a nobody, but he made a name. So,
He faked his way into the history books.
in the history books. People aren't thinking like that anymore. They ain't thinking about what are they going to dig up 1,000 years from now? They going to dig up your wood shelter? No, that thing's going to be long gone. But old Huntsman's stone shelter out there with a
Right.
stone foundation and fucking time buried in the ground might be something, you know? So it's beyond YouTube. It's about ancient history. But me and Megan both, we both studied ancient history. So we know what hieroglyphs mean now. That's it's priceless. So if
It's
you go out there in the woods, whether you're a hunter or whatever, and you just carve your name in a little tiny stone and throw it off to the side, you don't know what the fuck that story is going to become in the future.
yeah. And going back to the pyramids and hieroglyphs, man, that's a whole rabbit hole. I could get lost in there for days talking about that stuff with you if you're familiar with it. But they have the hieroglyphs of the ancient Egyptians carrying light bulbs with cords on them, and in Mexico where they had the dude in the fucking spaceship where he's messing with knobs and stuff. It's very interesting. You gotta wonder what the fuck were these people seeing that inspired this drawing. Either that was their way of storytelling. Maybe they gathered in there and they said, "Hey, this is mythology or whatever," or they seen some shit that we're not ready for still.
I think they were seeing the same shit that we're seeing right now.
Man, but
To
some of
be
the stuff,
honest,
the ancient Egyptians, they're talking about now that the Sphinx, it's not a desert back in them days. They're saying that it's 10 to 20,000 years older, 10 to 20,000 years older than what is believed to be now because there is water damage around the feet of the Sphinx. It's not wind and sand damage, but it's water damage. So, yeah, man,
where
there's a lot of
the
interesting stuff out there.
oh
Very
hell
interesting.
yeah. And it's just like, and I bring that up in my series. Like, we're not just talking about the how to fucking cook over a campfire. Where I talk about geology. I talk about my area being an inland sea at one time, At one time, where my house is at had dinosaurs swimming around over top of it, armored
Yeah.
sharks with.
Yeah.
We found those in the rocks. We found their skeletons here. You can see their fossils at the Natural History Museum. The crystal that I put up on the column there at the camp, that came from Canada during the last ice age. That crystal, that rock that I put up on that pedestal, is at least a minimum of 14 years old, or 14 million years old. How the fuck?
Yeah, that's
And
wild, dude.
everybody said, well, why did you do this? Because the goddamn rock is 14 million years old. And because I have this story with the Natural History Museum, I know where it came from. I know that it's not native to my area, but I'm going to somehow implement it into my camp. That's what makes my camp different. I mean, and you look at right here at my room.
You
I
know
got
what? I watched
crystals.
one of your streams. Sorry to cut you off. I watched one of your streams the other night. It's one of your most recent streams where you're going through and you're showing stuff in your house. And I'm like, this
Right.
motherfucker is not nothing like what I thought he would be. I thought you would have like dream catchers and fucking, I don't know what I was
Oh, no.
thinking, dude, but your house was not the
My-
way I imagined it to be.
My house, and you see the background here a little bit. You see the
Yeah.
paintings up there on the wall.
Yeah.
My house is very Victorian. I have a lot of antiques, and I have a lot of Greek mythology stuff in my house. Like, a lot of my stuff is imported from Greece or Victorian era, and I use the same kind of like this here. Like, I use the same kind of equipment in my story. Like, this is Victorian era spyglass. Like, I'm not using fucking binoculars or any kind of fucking rangefinder or anything like that. This thing magnifies 10 times, and it's
That's
a brass
badass.
spyglass, 1800s, shit like that. So, yeah, outside of YouTube, like, yeah, I'm fine. I don't need YouTube revenue. I'm set. But and people that kind of spied my house a little bit, like, I got a piano in my living room, and
Yeah, I saw
like
that.
this this
Can you play
motherfucker,
the
like,
piano?
I'm out there all pretending to be poor and shit. I ain't poor. I'm fine. But fine. And I make good money. My wife makes really good money. I mean, as far as life goes outside of social media and YouTube,
That's the
we're
way
set.
the world is today, dude. You have people out there that's broke as fuck and they look like they got a lot of money, and there's people out there that look broke as fuck that has a lot of money. And my
Right.
wife's grandfather
That's
was the
that.
same way. He's a retired vice president, and the dude had a shit ton of money, but he shopped very, 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 very smart. He would go to the damn thrift store and he would shop. He wouldn't have no brand new clothes on. He would get this shit at thrift stores and at garage store or garage sales and stuff
Right.
like that, yard sales. And you would never know that he was rich if you looked at him.
But that's how you get money, is you pretend you don't have it.
Yeah.
And you have to pretend to yourself too. Like it's just like the hoodie I'm wearing. This is a $20 hoodie. Like, but there are times, and you could probably say, we got. I'm going to get a little more personal with my audience in the coming months, especially with the new release for year 3, where I have this a new Instagram account that's going to cover the past 10 years of my life. So it's 2 years of Huntsman series, but it's the 8 years before that. So it goes back to my origin story, and you'll see me in a suit and tie and all this shit. That's my life. And there's times when I have to wear a suit and tie. There's times when I can put my camo back on and pretend I'm back on the farm and do my thing. I'm fine. Like, my life is not dependent on YouTube, whether it's monetary or legitimizing my existence in the world. Like, I've already done it. Me and Megan there, we were already working on time capsules, fucking 1996, together. So, I got my name in a time capsule back in my hometown that won't be open until 300 years after I'm dead. A bicentennial. So, 300 years after I know I'm dead, somebody's going to open that time capsule up that's sitting at the top of my courthouse underneath the Lady Justice up there. They're going to open that time capsule up on the bicentennial year, and they're going to open that up and see what we all left in it for the future generations. And my name's in there. I'm set. Like I could die today, and I know that somebody 300-400 years from now is going to at least hear my name. That's a hell of a comfort. I don't think people in today's society look at the world that way. Like, you're not trying to be a myth or a legend. Like, I'm just a guy. Today, I'm just a guy. But 1,000 years from now, if somebody digs up my camp and it's an archaeological site because of that fucking 14 million year old crystal in there, or the time capsule that we left, or all the fucking hints and clues that I left all over the country, like right here in this town, in 80 years, we have a time capsule right here on top of the time capsule back home that's going to be opened. I'm going to be a senior citizen in a nursing home when it's open, and some little fucking reporter is going to come looking for me saying, hey, what's this mean? Because the letter that I left in that time capsule makes absolutely no fucking sense unless they come and find me. Now, at the time that time capsule is open, I'll be 87 if I'm still alive. I'm 41 now. So I'll be 41 in February. So if they find me,
are you a Pisces?
Aquarius, February 15th.
Oh, hell.
So if some young kid comes at me in 50 years and says, hey, we found this time capsule, you wrote this letter, what does it mean? Then I can tell them this story about my life, and it renews the whole thing. Like, everything I did on YouTube is secondary compared to what I can tell this young reporter 80 years from now. I can say, this is what I did with my life. So I'm thinking about nursing home stories in my 40s. Like, I'm thinking about, what am I going to pass to the next generation? I actually want to publish a book. Before I'm said and done, I'll at least have one book out there. I don't know if it'll be self-published or mass-published or whatever. I don't know if it's going to be a New York Times bestseller or not, but it'll be the story of me, my losses and how I tried to rebuild myself after it. The whole Huntsman channel will be written in a completely different version of the story. So YouTube is nothing but, and my channel, everything that I put into my channel, is nothing but a side effect of what I'm actually living through. It's, you guys are getting the hand-me-down stuff, like the footnotes of my life. There's a greater purpose behind it. There's a bigger story behind it. And unless you're Megan McLean right there in that chat room, you probably don't know the whole damn thing. Even my wife don't know the whole damn thing. I'm trying to put that into a 5-year skit. Like, the Huntsman channel is a 5-year deal. I'll film for 5 years. We're going into year 3. At year 5, I'll decide whether I want to keep going or not, or whether that's going to be the end. And you might get that. You might get, at 5 years, at the end of the year, you might get a chapter of the Huntsman series that ends with the end screen that says the end. And then I don't upload anymore, and nobody sees me anymore. And I'm fine with that, because my name's already in the time capsule. It's already written in stone. What the fuck else am I going to do next, I've already made my impact on the world. I've already told you everything that I can tell you. I've already shared everything that I can share. It's time for me to move on, do something else. I'm ready for that already.
That's pretty
I'm
badass.
here for a limited. Yeah, I am here for a limited amount of time. I'm just here to tell a story, hopefully inspire some people, maybe save somebody's life, even if it's just one person out of the thousands that see it or the millions that see it. Save one life.
Worth it.
Whenever you meet up with God, he'll remember.
Yeah.
You did what you had to do. You sacrificed all these years to save one life. That's worth something.
Well, Steve, we're coming right up, man. We are 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds. It's been
Woo!
a fucking epic live stream, dude. And for the majority of the part, there was people hanging in here. I mean, it was never low. The past couple hours, I know people got to get in bed, but people was staying and hanging around and listening to you. So that's all that matters. Like I said, I'm not going to
Yeah,
edit this out. I'm going to leave it like it is. People will go back and rewatch it, whatever parts of it that they want to. I think it was all pretty good.
throw it up on the channel and get you guys some traffic over here. That'll be good. Yeah, it was a good time hanging out with you. I look forward to this. I wish we could have done it sooner. I had, the filming schedule and all that shit going on, and so. But I always enjoy your live streams. Sometimes I'm in here silent. Sometimes I'm in here just you doing Grant, hanging out. It's always a good time with you guys, though.
That's fine, man. I appreciate it. But in typical live on reloaded fashion, I'm going to end you with some rapid fire questions. You cool with that?
Yes, sir.
It's just entertainment purposes only. All right. If you could bring back one dead celebrity, who would it be and why?
A celebrity.
One dead celebrity.
Probably Ray Mears, just like I point out what a big fat fuck he is.
I had you pegged for Marilyn Monroe for some reason. How do you see?
Monroe? I think
That's who I had you pegged for, man. I had you pegged for Marilyn Monroe. I had you dialed in. If I was a bet, man, I would have betted on Marilyn Monroe for you.
All the fucking way.
Ray Mears. All right. How do you see YouTube in 10 years from now?
I think it'll be the next MySpace. Eventually, people are going to migrate to a different platform. It's just too unstable right now. MySpace was a big thing. It died out. I mean, Yahoo was a big thing. It died out. YouTube will be the same thing. It'll have its glory, and then it'll eventually die out to something else. I
agree with you. If you had the world's attention for 30 seconds, what would you say?
Stop sexually harassing Hannah Barron. She's my baby sister, and I love her. I want to become a bro.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Would you rather live a life of virtue or a life of sin?
Life of virtue. I'm a old school kind of guy, kind of romantic in a way, and I just I pride my dignity and my integrity above all else.
Good answer. Would you rather know how you are going to die or when you're going to
die? When I was going to die, I'm pretty sure I got the how figured out, and it's going to be a dumbass mistake.
If you could travel back in time, what period would you go to?
Late Victorian era, probably. I was attracted to that area. I love people that put out content for Victorian era kind of styles and things like that. I love the early industrial age. When everybody was just kind of dreaming and expanding, and everything was just had to be new.
Sweet. Now, I know you're not a TV guy, but what TV sitcom family would you be a member of?
TV sitcom family that I would be a member of. I don't know if it counts as a family or not. I'd probably be like Gibbs on NCIS. I'd fit right in with that family dynamic. Like, it's kind of dysfunctional a little bit, but I do have a forensic psychology background, and NCIS and Gibbs was always a big inspiration for me back in a few years ago. So yeah, I'd probably go that route.
Nice. Now, this is probably the hardest question that I've ever asked anybody. It's really fucked up, honestly. Would you rather have sex with your cousin in secret and nobody know, or not have sex with your cousin, but everyone thinks that you did?
Well, I'm pretty sure everybody thinks that I did. Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody thinks that I did. I actually, my second cousin, Amy and her boyfriend broke up. It would have been her senior year of high school. She's a year older than me. And I went to prom with her after they broke up for the sole purpose of beating his ass. And I did. And then, but I did go I did show up at prom with Amy Jo at her high school. She went to a different high school than me. She was my second cousin, and everybody pretty much thought that we was dating just because I beat her ex-boyfriend's ass. But the only reason I was there to beat his ass. She didn't have a brother that could scrap in a fight, so I went there on a mission. But small town community. So.
Interesting. All right,
Yeah.
last question.
Full of stories, buddy.
Last question, but not the least. You've already expressed a lot of your feeling for him tonight. Fill in the blank. Joe Robinette is
stand-up guy. Joe Robinette has gone out into the world and proved himself. He has gone out into the wilderness on many extended stays, and he's come out and he's passed all the tests that Mother Nature can throw at him. Do I agree with Joe on the business aspect of YouTube? No. But YouTube, at the end of the day, really doesn't fucking matter. If the boy can go out there and survive in the wilderness, that's all that fucking matters. So when YouTube shuts down and the platform is shit and gone, if shit ever hit the fan, Joe could actually take his family out into the wilderness and survive. I'll go on record to say that the kid has proved his worth.
good answer. Not what I was expecting, but that's a great, fair answer. All right, now, before I let you go, do you have any news or any social media plugs or anything that you want to plug in?
Not really. We got everything as far as the Huntsman channel is down right now as I rebuild the network. Whenever we come back, we'll be coming back on January 17th, I believe. We'll have a 10-day countdown to the spring solstice, which will bring us to the 100th episode of the series. And we'll also be launching a Twitch live stream. So we'll be going off of YouTube and transferring over to Twitch for our next live stream series. And it's going to be a completely different show with a completely different format. So it ought to be a good time hanging out over there. So
that's awesome, man.
Right.
I've been thinking about Twitch too. It seems like there's a lot of people having success over there and a totally different following than what YouTube has to offer. But
yeah, sometimes in year 3, year 1, you introduce yourself. Year 2, you prove yourself. Year 3, you try to extend yourself. So Twitch, Reddit, all the networks off of YouTube will be hit hard this next year. They're gonna see Huntsman everywhere. Everybody will be getting sick of seeing my fucking face. But
a lot of people they overlook the message boards. They think that they're dead, but they're not. The message boards are still going live, and they're very strong, especially Reddit and whatever genre you want to get into. They are very strong. Use it to your advantage. I do the same damn thing. I get a lot of traffic from it. A lot of them hate me. Some of them love me, but if you're not trying, you're not putting your name out there in front of people, then you ain't trying.
And they have to watch it before they can decide if they hate you.
Right. All right. Now, one thing I do with everybody else, if you watch any of my other live streams, at the end of it, we ask our guests to look at the camera, state your name, and say you are now tuned in to Live on Reloaded. And with your permission, we'll use this in future broadcasts. Whenever we go to podcasts, we'll use the audio of it. Future YouTube streams, we'll use the video of it. It might be used for an intro, yada, yada, yada. But if you're comfortable with that, just look at the camera, say, this is the Huntsman or this is Steve, and you are now tuned in to Live on Reloaded.
Hey, this is Steve. You are now tuned in on Live on Reloaded. There
you go. We appreciate you, man. It's been fun. This has been 6 hours, 10 minutes of the Huntsman takeover. I think I'm gonna redo my the title for this video. We're gonna call it the Huntsman takeover. We appreciated you. This is exactly what I wanted. I think there's a lot of people out there that appreciate the hell out of you, man. Don't stop doing what you're doing. We love you to death, man, and look forward to see what you do in the future.
Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I loved hanging out with you all night. It was a great time.
All right, man. We'll see you, Steve.
Later.